Good morning. As Vice Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 9:59 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the Commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and the public record, I will turn to Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely as well as your physical location. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella. Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Eaton County, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Commissioner Witches with the motion and a second by Commissioner Lett. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, it is seconded and moved. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The ayes prevail. The motion is adopted. Without objection, we will now begin the public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the Commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your name or number. You'll have 1 minute to address the Commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1. It appears we do not have any in-person public comment. Therefore, we will move immediately to remote public commentary. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the Commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name or last 4 digits of phone number. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public comment period at a later meeting or hearing. You will have 1 minute to address the Commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is James Gallant. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Hello, James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. And when did this all turn to 1 minute? And this is supposed to be reasonable. And, you just did that on the fly and you're supposed to do that, at every meeting, or did you change the rules of procedure? What happened I guess I tuned out last Friday and I didn't really get to the part about the rules of procedure. But you know what? It's completely inappropriate because this motion to discuss, that's just institutionalized bullying. And I got to tell you, this big power grab, and you know what? I see you guys in court. This is all you got. And this is what you're just going to go to the mat and double down on all this, right? Well, it's bullying. And I think it is vulnerable adult abuse. I think Commissioner Lett is being abused here because he didn't really have much to say about anything and he was confused and he didn't really have anything to say about anything. And he was waiting for everybody else to make the decisions, and Commissioner Curry too. And, you folks are going to have to decide for yourselves whether you wanted to do that reiteration thing. The voters, not politicians, can't have it both ways, because you have to be able to have a revised iteration or have it change the Constitution. Remember, we only won this ballot proposal because it didn't change the Constitution. It just revived the reiteration of this commission we already had.
Your allotted 1 minute has expired. Thank you, Mr. Gallant. Next in line to address the commission is Anthony Scannell. You'll have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer.
Good morning, Commission. Thank you so much. I'm commenting today to talk about your congressional map. I'm not too happy with what it does to my community of interest, which is downriver in Wayne County. And I like, what you've done with the state Senate, state House with the downriver area, but I don't know, for the U.S. Congress, you split it 3 ways into 3 districts, districts 1, 2, and 7, and put it with some really, far-flung communities that really has no affiliation with any of them, community or civic, in districts 1 and 7. So I'm hoping, adjustments could be made to the congressional map, or other ones could be submitted, because as I recall, almost no adjustments have been made to the Detroit area on your congressional map. So thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line to address the commission is Art Reyes. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer.
That participant is not currently present.
Thank you, Secretary of State Staff. Next in line is Ratna Rao.
Hi, I'm Ratna. I have 2 comments to make to the commission. First, I would like to, hey, there I am. First, I would like to I tell the commission that I really like what they have done with the federal congressional districts. Map number 187, I really like how that information has been curated. Second one, more importantly, I would like to ask you to consider Madison Heights to be included as a part of the Troy Rochester Hills State Senate District. And this is in line to keep the communities of interest together. And I'm speaking of the Asian communities. I'm with a group called Samosa, and I have done work statewide in organizing the Asian community, South Asian community in particular. And those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We will now move on to Robert Dindoffer.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we have 1 individual who has signed up for in-person public comment.
Great.
So our process would be that we pause remote public comment and allow this individual to speak and then resume remote public comment.
Absolutely. So we will now return to in-person public comment. Individuals who have signed up and they would like to provide public comment will have 1 minute to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You'll have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. Number 1, in-person comment.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Howard. I'm the attorney for the AFL-CIO's Fair Maps project. Just about every square inch of Michigan is covered by multiple communities of interest in the public testimony. As you know, we've been here for much of it as well. There's no way to honor every single community of interest given that they contradict and they overlap. You are obligated by the Constitution to pick the communities of interest that help you meet the other 6 criteria, including partisan fairness. On Wednesday, Commissioners Eid and Satella agreed with this approach. Think critically about the public comment that you've gotten around communities of interest. Does it apply to a significant number of people? Is it communities advocating for themselves and their public policy needs? Or is it an attempt to preserve existing districts? Communities of interest are not a valid excuse to unconstitutionally pack voters of another race into another district.
Your allotted 1 minute has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other in-person public comment, we will return to the remote live in-person public comment, remote live public commentary. And I believe we are on to number 5, Robert Dindoffer.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Oh, thanks. So I'm someone whose community of interest was split up in an attempt to comply with the Voting Rights Act. And I understand that it feels bad, but I get it because A, the Voting Rights Act is important, and B, the Constitution makes it a higher priority than communities of interest. But what I would implore you all to do as you're making adjustments to reflect partisan fairness a little bit better in your maps is to not split up or misalign any communities of interest that are out there. You all have painstakingly gone through district by district and identified communities of interest as you were creating districts. And I think it would be a shame if, what happened to, say, Livonia, for example, ended up happening to other communities, not because of VRA concerns, but because of partisanship concerns. Thank you.
For addressing the commission. Next in line is number 6, Joe Bush. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer.
Hey, good morning. Thank you to the commission. My name is Joe Bush. I'm from Muskegon County, and I wanted to let you know I'm in favor of map 187. As an attorney who's lived and worked in Muskegon my entire life, I appreciate the fact that you're keeping within that map a predominant amount of the counties in terms of the structure. I'm in favor of that because if you look back, going all the way back to 1815, when we were originally surveyed as a Michigan territory, back when baseline was baseline and before it was 8 Mile, the backbone of the structure of which our state was built around was counties, townships, and cities. And those municipal structures are really how we developed. So when you look at county government and state and city city and township government, those have collective interests that go beyond just voting rights. They also have philanthropic and election integrity concerns, as well as not just the tax base. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for the day. However, I would like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and commissioners will also review the public comment portal on our www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever ways you choose and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. Next, I'd like to move to unfinished business, agenda item 5A. and without objection, continue draft mapping, including adjustments of previously drafted maps and consideration of alternative maps. And allow me to suggest that I believe we are in the compliance phase of our mapping, that we're not necessarily mapping, but we are in compliance. So according to our mapping process and procedures, we will consider state Senate draft maps first for adjustments, assessments, and alternative maps. We ended the last mapping session with Commissioner Zatella, so it is Commissioner Villette's turn to instruct the line drawer and proceed with our compliance. Without objection, we will not, no, sorry. So it's Commissioner Villette's turn, and I heard Commissioner Clark.
Yeah. I felt like we got a little off track last week in that we started assessing individuals' maps that they had done at home and they had brought in and so forth. So I would encourage us to focus on the three most updated maps that we have, the congressional, the House, and the Senate. And that, when I say the three most current, the three most current that we did as a group.
Can you give us maybe the numbers on the portal that might be helpful?
The numbers that I have, let me start with the congressional one. And I know we did a few after that, but that was some alternative looks at Muskingum and how we dealt with Muskingum and Grand Rapids. I have 180 as the congressional. And this is the number that's off the website. It's 920-21 version 3 CD. For the House, I have 194, and that's 10-1-21 RAS VRA HD. And what that one we got a little. My feeling was we got a little off base, but we did that. Rebecca had done some work at home and brought it in, but we did that, and I think we all agreed on it because it was all focused toward Detroit and how we're going to make Detroit VRA compliant. So I felt that was the most current. And for the Senate, number 165, which is 9-15-21 V16A SD. So I would encourage that we just focus on these three. And if we all agree that that's the most current, and move forward on these three, because we've got a deliverable that we've got to produce, actually 3 deliverables. And we can set aside the work that people do at home. And if we have time, we can discuss it, but they also have the right to submit those and as part of the public hearing. So I would suggest that these are the 3 most updated maps, and we can, let's make sure that we all agree on that at this point, and then we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. What I heard you say is that you would like us all to sort of agree on that, but I'm challenged by that because it is Commissioner Villette's turn and we have our process right now. So I'm wondering, are you open to just having Commissioner Villette take her turn?
I am, but we're going to bring up a map on the screen, and we got to make sure we bring up the right one that we can continue to work on.
Okay, and I do see our general counsel has her hand raised, and she may be able to help us with this. And then I'm going to try to get it back to you, Commissioner Villette.
Good morning, commissioners. It's very nice to see everyone remotely this morning. I'll be there in person this afternoon. I wanted to suggest that the commission has 6 days left with which to perform its compliance activities and vote on the draft proposed maps to publish. You have Monday through Friday of this week, as well as Monday of next week, with the vote needing to happen by Tuesday, the 12th at the latest. I would suggest, as part of the compliance activities that Commissioner Rothorn has mentioned in focusing on the collaborative maps, that Dr. Handley's analysis clearly identified the Senate plan as needing some adjustments relative to the partisan fairness, and identifying those districts, and that may be a productive place to start with that. I would also like to highlight, I didn't get a chance to on Friday, but that to make those partisan fairness adjustments, that it is appropriate for the commission to look at the partisan data for the adjustments. Again, the lopsided margins test will identify what districts were at issue or should be looked at more closely, and the commission can move forward from there. So that would just be another suggestion relative to moving forward. But again, the commission has 5 days to conduct its compliance activities on all the collaborative maps that it intends to post. The individual commissioner maps do not need to go through the commission vetting process. Those need to be verified for constitutional compliance with the criteria and posted to the website. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and I look forward to the work of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, General Counsel. Commissioner Orton.
Just real quick before Janice goes. I agree with what Doug was saying. I think if I understand correctly, and I think maybe Julianne was seconding this as well, that we need to spend our time making sure that our collaborative maps are compliant so that we can take those to the public hearings. And the individual maps come after we spend our time doing that, because those don't have to be, they have to be compliant, but we don't have to go over them in our meeting. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, where are we? General Counsel, please.
Yes, that's correct. Through the chair to Commissioner Orton, that is correct. And again, the goal, mapping adjustments or map drawing or the activities that the commission has been engaged in the last period of time can really be done for an indeterminate amount of time. You could always make those adjustments. Really, my advice and my recommendation is that the commission, again, shift over to compliance analysis so that the draft proposed maps can be published. Those must be published in order to start the second round of public hearings. So that is why, and with the time frame, I know that the public hearings were adjusted, but it really only gave the commission a few more days. It did not result in a significant amount of time. So the work, my recommendation again would be to shift to compliance rather than map drawing. Thank you.
Thank you, General Counsel. I want to try to recap some of the changes, because I do hear that we, for example, the Senate districts, map number 165. What I think I heard from General Counsel is that if we're going to begin, Commissioner Clark, you were talking about map 165 as the Senate and sort of the most recent, but I do believe that many commissioners who have submitted changes have worked from those collaborative maps. Is that inaccurate? Commissioners that have submitted changes? That is accurate? Am I seeing a nodding head like it's accurate? You've been, okay. Okay, so what I'm trying to establish for us, because I think it is useful, what Commissioner Clark was trying to bring up is, which is the most accurate collaborative map, right, that may have been tested either at, last we met, which was on Friday, right? And maybe we just need to sort of review. I think Commissioner Clark did us a service and said, okay, he thinks that they're, Congress 180, for example. But I do think that we want to try to get with the Senate. So if we can maybe just focus on the Senate and understand the versions that we've got, which ones do we feel are the collaborative ones, and which ones are, to our understanding, let's say, reflect the most, work towards partisan fairness, towards VRA compliance. Does any commissioner have a sense of, yes, I'll offer it as a collaborative map, even though that an individual may have adjusted a collaborative map and helped us understand it. Is there a map that is more, let's say, more recent or more up to date or has gone through more compliance measures than 165? Or should we start with Senate map 165 as Commissioner Clark suggested? Any commissioners understand?
Could you give the full name of that? Because I thought we had like a version 1 and a version 2. Is that what we're referring to?
Yeah, Commissioner Clark, would you bring that? Or can you say that?
The Senate?
The Senate maps.
I've
Yep,
got
Senate.
9-15-21 V16A SD. Yeah, I would suggest maybe we check with our consultants on what they felt.
Yeah, there were 2 Senate maps. There was like a 16A version 1 and a 16A version 2. And those were the 2 most recent.
And if I remember correctly, without looking at them, the difference was Battle Creek and Kalamazoo together, or were they separated? That's what I thought the difference was, but that was our last collaborative Senate map.
So before I turn it over to Commissioner Villette, that's what I think our challenge is right now, is to understand, is there a place that we want to say, we want it, right? We believe that this is the most VRA compliant. This is the most, right, partisan fair. Which map should we start with? Commissioner Witches.
Okay, so that's real easy. So all the maps are time stamped. So figure out which one has the most recent timestamp and start there. That's going to be the most recent collaborative map because they're time stamped when you open them.
So collaborative, and so what I'm hearing you say is that you don't believe that there are any maps timestamped anyways that are, let's say, personal maps that are not sort of started from a, let's say.
Not that I'm aware of, not on the Senate anyway.
Commissioner Orton, did you want to weigh in on that?
I agree. And the ones that are like these, the three that are complete are all version 16. So that's the version 16 that we worked on, I believe.
Very good. Does that, Commissioner Clark?
And the reason I felt 165 was the correct one, because if you go to the my districting website and look at 165, it says complete state. It's the only one that says complete state on it.
I thought there were 3 under the Senate that said complete. Yeah, and
Well, let me go to the next page.
to be clear, I think there are 3
Yes,
listed,
that's correct. I stand corrected.
but I thought the first one didn't have Monroe assigned. So there's like this very first one that we did, and then there's the version 1 and version 2. Version 1 and version 2 are truly complete. And I thought, I'm going to open it up in a second, but I thought that very first one that's listed as complete is not actually complete because it didn't have Monroe assigned.
See, I think the problem is that we had a map and then somebody wanted to make a clone of it. And we made some adjustments to take a look at things and study things and so forth. So I think we've got a map and 2 clones. So it's a matter of which one we are going to accept.
Right. And I think this is what we're trying to do, I suppose, is also help Commissioner Villette know or understand, is there a map that we all agree that to help her sort of know where to begin? And Commissioner Villette, I want to offer too, like, do you have a sense, like, do you know where you want to start if you do start with the Senate, again, towards compliance?
Yeah, the Senate is fine, but I don't know which one is the most current, so.
Okay, so is it okay if we continue this
Yeah,
process?
absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
So then, and I see Commissioner E, but I'm also thinking that if we have if we ask our consultant, Mr. Morgan, to bring up just the state or the My Districting site, and maybe we as a commission, again, with the public so that they can see it, we can walk through some of the things that we may be talking about. Yeah, so Commissioner or Mr. Morgan, would you please help us do that? And then Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, I believe it is what map 165 or 164. They're both the same map with that one change. I think we could start with 165 and that'd be a good starting point because that is the one that was tested on Friday as well. So we kind of know where to move from there.
Okay, just to confirm, you did say map 165. Okay, that was the same one that Commissioner Clark said. Okay, very good. Mr. Morgan, are you able to help us with that My Districting site and help us look at those 3 different versions, please?
Yes, I'll bring that up.
Thank you.
I would start with 163 because that's the one I'm talking about that's not actually complete. It says complete, but it's not complete. Because we can just easily eliminate that one.
Okay, so this is from the site, and then I think that you're talking about the one that has no designator after the version 16. So that's 163.
Yes, please.
Okay, and as you were saying, this area has some unassigned, or this plan has some unassigned areas in Monroe and Wayne County. And I think maybe one of the other districts was also out of population alignment. So if that satisfies your request, this definitely has Monroe unassigned and some of Wayne unassigned.
Janice, did you want to continue looking at this? Or are you okay that that's not a complete map?
If that's what everyone on the commission thinks we should start, I'm fine with it.
No, I'm saying not start with it because it's
Right,
not done.
it's incomplete.
Oh, it's
not
not
done.
done.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think we
it's-
should start with the one that's done.
Yeah,
This
there's,
is 165 and that's the one that's done.
yeah. Yeah,
And
so there's
I've uploaded that.
165 and then 164, version 16A and 16B. And the difference between those two is one has Battle Creek and Kalamazoo together, the other has it split. But other than that, they're identical. So I think either one of those is a fine choice to start with. So just pick which one you want to start with.
Let's start with 165.
Okay, I've loaded that into the software. So what I did is I made a copy of the version A that's 165. And then I just put the tag that it's for today's date. So this is a fully editable plan.
Janice, did you get the sense, what I heard from general counsel, I'm trying to summarize for all of us. So I think we might try to work on the same page. What I heard from general counsel is if we look at this and I'm saying we, but I'm really asking you to help guide us through this, but start with the lopsided margins test to understand which districts might be most out of compliance. Is that what you heard too? Is that, no? Okay, so I got it wrong. Commissioner Witches, will you help us?
I don't think that's what, I'm pretty sure that's not what the lopsided margin test shows. That has nothing to do with VRA compliance, does it?
No.
General counsel, can you help us know how do we help each other know where to begin in this compliance area? So we get a list or some way to work methodically through our process towards compliance.
Correct. No, my recommendation relative to was for if we're looking at partisan fairness, because the map that was run by Dr. Hanley and Mr. Morgan through the software last week identified that there could be adjustments made regarding partisan fairness, and the lopsided margins will identify the districts in which the commission can look at and focus in on and decide if there need to be adjustments made. Mr. Adelson will be here just after the lunch recess at 1 o'clock or 1:30. So he will be able to have the benefit of his expertise at that time. But yes, my comments were directed towards partisan fairness, not Voting Rights Act.
Yeah. So that's where we need to start. So we need to start by looking at VRA compliance. Even though Dr. Adelson's not here, we kind of know what he's looking for. So start there. And before we even begin to look at communities of interest or anything that's beyond the VRA, we need to make sure that we're in compliance with the VRA, or else it's just going to be an endless circle that we're in.
Okay, let's start where Dustin said.
Would you like some help?
Yes, I would like a lot of help.
So yeah, are there commissioners here who understand where the adjustments to the VRA to get us towards VRA compliance? Are there commissioners here who have suggestions or can help Commissioner Villette?
So I would start with Metro Detroit, because that's where we're going to have an issue. So those districts that are in Metro Detroit, 17, 19, 13, 8, 6, 7, 9, maybe 10 and 13, 12 as well. Hold on. And I would look at what their voting population is, because the range we were suggested by in this area by Dr. Hanley and Mr. Adelson was between 35% and 40% voting age population African-American. So I would look where we don't have that, and those are areas where we would need to make adjustments. Commissioner Ede?
I thought last time we worked on this, because this was the first one that we completed, I thought that Mr. Adelson said that it was VRA compliant for the Metro Detroit area.
I'm seeing some nodding heads.
Yeah, but then last week he gave us slightly modified directions. Do you remember he had said, if you can give the African-American population the ability to elect with 35%, why would you go with 50? Why would you go with 60? And so that was why the House district was redrawn, was based on that guidance that he had given, because Dr. Hanley's report says that the ability to elect in the Metro Detroit area, because there's so much crossover voting, 35% to 40% is really the threshold where you have a voting rights compliant district, because the people in that area can vote to elect and have a candidate of choice with only 35% because there's so much crossover voting.
Okay, so then in order to understand that, so if we just sort of scroll through and look at the racial demographics as percentage of voting population, look at the non-Hispanic Black column and walk down that column, it's District 6, it looks like, is the first district. That's 47 that you may want to work on, Janice. District 6, and then, yeah, the other ones that were
6,
8 and 9.
8 and 9. Although 8 is pretty close. So, but you might be able to readjust between our 8 and 9 bordering. No, they're not.
But 6 and 8 are bordering.
6 and 8 are bordering.
And 9 and 13 are the highest, it looks like.
Yeah. So, I mean, but you could also look at 7 and move some of 6 into 7. That would reduce your 6. And then this is just a little shifting operation, right? You're shifting, maybe. So 9 is 50%. 6 is 47%. 8 is 43.25%. And then we have 13, which is 57.3.
Okay, well, let's start with 6. And then, John, I want to look north of 6 to see if we can take some from there. Oh, and Cynthia.
Commissioner Orton.
Maybe the theme for voting age Black population would help.
Mm-hmm.
The
dots, yeah.
Is that what you like?
Yes.
Okay. This is the theme on the voting precincts. One moment. Okay.
Can you turn on your mic on?
I wanted to take from the corner there on Sterling Heights.
Okay. You mean this into Sterling, into District 6?
No, north.
North?
Yeah,
Up
I
here.
can't see it.
In District 5, you would take.
Yes.
Okay. Let me bring that up a little closer.
But maybe, can I just take the corner and not the one that has a dot in it?
Yeah,
Okay.
certainly. Okay, let me undo that. I'm not sure if it actually took.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to zoom in so we can see the population for that.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, could you review what metrics we're trying to get toward? You indicated that Bruce gave us some different direction. I agreed with what Anthony said, that I thought he felt this map was okay. So what's our target?
Do you remember Dr. Hanley's report where she broke down for Wayne County for the racial polarized voting, and she gave a chart with percentages?
Correct.
That was what Bruce was mentioning last week, and that's what I'm referring to. So that very last page where she listed the percentage of voters in that particular demographic that you needed in order for that to be an opportunity to elect district. And for Metro Detroit region, it was 35%. So, and that's what Bruce was saying to us last week. He said it repeatedly,
Okay.
that we should be aiming between 35 and 40% African-American, because at those numbers, it is VRA compliant. They can elect their candidate of choice. And his point that he mentioned was, why would you put 50 or 60% African-American in a population if you can achieve compliance with 35? So that was kind of his point.
So what you're trying to do here is reduce the African-American
To
population.
like 35 to 40 for VRA purposes, per the direction of Bruce Adelson.
Yeah, I'm gonna just back up one here. It looks like the program is not actually assigning the population, so I'm gonna rebuild that plan. It'll just take a moment.
Okay. Is it locked by any chance? Or is it just being?
That is a possibility. I'll look at that too.
Commissioner Orton.
So I guess we can't get clarification from Mr. Adelson until 1, but I remember also that he was happy with this. And I do remember that he said you could work on it more and get it better, but I feel like there's no end. We could always work on it and get it more. So I don't know how.
General Counsel, can you weigh in here?
You're muted, General Counsel.
You're on mute.
I most certainly am. I apologize. That through the chair to Commissioner Orton, and yes, that's correct. Mr. Adelson is in transit right now, so he is not available, unfortunately. That and you are also correct that the adjustments can be made again as often as the commission wanted. This was the map that Mr. Adelson indicated was compliant, and of course, further adjustments can always be made at the commission's discretion, but your recollection is accurate.
So then just leave it if you want to. Commissioner Witches.
Well, if this map is compliant with the VRA, let's move on to another map that's not compliant with the VRA before you even start tinkering for other reasons in the Senate map.
Well, and I apologize for the interruption, Madam Chair. Again, the district that you were focusing on in the Detroit area, I believe Commissioner Curry had gotten a district down almost 16% when she was working on the map. So I believe Mr. Adelson did say if the effort was to be made to get those Metro Detroit districts closer to the 30 to 40% range, that would be an excellent use of time.
Yeah, Juanita, did you work on the Senate map last week, or was it a House map? I thought you were working on a House map.
Madam Chair, I'm not really sure which one it was. I can't remember, but I know I did work on a couple of them.
Yeah, all right. And then to Commissioner Witches's point, we do have other, I mean, even if we say we're not going to change VRA, we still have partisan fairness that we can look at for this map as well. So before we move on, maybe we want to do that too. Commissioner Eid.
Excuse me. Yeah, I would agree with maybe looking at other areas for now, maybe until Bruce gets here to try to achieve partisan fairness. But I mean, we're going to keep hitting this issue of what we as a commission are going to call VRA compliant based on the advice of our attorneys. You know, we need to make a decision here on what is VRA compliance. You know, this is a question I asked last week. I asked what is the highest number we can have that can still be defended in court, because I don't think any of us want to be breaking up these communities as much as we are, but we might have to because of VRA, right? The question is how much? And I think we as a commission might just need to make that decision. You know, is that number 40%? Is that number 45%? Is that number 30%? I mean, I don't know, but we have to come up with a decision on what it's going to be. Otherwise, we're just going to keep hitting this like arbitrary number of, hey, you know, this looks good, but it can always get better until we decide like what is VRA compliance to us. Again, us as commissioners here drawing the maps.
Commissioner Clark?
I agree with what Dustin said. If Bruce has already said that we're compliant, we should probably keep it that way. What we're going to do here, if we want to make it non-compliant, is just go further north, further north, further north until we get it down to 40%, or further west. And it's the geography that puts us in a bind in doing that. So I would recommend we stay under Bruce's original recommendations that this is compliant and keep it that way at the Detroit area at this point.
Oh, Commissioner Witches, I'm sorry. And then Commissioner Curry.
And to your point that there's other things that we can look at for compliance, keep in mind they're ranked orders. So let's make sure that we get the first two things done and compliant before we move on to other things. I mean, we're just going to get drowned in one map and then get further into a bind later on this week.
Commissioner Curry and then General Counsel.
Yes, I'm agreeing with what Commissioner Dustin and Doug said. And I think we ought to wait till Bruce come and then go to something else and work on it and make it compliant. Get it to comply with what we need to be doing. If this one is pretty much in order, let's just go somewhere else and work on something else and stop just wasting a lot of time just talking, getting our, and we have to talk, and I know that, but we can move on to another one till Bruce comes in.
That's a great idea, Commissioner Curry. General Counsel.
That is an excellent idea for the Senate map in particular. Again, I think those districts that were up around and over 50%, Mr. Adelson's direction was to try to get those lower, to make the effort to get those lower, particularly in the Metro Detroit area. And I'm, again, cannot speak for him, but I remember that day we were doing the Senate maps and the congressional maps. And I believe the Senate maps was the one where he indicated that the districts were still packed at the percentage that they're in, that they're currently in, and that the effort should be made to make those percentages lower. Because again, based on the racial block voting analysis, the percentages of minority voters does not need to be that high in those areas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so it sounds like we do still have some VRA work to do with this map, specifically districts 13, which is at 57%, 9, which is at 50, and 6, which is at 47. I feel like 8 is at 43%, and I think that's pretty good, but we could certainly work on that a little bit, but I don't see that as being high priority. So 13, 9, and 6 are the ones we need to work on to try to bring down those percentages a bit. Commissioner Rothhorn.
It might help commissioners if you're looking at Lisa Hanley's presentation, page 20, the map that shows the state house districts and the state senate districts for the 2010 maps. What she shows on that page 20 is the areas that are packed, and what she describes as the most packed is 50% to 70%, meaning that, right? So if we're in the 50%, we have not unpacked it. If we're in the 40%, we have not unpacked it. That's still, like, that map shows where we should target. And all those districts, 6, 8, 9, and 13 are all in that area. So again, if we're in the 50% range, it is just as packed as it was in 2010. That's kind of the map that I'm reading here.
Okay, John, can you show the population in District 16 in that square?
Okay, sorry, we were looking here at District 6 and District 5, and this was the area you were talking about.
Well, will you just show me the population of one of those?
Sure. So District 5, which is adjacent, is currently 6,600 under. So the population is 258,542. The District 16 is under by 2,900. It's 262,228. And just to clarify, I was having trouble with the spreadsheet updating, and now that's been resolved. So we should be able to click anywhere you want now.
Okay, so this is current right now.
Yeah, this is current. I took it back to the original state. The border between 5 and 6 is the same. And then you were talking about taking this one precinct in, and I did that and it did update. So would you like me to do that or do something else?
So can you take, continue up and yes.
Okay, so this is 2714. I'll just point the attention here to District 6 is 3,100 under. So if we take the 2,700, it should be about 400 under. So let's see that. And there it is. It's 485 under. So the software is updating properly. And then it also changed the demographics slightly.
Not very much.
Commissioner Rothman.
And I'll just offer, Janice, as you're doing this, one of the strategies that Mr. Adelson said that is legitimate is to underpopulate, right? To keep that percentage of voting rights down. So as you're shifting, remember that you don't have to get you don't have to get that exact population if it serves you.
Okay.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, as I look at the numbers in the active matrix, I'm looking at the percent of voting population. And we're on District 6, we're at 47%, which is below that 50% margin that they want. I know they want it lower. Sometimes you just can't do that because of the distribution of the people.
And I think what Commissioner, right? I think the challenge is that we have to interpret our legal counsel's they're not precise because we're the ones that have to do it. But I think what we can interpret from their advice is that if we don't try to get to 35%, we have not done our due diligence, and therefore we may be exposing ourselves to a legal risk that we might be able to defend ourselves against, but they can't guarantee that, right? And I don't think they're suggesting that it is a legal risk. It's just, right, there's so many unknowns, and I think that's why we're trying.
So Richard, did you have a comment? Okay. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, if I may address MC's point about underpopulation, just from a theoretical point of view, if you had underpopulated an area with a certain percentage of minority population, let's say that hypothetically it's right on the money, and if you underpopulated it, then the minority percentage might go up a little bit in the sense that it favors the minority community because you have the same amount of minority population, but a lower population threshold. Therefore, that same number of people is slightly more effective. And I think that's what Bruce Adelson was talking about. So in this circumstance, if you underpopulate a district, you actually may be not decreasing the minority percent, which is what you seem to be wanting to do. Is you want to be, does that make sense? I'm just hypothetically explaining that.
So as Janice adds population, and potentially with African American districts, unless they're not African American districts, if she's adding African American population, she's decreasing. Nope, I got it wrong.
If you're adding non-minority population, then you're decreasing the relative percentage of the Black or minority population. So if you add a non-minority precinct of, say, 2,000 people, then 3,000, whatever it is, it's going to lower the minority percent a little bit, which is, I think, what you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
But the opposite is, if you were to leave it underpopulated, then it increases the effective percentage of the minority community. I think that's what Mr. Adelson was alluding to.
Janice, I hope you got that.
Okay, so I want to continue to add the southern part, in Sterling Heights. So can you add that one that, yes.
General Counsel, do you have a comment too?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Adelson has confirmed that he didn't sign off on either the Senate or the congressional plan. And I wanted to also address again the narrative that 50% minority is the target. That is not, that the courts have not supported that wholesale adoption of 50% or 51%. What Dr. Hanley's racial block voting analysis has given the commission is the benchmarks and the guide rails for each of the counties that need to be adjusted. It's Wayne County is 35 to 40%. Genesee County is the same, 35 to 40%. Saginaw County is 40 to 45%. And Oakland County is 42, 43%. And again, that would provide the opportunity to elect. So you don't need districts with 60% minority voting age population in any of those 4 counties to achieve compliance. Hopefully that clarifies it.
General Counsel, I'm going to need those numbers one more time, please, because I think, yeah, I just assumed that all like 35% was for each one, but there's a different threshold for each county is what I'm hearing you say. So I'm going to write those down.
Correct. And those are supported by the charts in Dr. Hanley's presentations for each of the counties. Wayne County and Genesee County, the recommendation is 35 to 40%.
Wayne and Genesee.
Mm-hmm.
35 to 40, got it.
Saginaw County, Mr. Vice Chair, is 40 to 45%.
Got it.
And Oakland County is 42 to 43, and I wrote ish, which is a legal term. So the range is not 40 was too low and 45, Mr. Adelson expressed was too high. Or could be too high.
Kim Brace.
So those were the goals identified again by your racial block voting analysis and the interpretation by your Voting Rights Act Council.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The reason why the numbers change with each county is because the voting patterns change within the county. If you remember, my earlier discussion early on was the fact that those stepping stones will change with geography, will change with time. All of those factors come into play. And that's why Lisa always looks at the local patterns that you see, and you can tell that by the different counties. And that's why she calculated those as separate.
Okay, John, I'm trying to take some of the area from north and hopefully trying to get some removed from either south or west.
Okay, so at this point, you're in Oakland County and Sterling Heights with this District 6. So it's Warren, Sterling Heights.
Right. I still want to go back up north.
Okay.
Because I want to add some more of that. See that the jiggly line? Is that the river? So south of that.
Okay, so this one that says 3866.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, just pay attention to what you're doing to the total population in District 5 as you're taking from it.
I am. I'm going to try and remove some of the population south or east. So do 30, is that 3472?
3172.
Yes.
Okay,
And
add
then
that.
And the 3796. And then I want to look south.
Okay. So those were part of Sterling Heights in Oakland County, and now you're looking south. This district goes into Detroit, and it looks like it has part of Grosse Pointe Park as well.
Okay. Okay, so I want to take some of that I want to take some of that population and move it into 5. So can you go north?
Okay, so
Yes. So
this into 5 potentially.
Yeah,
Okay.
take the first 3. Yep.
Okay, so now District 5 is 13,000 under, and you've
Okay.
taken the top tier from East Point.
Yep, go ahead and take the next ones, the 994 and I'm sorry. Yes, you had it. And take that one too. Yep.
Okay, so splitting East Point now, you've taken the population, so the District 5 is 4,300 under, and District 6 is 5,400 under, and then these are the demographics for those two seats.
So I'm at 45.
So it looks like District 6 has reduced from 47.3 to 45.8. So you're definitely heading in the right direction, Janice.
Take the next row.
Okay. So now District 6 is underpopulated by 12,983. So you might be able to take additional population to the north if you wanted to.
Can you back out so I can see what that looks like? Thank you.
And I'm going to turn off the theme for just a moment.
Okay.
Okay, so at this point, you have most of each point in 5, and then you basically traded population in Oakland County and Sterling Heights for Oakland County and East Point.
So
if you were to take more of Sterling Heights, there's you could take population there from 5 if you wanted to.
okay, let's do that then. So take the 1919. And take that one too.
Okay, so now you're at District 6 is 9,000 under, and District 5 is 800 under. So both of them are within plus or minus 5%. And then these are the demographics for the districts as they are now.
Can I see south? In District 5, that blue line,
Yeah, this is the boundary of East Point, and then there's 1, 2, 3, looks like 4 precincts left in East Point that are in 6, not 5.
will you take those and put them in 5 so we're not breaking up East Point?
Okay, that leaves District 6 underpopulated, and then here's the current state of District 6.
How about bringing it up to the top of Sterling Heights?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. What did you say?
How about bringing 6 up to the top of Sterling Heights? You're trying to add to 6, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So are you saying the one that's 2324?
Yeah, just start going northward
Okay.
until you get what you need population wise.
All right, would you like me to select this one?
Yes, please. And then take the next one.
The 2896 or the 2154?
The 2896.
Okay, now you're back in the population. It's minus 4.8.
The 2714, the one at the very top.
Okay,
So the 2154.
okay. Now you're at within 3% deviation on District 6, and this is the demographics.
Again, Janice, just for context, right? You started at 47.83% non-Hispanic, Black voting age population. So you're definitely working in the right direction.
Okay, take the 2711, the 2949, and the 2698.
Everybody knows you're telling me.
Okay,
Okay, I think that's, what, you think I can go more?
Commissioner Orton. So I'm just saying you're almost there. Keep going.
Oh, okay. So, but can I see south again?
And I see Commissioner Curry raising her hand and saying, go up, go up. Is that right, Commissioner Curry? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
If you're speaking, Commissioner Curry, we can't hear you. You're still on mute.
Yeah, you're on the right track. Just take those two right there and see what it does.
Yeah. And then you're keeping Sterling Heights in 2 districts instead of 3.
Take the 1834 and the 4540.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but see, no. And can I go south?
yeah, that's now District 5 is underpopulated by 15,000.
And go west. And no, go south between 5 and 6 south.
Commissioner Orton.
I'm thinking maybe the theme dots would help again, because you're trying to find African American population to move out of 6, I believe, to balance the.
Okay, can you put
numbers.
those up, John?
And this is what I wonder, what do commissioners from the Detroit area think about adding Harper Woods, right? There was something about District 7, right? The way it's drawn, and that Harper Woods doesn't really belong there.
Harper Woods could go there. It's not going to hurt it.
Okay. I guess what I'm also asking Commissioner Curry is, I know that there are, it is an African-American population there, and it's, does it fit better with the district, right? I know we're looking at Voting Rights Act primarily, so we're holding a lot of complexity, right? But I think if you see that district, Warren, Sterling Heights, does Harper and the northeast side of Detroit, does Harper Woods fit in better also there? And
yeah, because Harper Woods is on the west side of Woodward, so it would fit.
I see. Is Harper Woods, I may have said the wrong one. I'm looking at Harper Woods, I think is on the east side of Woodward, and it's just west of the Grosse Pointes.
Grosse Pointes, yeah.
That's the Harper Woods that I meant to say.
Oh, okay, well.
Can I see south just a little?
Commissioner Witches, did you have a comment?
Yeah, again, I was just going to say, don't even worry about if Harper Woods wants to be there or the community of interest that was expressed to us in regards to where Harper Woods should be. That should be not something that we're looking at. We should be going into looking at just complying with the Voting Rights Act. And if we have to go in there, don't let that be a reason as to why, because you're thinking about public comment. Go straight off the numbers to get where we need to be on with
VRA.
voting VRA stuff, and then go look at communities of interest.
Sorry, I hear that, Commissioner Witches. I really did think that maybe because she was heading south, and I thought that maybe that would work, but I wasn't sure if there was another reason to maybe go there because it's already in 7 and it may be balancing 7 out. But so that yeah, I appreciate that very much.
Mr. Morgan?
Okay, so at this point, I would just say, if you like how District 6 is configured, then at this point, you're only looking at adjusting District 5's population. So perhaps you could look at an adjacent district to 5 to take population.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've accomplished VRA with 6. You're just a hair over 40%. And we're supposed to be between 35 and 40. So you're good there. And honestly, the population is within deviation. So I would just focus on trying to fix 5 at this point. Or you could move over to 8 and start working on 8 too, but whichever you prefer. Commissioner Orton.
So we are within deviation on 6, but it is still almost 7,000 high. So if you took a little more of the higher Black population in 6 and put it in 5, that's going to decrease the population overall, and it'll make it under 40% probably.
I agree. That's smart thinking. But where are you going to pull it from? I mean, you could pull a little bit into Detroit. I mean, take 5 into Detroit.
Yeah, down. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Right where you have your cursor.
Okay, so you could take a portion of Oakland County precincts into District 5 here. Okay.
Or just south of there, that's the Detroit border. So 2001, 2279, 1690, like that's all Detroit that you could pull up.
Okay, the 2001.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that one.
It's the very upper, it's at 8 Mile, basically, just south of 8 Mile in Detroit, just west of Harper Woods. Commissioner Orton.
But that works too, but that doesn't help District 6. If we take that one that's just over the county line, 5049, if we put that in 5, maybe that would help the number 6.
Okay, John.
Doesn't 6 go into Detroit? Yeah, that's 6. Yeah, that's 6
that is
too.
6.
Yeah, 6 goes down into Detroit.
Oh, I thought it was a different color.
Okay, so did you want me to revert the 2001 and look at these two up here?
No, take the 2279.
Okay. Now both districts are within plus or minus 5%.
Okay, I think I'm good.
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
And you helped make us good.
And that brought your African-American below 40%. So now you're perfectly in the sweet spot of 35 to 40. All right.
And Commissioner Valette, so what we did was we have District 6 completed. Did you also help us with 8? Okay, so we still have 8 to go. So we moved from 6, we moved from 47.8% voting age, non-Hispanic Black voting age population to 39.8. So a good 10%. Well, almost. And I guess 8%. So we're moving now to District 8 or 9 or 13. I'll turn it back over to you, Chair
Yeah.
Satella.
So at this point, we will move on to Richard Weiss for your turn. Department of State Staff, did you have any questions for Commissioner Valette? Okay, thank you very much. So Commissioner Weiss, it's your turn.
I believe you skipped over Aaron.
Yes, she has requested not to have a turn today.
All right, I guess. I tried. I'm looking here. Are we going to try to do something with District 8? If possible?
Yes. We're at 40, currently we're at 43.25.
Yeah.
So you want to try to get it to
Down below.
35 to 40. voting age.
I don't think my eraser is big enough.
Do you want me to leave this here for you? Or do you want me, because I can
Well,
just speak up?
Yeah, you can go
You
ahead.
can go.
Yeah, Kibitz, yeah.
So just for the public listening, MC Rothorn was discussing with Commissioner Weiss, the populations we're looking at, which is District 8, which has 43.25, District 9, which has 50%, and 13, which has 57.3. And just directing him that those are the districts we're attempting to remedy and bring into compliance.
All right, any suggestions from anybody? I guess need some help on this one. I'm looking at District 17, you could take a little out of there, but I don't know if that would help.
I
don't know
would
what-
say 17 will probably not help
Right.
because
That's what
that, I mean, you might all the way down near Core City, which, you know what, Jefferson, where everything meets, all the spokes meet. There are some more white populations along there, so you could zoom in there and look and see if you can pick up there because you are pretty close. But I think your best bet is going to look up along the border into Oakland County.
Well, since you're a little more familiar with the area, would you help out with that?
I can help too. And I think
Yes.
one of the things that might help is that I believe that District 8 is where, again, we're not focusing on COI. So I just want to offer this as a way to increase the non-Hispanic Black population, decrease the non-Hispanic Black. But I do believe if the Asian American dots, right, 8 and District 8, and if we move up into Troy and 16, I think we also have an Asian American population, and that may help us justify keeping that district together and increasing our VRA compliance. Mr. Morgan, do you have a question? Or
Yes, I would just point out the population of District 8 right now is almost 11,000 under. So this may be an opportunity where only adding population may do what you're wanting to do. And then also this district is in Oakland County and Wayne County.
What is 17 at? I can't see the population for 17, just curious.
812 over
And what's the VRA? Okay, 33.
33.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say that little divot that comes out underneath 6 from 8, or underneath 17 from 8 is only 30% African American. And it's 1,500 people, so that might help too if you wanted to pull the 16. But I definitely think MC's suggestion probably makes the most sense because of the Asian population.
so I think what you're suggesting is going into 16. Is that correct, Commissioner Zatella? I think Commissioner Weiss was looking for some help.
Yep, I think 16, going into 16 makes sense. Yeah. Those are the neighborhoods.
Commissioner Weiss, do you want Mr.
Yes,
Morgan
go
to put the themes up?
Yes, if you would, please.
This is the Black population, which may help.
The numbers are the total population. The size of the circles indicates the African American percentage.
And it looks like we've got a pretty close color, right? We have sort of a light orange and then a light yellow next to it. But those are two distinct districts at this point. And if I'm not mistaken, 8 does also include the Yemeni, not just the Bengali, but the Yemeni population that we have heard from recently. So again, going north, Richard, into.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a better choice.
Go ahead, sorry, Commissioner Weiss, go ahead.
John, I guess if you can go north of 8 and let's see what we have up there that we can borrow
Okay,
from.
so this is Troy and this is Sterling Heights are in 16.
And I think what may be misleading at this point is that we have the theme for African American, but I think it's the Asian American and the Asian population totals that are going to help you sort of choose districts in 16.
So you want me to change the theme?
Yeah, try it and see
Okay.
what that'll do.
I think it's worth noting, right, there were very few dots up in 16, right, for the African American.
Okay, this theme is on Asian American voting age population.
All right. Let's take in 16, the very bottom long, yeah, 679 right there. Let's try that. Put that into 8. And then I'm looking in 14. Let's try taking 3364. And let's try taking the one 1956. All right, where are we at?
You're within 2% deviation. District 8 is 4979 under. And then this is the demographics at the moment.
42. Okay.
So Commissioner Weiss, you've gone from 43.25 to 42.22.
That's fair.
That is fair. Absolutely.
Not enough.
Just add a little more of Clausen and that should get you there.
Let's see.
And as you move into District 14, right, that's where fewer Asians are. Again, I think it's your choice. So I don't want to direct you, but I do want to just acknowledge that the Asian theme would help keep that District 8 as a, let's say,
You think going west would be a little better?
no, I think going north instead of
Going
west.
north, going up
Into 16 instead of 14. Yep.
Yeah.
The problem with that though is like, as you go into 3321, it's still, well, it's about 5% African American as well.
Okay.
And then 10%
Yeah.
Asian
Want
approximately.
to try that one and see? What do you think? All right. Commissioner, let's try it.
Let's
So
try
would you
it.
Put that in. There?
Carry on.
3320. Yeah, thank you.
There you go. That's better.
Okay, we're down a little bit more. 16 is 6,000 under. What's the target for 40? Oakland.
For Oakland County, the target is 42 to 43-ish.
We're kind of splitting the difference right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
With District 16, is that what you're referring to, or which?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Stay on the side. Yeah. Well, if I go this route, that's Troy. Yeah. Then you start breaking up Troy. What do you think?
Commissioner Clark, did you have a comment or? Okay.
All right, any other suggestions? I guess I don't know where else I can go without making a problem here.
No, I think it's good. I think you brought it down. So you're right. As Steve said, you're right in the sweet spot at this point.
Yeah. All right, I guess I'll stick with that then.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Witchus, it's on to you. So we're looking at 9 and 13 still. 9 is at 50%, 13 is at 57.3.
No. 9 and 13. Where's 13?
It's right next to 9, just to the east of it. It's
Oh,
kind
there
of,
it
do you want
is.
him to change the color?
Nope, it's fine. Well. Trying to figure out where to even start. Hold on a minute.
So I was just whispering to MC that you could go up on 13,
Well,
bring
yeah,
14 down, and then 9 over into Farmington Hills.
yep. Well, that was my thing too. 9, I was gonna either go into Farmington Hills, but I was trying to figure out where to start, and then 13 into going north does make some sense. So let's
You
start
can
there.
do them both at the same time, Dustin, too.
I'm sure you'd like that.
No one's going to stop you from doing that.
Yeah, and just to acknowledge Commissioner Riches, you've helped us here before, like you helped us draw out many districts. We're doing well, right? We're almost totally VRA compliant and it's still before lunch.
Just so you know, Dustin, this isn't as easy as your usual ones.
Thanks, appreciate it. Do you want to throw me your eraser, Commissioner Wise?
Commissioner Wise did, excellent. It was caught on camera.
All right, so let's do that. Let's start with 13 and go north into Birmingham.
If you remove your hands from your,
Clausen, I apologize. Let's take all of those townships and precincts up into that are bordering 8 going up into 16. There you go. Yep, let's start there.
So taking from District 14 into District 13.
Correct.
Okay. So this is the balance of Clausen, I think. Okay. Do you also want these?
Yep. Yes, please.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's keep going north on 13. Should I go as far into Birmingham? Anyone have a thought?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You wanted
13 extending north into Birmingham?
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
I mean, as you said,
Let's go there.
we gotta get the VRA right,
Correct.
and that's number one.
Yep.
So
So let's grab.
So you said Birmingham, not Troy?
Yeah, but when you go into Birmingham, we're stretching this thing all the way from Detroit, mid Detroit, all the way up there.
what
Well,
other
where
way
else?
is there to
But that's
get
okay.
VRA?
But that's
Yeah,
okay.
that's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can do that.
Yeah, I know we can do it.
I mean,
Okay, so-
I'm talking about it's contagious too, Doug, because we travel all through there all the time. Those areas, Southfield, Birmingham, Farmington, even Farmington. I mean,
Well-
it would be contagious, I know. Contiguous, excuse me.
Let's grab some precincts in Birmingham. Let's grab the township.
What,
of Birmingham.
what about the ones to the west? 119, 1046, 1575.
Beverly Hills, or
Yeah.
north of Beverly Hills? I mean, sure, but
And Franklin and Bingham Farms. I don't know. It's up to you.
well, I'm looking at shape too. I don't want it to look like we're reaching somewhere with a district. If I need to go north in a cone, that'll look better than me just drawing a chute that goes out to the west.
Gotcha.
So let's do that. Let's grab the township of Birmingham, please.
All right. So you're currently with 13, you're 23,000 over and the entire township is 22,000.
Oh, okay. Well, let's grab that anyway and then go adjust something down. All right, go to the south.
So you have Highland is in District 13 and then a portion of Detroit.
Yep. Let's try putting Highland into 8.
8 or 17?
Well, actually, hold on.
I was gonna say you're gonna throw
Yeah,
back
let's
off
17.
8.
17. I apologize.
Okay, you're 36,000 over in 13 and you're 48,000 under in 14.
Do you want to share that thought, Commissioner Orton? Okay,
No, it never fully developed.
but I could see it. I saw there were gears turning.
Also,
Can't you go
13, 48% Black voting age population. So it's going down.
Commissioner Witches, it's better if we don't hear you muffled through your hand.
Oh, I apologize. I'm trying to
Yes,
be
at
comfortable.
the moment, it's 36,000 overpopulated and the demographics are 48% non-Hispanic Black
Yeah.
voting
Commissioner,
age.
I just want to acknowledge Commissioner Curry was trying to get into. Did you want to say something, Commissioner Curry?
I don't think we should touch anything that's just been done this morning, if possible. We just need to find some places to the west, north, or south that we
So that
can
means-
deal with.
I think you need to take Black population at this point, which you can do by bringing 9 down.
Yep, that's where I was gonna go
Yeah.
next. Take the little piece of 13 that's between 9 and 19 right now. Yep, we were right by it.
And you want to put this into 9?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so this area is between.
Yep, correct. You got it.
And that keeps that neighborhood together too. That
Mhm.
I think that's the Brightmore neighborhood. So that's a nice choice.
Okay, District 13 is 30,000 over.
Let's grab the northern section right where your mouse is.
Okay.
Those two square. Well, the diagonal 1506 right here. Take that area and all the way up to 1673.
Okay, your District 13 is 23,000 over.
Okay, let's grab the ones right next to that to the east.
So this square here.
You got it.
Sorry, this is all in the city of Detroit.
I grab that little yellow piece that's hanging out.
Okay, District 9 is 22,000 over.
That's fine. I'll worry about that one later.
And District 13 is 15,000 over.
Let's just keep going a little. Let's grab those other two. Yep. Make this square 9 off into 13 there.
One moment here. All right, so you want to take the western extremity
All the way
first?
down to 19.
Okay. Including the 788 like that?
Yep, you got it.
Okay, so now District 13 is within the population tolerance of plus or minus 5%. And then this is the demographics at the moment.
And what was the percentage that 13 should go down
You
to?
started at 40, you started at 57.32 and now we're at 44.13. Nice work.
But what does it need to go down to? Is this one that needs to be
40
below
for Wayne
40?
County. Yeah.
Huh? 40?
40 ideally, if you
Yeah,
can get it down
it's
there.
Wayne and
35 to 40%.
Yep,
it's
so
Wayne
under
and
40 we
Oakland counties here.
All right, so let's grab that other section that's right under, right there. Yep, all the way down to District 19. Square it off. And then the 1162 as well. I know that's about as far as I want to take away or go down in with 9. So let's go back up to 13 here. 13 is negative 2,000.
Yeah.
So let's go add the bottom section of 14.
Sorry,
The south section where it says Birmingham, that where District 14 is jutting up next.
Okay, so 13 is currently 2,000 under.
Correct. So I want to see what those precincts will do if I add.
That's about 3,500.
Commissioner E, did you have a comment?
Just that change you just made the voting age black population of 9 go back up to what it to higher than what was at previously before you made that change.
Well, but you're gonna rebalance it, so.
Yeah, 14 and 9 are the 2 districts that are out of population alignment, and they are adjacent.
We're gonna have to go into Farmington Hills to balance that. That's just reality.
With 9.
Yeah, we're gonna have to,
Well,
and bring 14 down.
I still want to bring that District 14, that section under Birmingham.
Commissioner Lett?
14 and 9, if you switch them, will bring you back into balance, I think.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
He's saying 14 and 9 will bring you back into balance to readjust those, which I think.
That's right. If you were to take, for example, population from 9 and put it into
got it.
14,
Right.
and I think that Southfield is predominantly African American.
Yes, yep.
So I think that would be in favor of what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I still want to grab those 4 precincts that are on the edge of 13 right there, sandwiched by 9, or on the north side of 9, right there. You got it. And let's grab those other 3 that are right next to it.
That little pop-up is part of Bloomfield Hills, so it might give you a hard time, just to warn you. Yep, that right there.
So do you want to split that one instead of taking all of it in?
I can't see the population at 13 and deviate the
It
difference.
says like, oh, there we go. I was gonna say, it says R. Commissioner Orton?
That little thing you did made 13 go back up above 41. It was below 40.
It was? Okay, well then let's take that piece out that was added in, that you're right there. You got it. And let's grab those other 2 that we just added in by Beverly Hills. Let's take those back out and see what we get. Those, the 4 that you were just at are fine. Those 2 right there, take those out. So that 14 is back to being contiguous. 41.77. Any other thoughts?
I think you're going the right way by going into Beverly Hills, Franklin, Bingham Farms, which is where you're going across that top of Southfield. But I think it might be helpful, in addition to adding that, taking off a little more African-American population down near 9.
Okay.
Because that will sort of balance out what you're trying to do. Commissioner Orton?
Well, from what I think, 9 is overpopulated by a lot and 14 is underpopulated by a lot. So, and 9 is, we want to reduce the African-American population in 9. So what if we took that all of Southfield and put it up into 14? Wouldn't that possibly take care of all those problems?
I think that's what Commissioner Lett was suggesting too.
Right. So you're going to bring 14 down and probably, you're probably, when you do that, might have to take 9 into Farmington a little bit. It's like you're working at the puzzle here, shifting things around.
Well, I'm still trying to work on 13 here.
Right. So 13, I think you're going the right way.
41.77 might be a good place to stop on that one right now and fix 9 and 14 to get into.
And Commissioner Witches, for what it's worth, we did stop with District 8, right at 41.77.
Oh, well, there we go.
So we reduced it from District 8, we reduced from 43 to 41, and District 13, at the one that you're working at, reduced from 57 to that 41.77. So it is not a bad place to stop.
Right.
All right, so let's grab the southern section of 14, right where your mouse is, and let's start adding in precincts down into Southfield.
Okay, so you're adding into 14, which is currently underpopulated from 9, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And we'll grab that entire line. See the line that's going stretching from Farmington Hills all the way to Southfield. I can't remember what road that is. Got it. And then we'll go all the way straight over to 13.
Oh,
14 is underpopulated. What's 9 at now? Nice. Now it's at 53%. So
you want to take more from 9?
No.
No?
Well,
because I think that'll go in favor of what you're trying to do.
Yeah, you take balance out 9, and then you're gonna bring it into Farmington,
Yep.
and that'll reduce your African-American population.
but which side? I guess Southfield. So the east side all the way down to the red
I
lines
think
there.
that's Northwestern.
I don't know. I think what you're asking there, Commissioner, which is right, Southfield in this township is a particular area. Is that what you're trying to do, is stay within the township?
Mhm.
Maybe, I don't know, is it possible to just select the township at this point?
It's the whole thing, though.
Oh, is that the whole thing?
Yeah. Southfield
Okay.
wraps around Lathrop Village. Lathrop Village is what's in the center there. And then the northern part is at Bingham Farms, Franklin, Beverly Hills. So he's in Southfield Township right now. So if he were to.
9 would have to go into Farmington Hills, right? I would imagine.
Mhm.
So let's start going. Let's start
So
grabbing.
you want to continue to put more into 14?
I don't think so.
Okay. Because 9 is only slightly underpopulated at the moment.
Right.
Commissioner Curry, did you have a comment?
well, I was liking the way he had it without moving it, but that's his choice.
Which way do you mean, like without moving it?
Well, Southfield and Lathrop Village they're so together. They touch. I mean, you can't hardly split them up because they go together.
Right. So are you suggesting, so it looks like Lathrop Village and the northern part of Southfield is in District 14, and now it's the southern part of Southfield is in District 9. So it's, it seems like it's together in the District 14. Is that what you're suggesting, that that's not such a good fit?
I'm suggesting that Farmington is closer to Southfield and Lathrop Village. Then what's in 14 where I can't see any more of it?
Wixom,
West Bloomfield, Sylvan Lake, Kegel Harbor, part of Commerce.
I just know that Lathrop Village and Southfield and portions of Farmington Hills, they're all very contiguous.
and I think Commissioner Riches is heading with District 9 into Farmington Hills.
Right.
So does that jive with what you're thinking? That's a good place to go with District 9?
I would.
Okay, Commissioner Riches, take it away.
That's where I was going to be going. So let's take 9 into District 11.
Okay.
Dustin, keep a check on your numbers.
I can run the numbers that we've got so far. So Dustin, you're working on District 9 and 13, and 9 started at 50%. And I don't think we're done yet, but 13 started at 57 and you reduced it to 41.7. And that's where we're at right now with District 13. And so now you're still working on District 9.
Yep. So let's see, the 1925 and 2694 all the way down south to the 3553, skirting Farmington. I suppose keep going. I said Farmington and all the way down to the Farmington Hills. Right there, you got it.
Okay, so taking the precincts on the southern edge of
Correct.
District 9, including
Yes.
Farmington.
You got it.
Okay, now you're 37,000 over on District 9.
Let's grab the remainder of Farmington Hills to the north there, square it out.
I think that, okay, so you're
Farmington
talking about
Hills.
these two?
Yep, those.
Okay, so 2810 and 2322?
All the way down, all the way over to the 3525.
Okay.
And I want us to hopefully stop there. Now.
Okay, District 9 is 54,000 over.
Uh, 4605.
Commissioner Orton?
So 9 is a lot over. 19, District 19 is, I'm thinking if you remove some of the area that has the higher Black population, then it will balance out the number in 9. And it is touching 19.
From where?
Where's 19?
19.
Oh, below, I see it. Okay.
And 19 is, if I'm looking at the right line, it's only 26%. So it could use some. Maybe that will balance it out, but then it's a big circle. So
Going down
That's
into night.
yeah.
I'm lost. Going
She's-
down into 19.
Yep.
And then what? Take Farmington Hills back out again?
No, I'm thinking
I'm going to try to repeat what you're saying, Commissioner Orton, unless you can
Some of
speak
the-
into the mic.
I think right here, you need to take some of the area that is the higher Black population. So if that could go into 19, you're going to have to come full circle.
Yeah, so bring 19 up.
No, taking some out because 9 is overpopulated. So you're going to have to do the circle this way, clockwise.
So, but then I wouldn't add on to. Okay, hold on. Can you zoom out? for me, please?
Sure. I think Commissioner Orton is saying two different things. One is that you could add some population of 9 into 19, and that's one move. The other move that you're contemplating is that 11 and 9 are now the 2 districts that are out of alignment. So you could circle population around in this area as well.
I was thinking circle population 9, 19, 10, and 11.
I don't understand what the term circle population.
Oh, could I explain that if you like? So the idea is if you have 2 districts that are out of alignment and they're not adjacent, then you would pass the population through a middle district. So in this case, you might be passing population rather than go directly back and forth between 11 and 9, where you just made that adjustment that put it out of alignment. You might move the population through 14 so that, for example, hypothetically 14 could take in more of 9 and then shed into 11. And then between the 3 districts, you've aligned the population. So it's a 3 district process instead of a 1-to-1.
And I think what she's suggesting is take that part of Detroit that's in 9, put it into the Dearborn district, and then you're going to have to shift part of the Dearborn district over to 10, and then you might have to shift into 11.
Yeah,
So it's like a circle.
That's right. But in that case, Commissioner Zatella, you would be adding into 19. If you added too much, then you would have to take off from Dearborn Heights or Detroit.
This is a highly technical term that's only used by redistrictors, so just be aware of that.
It's like a swirling toilet bowl. Just think of it that way. We're like trying to figure it out.
So who wants, which direction do you want to go? Want to go this way?
Well,
or this way?
I think, again, I think they're possibly 2 separate things. You could
Right.
do a little bit adjusting to the south,
Mhm.
and then you probably would look at bigger adjustments between 9, 11, and 14, because those are the ones that have been impacted most by what you've been doing.
Okay, so who, I need someone to tell me, do you want me to put population right now from 9 to where?
It sounds like Commissioner Orton may have an idea. Do you want to try?
Because
Commissioner
I
Orton?
cannot see it.
Well, it would help me if the theme, the voting age, Black
And
population.
if we could back
theme
out,
was
it would
on.
be helpful too. It's okay. We're about to take lunch, so.
Thank you for bringing us to this point, Commissioner
Yes.
Witches.
You're doing a great job. It's just, this is hard. These adjustments are hard. Commissioner Eid.
And I'll point out too, because 9 is mostly in Oakland County, we could probably get away with that 43% instead of going down to the 40% number.
That's true.
So Dustin, what I was saying is.
Oh, just tell them.
You just direct them, yeah.
Well, I just think that we would make what we need to do in 9. It's overpopulated. We need to take population out.
So bring
And
19 up
we need
into
to
9.
take, bring 19 in up to 9.
All right, so let's do that. So 788.
Ms. Reinhardt.
Apologies. Bruce isn't here to say this, so hopefully I will say with something similar to what he would say to Commissioner Ead's point regarding the threshold. I would recommend examining election results to determine that. Thank you.
Well, let's not bring in another lovely variable to look at this particular point in time until I get a percentage done.
Oh, Lordy.
So 788, 1925, right where your mouse is, let's go up to where that diagonal voting precinct is next to 1055. Yep, those just up to that diagonal line.
Okay, and again, if you take a small amount, then you won't have to remove something from 19. If you take a large
Correct,
amount, then you might.
I was just a rectangle from 1243 up.
Okay.
Might as well do 788.
1521, 1630, 920, and 1050.
Okay, so your population on 19 is now 8,500 over, and you're adding to it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's good, but it's going to keep on happening, right? Either way.
Well, the population surplus is actually to the north. So at some point, if you add too much to 19, then you potentially would have to take something out of 19.
That's right.
Yeah, but, and Commissioner Orton, I see you. So to Commissioner Orton's point, we can sort of move population around a little bit too, if we need to do that. And I think we can, particularly grabbing from that southern part of Dearborn Heights. That's an area where we could pull from and put it into the next district over and then go up. So, because Dearborn Heights has sort of a strange configuration where you've got northern Dearborn Heights and then you've got this sliver and then southern.
Yeah.
That part could easily go into District 10. That southern part is more similar to that. All right, Commissioner Orton.
I'm just thinking as we're going precinct by precinct, we just need to make sure we could, maybe John could click on the dots so we can see what the African-American percentage is. So that because we don't need to move white population in.
So this
What we
area
need to do
is
balanced.
over 90% African
Yeah, I was
American.
gonna say, you're definitely not moving white population in that area, I can tell you. That is Detroit and it's very concentrated African-American right along there, so. You wanna,
So-
Dustin, do you want to break for lunch and
Yeah,
think
that'd be
about it? I
fantastic.
think that'd
And then
probably be a
need-
good
And then
idea.
I need a copy of this map so I can play with it because
Yeah.
otherwise it's not gonna do me any good.
Yeah, John, can you save a copy of this for us and submit it to Sue to circulate, and then we can, over lunch break, take some plays with it? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's, it's a partial plan at this point. So you want me to save it in its current state? And when I mean partial plan, I mean some of the districts are out of alignment at the moment.
Do we want to rename it, or do you just want to?
You can save it or you can clone it. I don't care. I just need what
Right,
we're working
right.
on right
We
now
gotta see what
sent
we're
to me
playing
so I
with,
can look
yeah.
at it.
Okay, just to you or publish it or
It can be
what's the
published.
instruction?
Yeah,
It
you
can be published.
Yeah, you can publish it,
Okay.
because then everybody can grab it. All right, so without objections, we will pause for a recess for 60 minutes. Hearing no objections, it is currently 11:57. We're going to take a recess and we will be back here at 1 p.m. Thank you, everybody. It is time. I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:01 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely and as well as your physical location. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present and attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Just one moment. Katie, confirming you can hear us?
Oh, doesn't seem like she can.
Thank you. Janice Follett. Present. Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Eaton County, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. All right, at this point, we're going to continue working on our state Senate draft mapping, including adjustments of previous maps. And I'm going to ask my Vice Chair, MC Rothhorn, to facilitate this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just perhaps an acknowledgement for the public watching and commissioners. Mr. Morgan did upload the morning session, which is under 10.4.21 version 1, and it does list HD, which refers to House District. It should read SD. And just for what it's worth, it's a temporary file just for our morning session. At the end of the day, that temporary file will come down, and the complete file, which is our first full day of this week, so that for this Monday, we'll replace it. So again, it is a temporary file, and we are aware that it is named somewhat misleadingly. So it is a Senate district. So with that, we are back to Commissioner Witches to continue our compliance on the Senate district, and we are working with again the map version on the website, anyways. 165, number 165, and it's version 16A. Commissioner Witches, take it away. He's just grabbing his eraser, he said.
Okay, so now I need to look at this real quick. Can I see you? Go ahead and take the dots off. That just clutters my view.
Okay, so this is the plan, and the end state of the plan was District 9 is over by 48,000, District 11 is under by 59. You made adjustments to 19 was the last portion. That's over by 4.41, 11,700.
All right. All right. Can you bring the active matrix down a little bit for me so I can see more of the map? Excellent. Now, can you center? So 9 is right perfect. It's good enough for me for right now. On the west side of where it says Farmington Hills, the very top corner to the left, it's right there, right where the big giant interstate exchange is. Put that into a District 11 for me, please. And once that's assigned, you can scroll down or bring the map down a little bit. We're probably going to be working on the precinct level the whole time, just FYI. Okay, now where that red line is, that squiggly line, the very top portion of it, yep, that
area, and then the precincts that are directly to the south. So 2304, 2303, 2255, and 2544. We're going to put that all, wait a minute, hold on. We're going to put that all into District 9.
So these
Yep.
4 precincts?
You got it. Okay, now let's go over to the bottom south west corner of District 11 and 10. Okay, so the precincts that I'm going to be working here is, okay, the part of District 10 that butts up to District 27, put that into District 11 for me, please.
This town.
And now part of the more unpopular moves, we are going to split Canton in half. The west side of the township, the top 3, if you look at the top 3 precincts right there, follow that middle line straight all the way down and assign everything into 11 for me, please. You got it. Okay, now we're going to go over to District 19. All right, how am I going to do this here? Let's go back into 9, straight north. All right, now zoom in right into Redford area for me, please. All right, now let me take a look at how I want to explain this part to you. All right, where it says Redford Township, the little 90-degree blue line for the township itself, right there, the precinct that you're hovering on right now, assign that to District 19. Everything south of that area can go into District 19, please. Yep. Then we're going to take the right, still where we were. All right. 2596, we're going to put that into District 19 as well. And we're going to fill in everything over following that line. So 563, 1013, all the way over. There you go. All right. Now we're going to go look at the District 19 and District 10 area. And I'm going to have to look at this again real fast. Can you zoom into the precincts on the District 19 and 10 border for me? All right. On the north side, 2226, we're going to assign that to District 10. 2309 also goes to District 10. 3112 goes to District 10. Okay. 2286 goes to District 10. South. That's fine. We're going to fill that in a second. 2057 goes to District 10. 1541 goes to District 10. And fill that entire area in for me, please, all into District 10. Scroll down, let's go south.
Did
here.
you want to
Yep,
include
that's fine.
1868?
Yep, that's fine. Scroll
Okay.
down some. And then we're gonna fill in the two there of 19 that are on the south, that the squared off, right there, 1906 and 2501. And actually, we're gonna add in 2582, 2268, and 2121 as well. All right. That is all for now. We should all be in the green, I hope. And everything on the highest number should be 41% or around that for Black population. And we can also run a partisan fairness, but I don't think it's going to really matter all that much. It's not going to change from what we ran.
Yeah. So what I think you're saying is the Black voting age population, right?
Yeah.
That we're at. Mhm.
Black voting age population, I think we have the districts that were in question are at 40 or below 40.
Correct. So District 9 went from 50
to 40
to 40.7. Yeah. So that's excellent.
District 6 is now 39.86.
Mhm.
13 is 41.77.
And that's the same as District 8, which is the other one that we wanted to do.
Yep. Perfect. So I think I'm done at this particular point. And then for rationale for these adjustments, this is taking into account the Voting Rights Act. We're looking at the voting age population and the Black voting age population to make them so that so the districts are able to elect candidates of choice. And by definition of doing that, we're taking into account the diverse population of the state of Michigan. Erasers down.
Thank you, Commissioner Witches. Chair Zatella.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we can do this a different way without splitting Canton, because Canton does have that highly concentrated Asian population that we were trying to preserve as its own voting rights concern and community of interest.
Feel free to give it a shot. I could not do it easily. I tried to go north by adding Farmington Hills into District 9 and then taking 11 and adding Canton back in. It didn't really quite work.
Okay. Can we create a clone?
And Commissioner Curry, did you have your hand?
Yes, I had my hand up. I was trying to figure out where's Detroit now. Is it the little yellow spot or the beige spot or the blue spot?
I think it's all of the above.
It's all of the above.
So I will trace the outline of Detroit. So this is the Wayne County line right here. So District 9 has a portion of Detroit, portion of Southfield, a portion of Livonia, a portion of Farmington Hills. District 13 has a portion of Detroit up towards Royal Oak and Birmingham. District 8 has Detroit, part of Warren and part of Royal Oak. District 6 has a part of Detroit and Warren and Sterling Heights. District 7 has most of the Grosse Pointe, St. Clair Shores up towards Mount Clemens and the St. Clair area. And then District 19 has a portion of Detroit. District 17 has a portion of Detroit to the south towards Allen Park. So those are all the districts that have a portion of Detroit.
Okay, that portion of Detroit that's going up to 8, what area is that?
Okay, so as a reference, this is Hamtramck right here. So District 8 is mostly around Hamtramck to Belle Isle.
Mm-hmm. Hamtramck to Belle Isle.
Yeah, it looks like that way. And then it goes north
Detroit really
into
owns Belle Isle.
Royal Oak.
Okay, is this John I'm speaking with?
Yes, it is. Hello.
Hi. My dad and my brother's name. Okay, what is this right down here by the lake shore? I'm just trying to find myself so I'll know what I'm hooked up to down here.
Okay, so it looks like, I think that District 6 has a portion of Grosse Pointe Park. I think so. It looks like that. Or maybe not. I can't quite tell from here. Maybe not.
District 6 have a portion of Grosse Pointe Park.
Maybe. I can't quite tell from here. I can make a quick adjustment. Hang on.
Okay.
I'm going to turn off the precincts for just a moment so we can see
Okay, thanks.
So the answer is District 6 does not have a portion of Grosse Pointe Park. This is City of Detroit.
Okay, the green is the city of Detroit.
All this portion of 6 is in the City of Detroit, yes. And then this portion of 8
Is Dearborn.
including, no, District 8 is Detroit and Hamtramck, and then it goes north into Warren and Madison Heights, and then
Okay.
District 6 goes north into Warren and Sterling Heights.
Okay, so if I was right near Lincoln Park and River Rouge, what number am I in? What district am I in?
District 17 is Lincoln Park, Ecorse, Allen Park, Taylor, and then it has this portion of Detroit. Is it Delray? Is that?
Delray don't have, Delray has no houses in it.
Right, but I'm just giving
That's
a
the
reference
historic
point.
name. Yeah, Delray.
Okay, okay.
And then the Dearborn District 19 has all of Dearborn, a small portion of Dearborn Heights, a portion of Redford, and a portion of Detroit to the north of Dearborn. So that's 19. 17 has Lincoln Park, like you talked about.
Okay. So when are we going to Cobo Halls, Madam Chair?
Oh,
To show the final maps, because
I think it's the 20th, October 20th. Does that sound right? When we're at TCF?
That does sound right.
Yeah, okay. Can we make sure we take this map here that we've worked so diligently on? And
So-
so that the people, when we go there, can see it.
Absolutely. Commissioner Curry, it sounds like you see something that you appreciate in this map. Is that accurate?
Or don't appreciate one of the two. But it is what it is. It is what it is. And I think everybody's done a fine job trying to put it together because it was very complicated.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Curry. I think Commissioner Clark has something, and then I want to give it back to Commissioner Witches to finish us off.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I don't like splitting Canton at all. And if we have to, I wouldn't do it from a north-south perspective. I'd do it from an east-west perspective. I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Witches.
Can you say why? Can he tell us why?
You want to say why?
You
Commissioner?
want to split it? Yeah.
Why?
I think we had the minorities in the southern part of the Canton area and then
That's
the
a-
Asians, I believe.
Why don't we get the theme to see if we can confirm
You
that?
still have you still have a lot of blacks in Canton too, though. We still have a lot of blacks.
I think we can redraw this without splitting Canton. I think it
Yeah.
can be done. That's why I was asking him to make a clone.
So when you say make a clone, do you want me to make a clone from before
Nope, from
Commissioner
here.
Witches?
No,
From
the
here.
final. This here.
From what Commissioner Witches did, we're going to make a clone and we're going to move a few lines around. So that way we preserve his map, and then what I'm going to suggest will be a separate map.
And I wonder if
what would be the number of this map here?
this is map, well, it was 165. We were working from map 165, Commissioner Curry, but I don't know what it will be when it's posted today, because I think we're still working on it, so it's sort of in progress, but we are working from map 165 on the website. And just to help us sort of orient, I think what we're doing potentially is Commissioner Zatella is going to try to modify what was done in District 10.
Okay.
Oh, Doug, do you want to try to do that, Doug? Do you want to do that together?
Yeah, I'll do it together with.
Okay, so Commissioner Zatella and Commissioner Clark are going to try to not fix, but like just modify District 10. Morgan, Mr. Morgan, please.
So to Commissioner Clark's point, did he want to start with the districts right now that Commissioner Zatella is starting with, or did he want to go back to what it was before Commissioner Witches finished that?
No, continue on with what
Where you are
Commissioner
right now,
Witches
okay.
did, but yeah, I'd like to do that. And if we could can you bring up the Asian population just to satisfy what Juanita asked for?
Oh,
But it's a good thought.
thank you, Doug. But I'm for what's right and how it looks. We can only do it the way we can do it. So.
And for what it's worth, it does feel like we are at the end of this. After these two commissioners try to wrap us up, what I'd like to do is, and I'm saying this also because I'm not sure that we want to look at the voting rights excuse me, not the voting rights. What numbers do we want to look at now to try to make a comparison? Is this essentially about communities of interest? I guess what I'm trying to do is how do we evaluate between like whatever is going to be, whatever we have right now and what we will shift? What do we want to record for ourselves right now as a commission to understand these two collaborative maps? What is it that we're looking for, the differences? Is it mostly about not splitting Canton, or is there other numbers that we want to look at before we move?
I guess that's to Doug, right?
Right now, let's just look at not splitting Canton. Let's
Okay.
focus on that.
Very good. So then, so that's the difference. And now we understand why we've got a difference. Okay, very good. Take it away.
Yeah,
Commissioner
because
Eads.
one of the,
Sorry, Commissioner Eads wants to get in here too.
Yeah, we split up Farmington from Farmington Hills as well. Which, I don't like splitting up Cannon. I don't like splitting up Farmington from Farmington Hills and splitting that in half. If we have to split both of them, then we have to split it, but I'd rather them be whole, if possible. But, if y'all can keep that in consideration while working on this Canton area, that would be great.
mm-hmm. And look like some parts of 9 can go into Novi, into 11.
Thank you, Commissioner Curry. Commissioner Witches, and then I'm going to try to get it back to Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Zatella.
Sure. Commissioner Eden brings up a really good point. We can go back and forth and argue where we're going to have to make a split for a city or a township or so on and so forth. But chances are we're going to have to split somewhere else at that particular point. And I guarantee you I can find another reason why not to split that particular one that we're splitting in the future. So what it comes down to is we need to make a decision and stick to it and not going back and forth with trying to tinker where we're going to be splitting a township or a city, because one of them is going to have to be split. And someone's going to have to give, and whoever's town is split isn't going to like the fact that their town is split. So that's my actual thought on the whole situation here. I think it's VRA compliant. This is what we have been tasked to do here today for this particular map.
I agree.
Let's not beat a dead horse when it doesn't need to be beat at this particular point. And move
Well,
on.
I think we can make this VRA compliant and do it better. That's my thought, without splitting Canton, without splitting Dearborn and Dearborn Heights, which is breaking up 2 other VRA communities. That's what I would suggest.
Okay, and I think that right there is probably the most accurate reason of why we're trying, just to see if you can do it, so that we're not splitting up those other. So, yeah.
But you know what?
Go ahead.
Third chair, vice chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you. But if you look and see how crazy 17 looks, it looks terrible. I mean, there's nothing rectangular about that at all, hardly. I mean, it just looks like somebody just said, well, we don't care about Detroit. We're just going to do it any kind of way. And we're going to make everything else look triangular or rectangular. And Detroit can just look like somebody with a cap and gown on and his mouth stuck out, sitting down man.
It is challenging. I agree. I don't think any of us are. Yeah.
And I don't think we should do that either. So if we do one, we're going to have to do the other. We're going to be constantly doing things. So that's just,
Okay.
Detroit
I guess what I'm.
doesn't want to be split because we're really not in. Detroit by itself is whole enough where we don't even have to be with River Rouge or Ecorse.
And I think it's the reason it's drawn the way, if my understanding is correct, Commissioner Curry, it is related to the VRA, right? Where the white and the black populations are balanced. And so, yeah.
It may be balanced, but it looks too crazy.
Okay. I absolutely appreciate that perspective. Commissioners, sometimes we talk a lot, and I know that this is important, but I do want to say, is it okay if we turn it over to Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Zatella just to try? Okay. So I'm seeing some nodding heads. Please, Commissioner Zatella and Commissioner Clark, are there any other comments before they take off? And Secretary of State Staff, Sarah Reinhart, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Curry, certainly appreciate your input in how the districts are drawn. I would just remind the commission generally that the final ranked criteria, the lowest ranked criteria states districts shall be reasonably compact, which essentially addresses the shape of the district. So just addressing that is your lowest ranked criteria. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Reinhardt. All right, so
Okay,
Commissioner
thank
Clark and Commissioner Zatella, you're off and running. Take it away.
Can we get the population numbers up? Take a look at those.
By township or precinct?
Let's do it by township right now.
Are you looking for just total or specific? Are you looking for Asian?
Oh, yeah, I want to get the Asian
Okay.
dot, those circles up as well, just to follow up on Juanita's concern.
You are gonna maybe move to Canton or Rochester Hills behind all this.
What's that?
It's a joke.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so this is Canton in the area of District 10 and 11. And the thematic here is Asian population.
Correct. And so if I were to split Canton, I would split it down at the bottom precincts. But I'd prefer not to split it at all.
You don't have to. You can
No,
redraw it.
no. So John, let's eliminate everything we've got in the Canton Township.
And put that
And
back
put it
into
back
10.
in. Yeah.
Okay, and
No,
again,
wasn't in 10. I think it was in 11. wasn't
No,
it?
it was in 10.
It was in 10.
Oh,
It's
Okay.
in 10.
Then let's put it back in 10.
Okay, and again, you're doing it from this map rather than backing up to before Commissioner Witches's.
Correct.
Okay.
So now the problem is going to be to look at 11 and see where we're going to get the population 11 and
Commissioner Clark, do you want to see if Commissioner Zatella has a way to do it?
yeah, let me look at the numbers
Okay.
on 10 first. Okay, 32. Go ahead, Rebecca.
So take off the areas of Dearborn Heights and Dearborn that are currently in 10 and put them back to 19.
So closer to where we started then.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the balance of Dearborn, and this will be Dearborn Heights. So that should take 19 pretty close to where it was, except for the Redford issue. Do you want to put Redford back in 9, which is where it was?
Yes, put Redford back in 9.
Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, all of Redford was in 9, so I'll
Yes.
just click on the
So put it back.
township.
Yep.
Okay, now 19 should be in the state that it was in, and just,
Yep, so we're
it
gonna
has a
make-
little bit more population. I'm
So
trying to
we're going to
think.
make a few little tweaks to the top of 19. Okay, so I want you to carry so you see we're just at the very top of 19. So let's go to the top of 19. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So I'm just looking at my map here. So
Yeah, I think Commissioner Witt just took this area here from 9 into 19. So if you were to take this back out, 19 would be in
Yeah.
its state.
So I want you to follow that curved line where you just were that precinct right there. Yep, down to that curved line and assign that back to 9. So bring it down to the curved line.
Commissioner Witches?
Everyone's doing, I spent my whole lunch working on this thing. And you're undoing everything that I did. It would have been nice to go eat.
I'm not undoing everything you did. This is an alternate map. I also worked on this over the lunch hour, so. Okay.
So
Mr. Morgan,
which
so-
curved line here?
Yep, so you're good right there. So you see those two little parts that are jutting out towards Redford, those two precincts. Can you put them back into 9?
Okay.
Just the 2. It looks like you're going to grab 3.
Yep.
That's increasing.
Okay.
Okay.
So now we're going to go a little farther along that curb, that little curved line coming down, and we're going to take all those precincts above it and put them into 9. So 788, 1839, all of that.
Can you walk us through like, are these sort of the Arab population, or is it clear in your mind? Like,
Not
why
all of
these-
that, not all of that, not all of that. Stop. Sorry.
Okay, one moment.
Sorry, John.
And I'm just thinking to help the rest of the commissioners understand maybe what your thought process is as you're talking out loud. Is that possible?
So what I was trying to do is balance moving multiple districts. And I think it will become clear when I'm done. So go back to where you were, John, and I'll explain everything I did and why I did it. Okay, so we're going to keep 1925 and 1243 in the Dearborn district. But that 1521, 920, nope, don't go all the way down to 1630. I don't want that one. Yep, just down to 1521. Put that into 9. Okay, and then 1162, take off and put 9, please. Okay, and then let's scroll back over to Livonia. All right, so I need you to zoom in a little bit there so I can see the numbers a little better in the shapes. Okay, so 2594, we're going to put into 10. So just to the right there, yep, 2594. And then zoom down a little or pull it up so I can see underneath. There's a little bit there I want to take. Yep, so you should have if you can zoom in, yep. So 2248, can you put into 10? All right, now let's go back up to the upper edge of 9 along the Detroit border. All right, so I want you to zoom in along there. Actually, the entire southern portion of Southfield, I want you to put into 14. Okay, so now we're going to zoom in because we're going to need to take a little bit of Detroit out of 9. So zoom back into that 8-mile line that you just were at. Okay, so we're just going to start along that border there. And we're just going to start taking off the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 precincts across, going up to 1161. So you see where we just saw 1161, so 1389, 1654, 1662. Just keep taking those across and put them into 14. That's good, yep. Okay, keep going across. And I want you to grab 2042, so keep going. Yep, right there. Okay, that's perfect. Then do 1764 and 1116, those two. Okay, go back over to the right and we're going to pull a little bit from the yellow and 1357, just that little bit there. 1360 and 712.
Sorry, did you mean
15? I'm sorry,
1537 into 14?
Yep.
And then
Grab that.
1360?
Yep, and then the 712. All right, and now I need you to zoom out a little bit so I can see what we've got left to change. Okay, so now we're going to go over to Farmington Hills. Zoom in there. Okay, so that one big precinct right there that's sitting out to the left, we're going to assign that into 9. Okay, can you zoom out again so I can see what we have? I think we might need a little bit more adjustments. All right. So scroll down to the Livonia area. And the line for Livonia, we're going to need to bring up a little bit. So we need to change it to 10. And we're going to assign 2544, 2003, 2255, and 2304. So those 4 precincts right along there. 2304.
Okay, and then let's zoom out again so I can see where we're at. Just a little farther. Okay, so now we need to go up above to the top of 11. All right, so you see that.
Also, I think you had a township here that was previously in 10. I don't know if you were contemplating that or not.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
That's Superior, so it's fine going where it's at. All right, so I want you to assign Wixom and Walled Lake into 11.
Okay.
And then I need you to zoom in a bit. So we're going to take off those bottom precincts. So the one that surrounds Wild Lake, we're going to take all those off around it. Okay.
Is that what you intended?
Yep. So go
Okay.
up on either side and take those precincts off as well.
This
That
portion
jaggy
here.
one, yep, that
Okay.
jaggy one. And then on the, what would be your right? So 3, 5, 1, 5. Yeah.
I would actually leave that one in, the 3083, and maybe go up more.
Okay. 3083 or 3083.
The
Okay.
one on the east side of Commerce.
So you would go farther into Wolverine.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Suggest what you want to suggest. We
I
need
think
to.
you should move farther north into Commerce instead of taking the east side of Commerce, because the east side of Commerce is more associated with like West Bloomfield, Orchard Lake
Okay.
than the west side is.
So then let's go on the right side, put back in that one you just took out, 3083 per Commissioner Eads' suggestion. Okay, and then take the northern areas and put them into 11, or the western edge, northern side. Does that make sense? So yeah, start going that way. So Lake Sherwood, Proud Lake State Recreation Area, those, yep,
Sorry,
that one.
let me just get the numbers up so we can be clear.
Yep, 2903,
Okay.
and then 2742.
You wanted this one?
Yes, please include it in 11.
Okay, so
All right.
11 is right on the population at the moment.
Okay, except we've got that one discontinuity. Can we put that back into
Yep.
14? Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. So now 9 is at 38.64.
Instead of 40.74,
Yeah.
which is where we were.
Mhm.
I'm going to write this down. 30, what was it? What is 9 at right now? 38.64?
38.64.
Okay.
And then we didn't break up Canton. We put Dearborn back the way it was, so we're not breaking up the Arab American community there as much. Yeah, so it's just an alternate way to
And
do
13,
that.
does 13 remains unchanged?
13 remains unchanged. It's still at 41%.
Okay.
15 is at, or 13 is at 41. 14 is at 34. 6 is at 39.
Okay.
8 is at 41. So I think they're all in compliance with this.
Right, and we did, so in number 9, district number 9 is 2 points lower, more in compliance with the VRA.
And what's 10 at?
I don't have the old numbers, but
Okay, it's low though.
it's low. It wasn't one of the ones that we were focusing on.
Well, it's
I'm concerned
Asian,
about
though.
what the change was that we're talking about. And if it's a positive change or not a positive change.
So at this point, it's a positive change. If I understand it correctly, right? The difference between what we were drawing before the break, right? And then just after the break and what was just done, right? The difference here is that 10 keeps together the Arab American, which potentially is a VRA district, and an Asian district, again in 10. So 19 and 10 are more complete and not as divided, just to bring the black voting age population into alignment. So that was the attempt here. It is District 9 is lower, so it's even more compliant with 38.6%. So I think it is a positive change at this point with
And
just
we're
those
able to
numbers.
Keep our Asian,
Right.
Asian.
You're not
folks
splitting the
together.
Asian
Yeah.
population in Canton,
I see
and you're not
Commissioner-
splitting Dearborn.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Curry and then Commissioner Eid, please.
Okay, I'll tell you my opinion.
Oh, and then Commissioner Clark after that, sorry.
Yeah, okay,
Yes,
go ahead.
I would like to see that rigged edge of Detroit again and see the names of the townships or streets or something so I can get a better understanding of what Detroit looked like, because so far I don't.
Yeah, one moment. I'll put up some streets.
Commissioner Curry, are you taking us to District 17? Is that where you want to go? Is that right?
I just see Detroit. I want to see Detroit and the townships there, the voting districts or whatever that they make.
Okay. Before we go too far, I just want to make sure that we stay on track here. May I suggest that Commissioner Eden and because Commissioner Clark wanted to sort of evaluate what was just done. So before we go on to something new, is that okay if we come back to you, Commissioner Curry, and what you want to do? Is that okay?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. So Commissioner Eden and Commissioner Clark.
The only thing I would potentially change, I quite like this configuration, but the only thing I would potentially change is that area that's on the south end of District 14 and that it borders with District 9, the areas of Detroit below Southfield. I would maybe try to include just a couple more precincts with District 9. It's at 38.64%. I say let's just add precincts until we're right on 40%, which is where we need to be, 40 or below. And then that way that 14 district doesn't stretch quite as far south as it is right now.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I think that both Commissioner Witches and Rebecca and myself did a good job. Rebecca more than me, to be honest with you. Did a good job, and they're both acceptable. I think the one we're looking at right now is more advantageous to us, meeting the Voting Rights Act. And it does a couple things. It keeps Canton in place. It keeps the Asian group in place together. It reduces our numbers to where we want. So I would tend to go with that. As good a job as Dustin did, I tend to go with this.
Thank you, Commissioner
And then,
Clark.
and for Juanita's benefit, as soon as I'm finished here, you're next up. So, okay. Thank you.
Fantastic. So, and Commissioner Zatella, did you want to walk us through sort of how you did this or why you did this? Is that something you want to do?
Yeah, I mean, I can explain what my thought process was, is that part of the problem with 9 is we had so much of Southfield. So Southfield is highly concentrated, as is Redford and the western edge of Detroit. And so we knew we were going to have to go into Farmington Hills. So I just figured by putting that Southfield area up into 14, we now have the 2 VRA districts. And that way we didn't have to go into Dearborn as much, because we've already looked pretty extensively at Dearborn and wanting to preserve that other VRA district of the Arab American vote. So by shifting things around a little bit and moving Southfield up into 14, we're able to create a strong district there, a strong District 9 without having anybody diluted, and then also preserve Canton, which has that high Asian American population, and then also simultaneously take care of keeping the Arab population in Dearborn and Dearborn Heights together. So it's like a balancing act between those 4 different communities that I was trying to sort out in a way to not diminish the vote of any particular population.
Excellent. It looks like Mr. Morgan has highlighted District 14 at 34.1%. So it may be an additional opportunity to elect with the Black voting age population almost at 35, but not quite there.
And I would say to Commissioner Eads' point about putting a little more into Southfield, if we do that, we are going to take out of 14 because I deliberately put those in to just pump that up a little bit as close to 35 as I could.
So what I think you're saying is we would diminish the Black voting age population. We would potentially reduce it even further in 14. Okay. So that helps justify. And it also, I think, say it again, Commissioner Curry, please.
I don't think that's so good.
You think that's so good? Is that what you said?
I'm not sure whether that's so good
Okay.
for Detroit and the surrounding places.
Is it okay if we get sort of an analysis? Mr. Adelson just arrived, and Commissioner Curry, I want to get back to you and your District 17, and I want to help us understand where we may be. But again, because Mr. Adelson just arrived, we have been trying to achieve voting rights compliance with our. Go ahead.
That's fine, but can I do it before can I look at it before he makes any noise?
Got it. So you just want to look at that District 17, is that correct?
I want to look at Detroit. Is Detroit District 17?
Detroit is a number of different districts. I think we're all the districts that we've been moving around are in the Detroit area.
Oh, okay.
So help us know where exactly, help Mr. Morgan know
the whole,
where we want to go.
I'm trying to understand mapping. So the whole point is to dilute a large population, a minority population, right? Was that the point?
This is for the Senate districts. Yep. So we're only going for 265,000. Yep. This is a Senate districts that we're drawing.
Can I see just some names of the townships or the districts or whatever it is that I can tell what's connected?
Sure. So I'm just going to zoom in on Hamtramck because I think it's a good marker, a point where we can use as a reference point. So this is Hamtramck. District 8 is the area of Detroit around Hamtramck and goes up north into Warren. And then the area of District 17 we talked about, it has this central part of Detroit, and then it goes down into Lincoln Park and Allen Park.
Can I see what's some of the townships up in here above Delray? What's that?
Okay, so here's Michigan Avenue. It's straight east-west. And then here's Fisher Freeway down here. And then this is 75. So here's Delray.
Can you put some more, John, can you put some more names of the areas that's near Delray, that's near the Fisher Freeway on the left side?
Okay, are you looking for neighborhood names or are you looking for street names?
Street names or townships, one of the two.
Okay. All right, so here's Dearborn Township.
I know where Dearborn is.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
And then here's Wayne State is in District 8. And then here's Michigan Avenue, Fishers.
Well, Michigan Avenue is predominantly white on the north side. You took us all the way up to 17, Detroit?
District 17 has Highland Park and this portion of Detroit all the way down here. And then it goes south to Lincoln Park.
Okay, what's right there under, by Windsor, on the left-hand side of Windsor, the name? What's right there?
Okay, I don't know if someone else can help me with the name of the road here.
The name of the
Jefferson.
Jefferson.
Right here is Jefferson.
Okay. Okay, and and so what is this right here, John? This little grayish blue strip that goes all the way up, is that water too?
This is water. This is the border with Canada, I think, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah. Okay, now right behind the left-hand side of the border to Canada, in this little area right above that border.
Above the
Kinda
blue
in the
border?
middle, kind of in the middle, closer, go up some more,
Okay.
to the
Yeah.
right, to the right,
Okay, to the right.
kind of
Okay,
up in
up
there. What
here.
is that? Yeah, what is that part?
Okay, this is Fort, right here.
Okay, but I need some streets. Who are we connected to there?
So he said it's Fort Street. Does that help?
Nobody lives on 4th Street.
Right.
Okay, and the cross street.
And nobody lives on Delray. So how did you get the minority for Detroit? If you split, the different precincts, because some parts of the precinct is not going to have enough to do nothing for.
I'm not sure, Juanita, but I think what happened is that we were trying to balance Highland Park, which is heavily African-American.
No, it's not.
Highland Park is not?
It's not. No, Highland Park is full of
You're getting lots of
Bangladesh
nods.
people, the Belkadesh, whatever their names are. I can't pronounce it right
Bangladesh.
now.
Bangladesh and newest
They're
tradition.
full of Bangladesh. They're mostly non-African Americans.
Okay, so I think I have a better street map as a background. So I think this covers what you need with some better street names.
Yes, like Lafayette is just a street, and where the houses are, where are the houses? Can you put the black popularity up in there for me, please, so I can see?
You mean the theme?
The little dots for the African-American people.
Sure, one moment.
I'm only saying this because I know when all this is said and done, they're gonna say to me, people in Detroit, you didn't fight for Detroit. So I'm trying to see what's going on, so I'll have something to say when all this is passed. I guess it just appears to me that everything stayed whole, whether it was a white minority, a Bangladesh minority, or non-Hispanic blacks. Everybody stayed together, but looked like Detroit got chopped up. And it's a lot of African Americans there. So I'm just trying to see where you put everybody.
Right, and I think.
Is these the dots right here? Is this it?
Yes, those are the dots.
Yeah, I'm going to use a pointer and just put a little information on here. So this precinct here is 35% African American. That's what that dot
what
is.
street is it? Can you tell me street, John?
Sure, this is right off of, this was Lafayette, right off of 75.
Okay, that's not.
Yeah, this is Lafayette Boulevard right here. And then up north, this area here is 87% African American. And that's Temple, Martin Luther King, right up in this area.
So Lincoln Park.
Oh yeah, you want
River
it down
Rouge.
here? Yep.
And I don't live in either of the three, but could you kind of spread those dots around to the right, to the south side? North south.
Mr. Curry, are you asking we're trying to you want, what I'm hearing is.
No, I'm just saying, I made a statement, I wish we could have, but no, I'm just trying to see what the population is and who we're going to be voting with when we get ready to vote. Because I know that all of the different nationalities have been kept together, more or less. And looked like Detroit somebody threw a bomb in it and split us every kind of way it was.
Yes, and what I hear you saying is that you also want to understand why we did it this way. Is that accurate?
I do understand why it was done that way. It didn't have to be done that way.
Okay, so alternatives.
It was done that way.
Right, so we want to explore alternatives. And I think that's where we're still at that point, Commissioner Curry. Right, and I think as we explore and try to get better alternatives.
See,
right,
my thing is, I wanted in my mind say that it was drawn fairly. I know why you kept Canton together. They're predominantly all white. I know why Birmingham, Bloomfield, all those places, they're predominantly white and very wealthy. I know all of that. That's what they probably have in contiguously together. But looked like Detroit was thrown with a few, I don't know if they're poor folks or what.
Well,
Because I,
if you look
and
at
it look like
District
just
17,
split it all kinds of ways.
well, and the reason I think we're trying to split it is because we're trying to get the numbers that we were given from Dr. Handley at 35% with the Black voting age population, that's at 35%. So we did our best to try to draw that with that kind of understanding that the Black voting age population can elect a candidate of choice. I don't think there are any districts, even though they might not look like it. It looks like it's splintered, but there is no district in here where the Black community cannot elect its candidate of choice. And sometimes
But
we're
what I'm
respecting
saying is you got some all kind of people that some may vote and some ain't caring about voting. And I'm trying to see where you put all the people that don't really participate in voting. Are they in 13 or 8?
Well, we don't. If you can help us identify where we need to have a higher Black voting age population, that would be very helpful. Is that what you're trying to help us do?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Commissioner Curry, this is John Morgan. I think that this is the area that you were wondering about. There's a lot of these dots up here in the central part of District 17. In the southern part, there's fewer dots.
Okay, so you couldn't bring some, John, to me, look like those dots should be more circulated, because where the main Detroit is, it looks like it's where possibly I live and a lot of other people live, that there's nothing but water and Lafayette, big streets, and Jefferson, which is a huge street, and it's none but businesses really operating on those streets.
Well, I think it might be useful at this point, since we have Mr. Adelson here, and these districts were drawn based on his consultation and advice into these particular. Well, it might be useful to have him look at these districts and tell us what his thoughts are with respect to the voting rights compliance, since he is here. And we did just redraw these to reduce the percentages.
I'm fighting too. I want what I like to be, I wanted to show that, a good effort was put in for Detroit, because Detroit stays in Detroit most of the time, and we look out for people. People are very contiguous in Detroit, and they have a lot of things in common. But if you break them up, I might walk across the street, don't know nobody, or go down the street and be out of my neighborhood and don't know the neighborhood that's there. That's what I'm saying. I just wanted to see the names of what people have, because
Thank you,
it
Commissioner
don't
Curry.
seem like anything else is broke up like that.
You're helping us all get oriented to the area that you really care about. And I think what we're trying to do is use our time today, because we're going to be working till 8 p.m. And we have this Senate map, and we've done some work today to improve voting rights compliance. And we have Mr. Adelson, and we also recognize that it's not just voting rights that we want to get to today with this map. We also want to look at partisan fairness, and we want to look at other partisan other compliance issues. So Mr. Adelson, can you help do you need an orientation about what we've done today, or do you want to just sort of dive in? How can we assisting us?
Well, good afternoon. And I think an orientation might be good, because just in the time that I've been here, there have been a lot of adjustments, but I also have a couple of things to say before we do that. As you know, it's very important, it's not essential, that Dr. Handley's analysis be followed for compliance. And there are different forms of that analysis depending on what county we're looking at, whether it's Oakland, Wayne, Genesee, Saginaw. But then what's also absolutely essential, the election results tell the story. So a district can be created with whatever the population is, unless the election results prove out that minority voters can elect their candidates of choice. The other considerations fall by the wayside. And as we've discussed, the adherence to Dr. Handley's analysis, the importance of understanding racial bloc voting. And I also, just as a coincidence, I spent a better part of the weekend discussing racial bloc voting in lots of different configurations. And it is, the Supreme Court has made it very clear that if you pack voters, if voters are put in a district in excess of what racial bloc voting analysis shows, that's an issue. And I know we've talked about that, and we're going to continue to adhere to it. Yes, Commissioner Roth.
I just want to acknowledge that that means anything in Genesee County is over 35 to 40%.
Well,
Is that true?
Well, a couple of things. Remember, these are estimates. These are based on districts that have never operated in an election. So the election results that in the whole matrix have been disaggregated to deal with different geographic areas. So I think, as Dr. Handley and I had said previously, since they are estimates, they're not adhering to an absolute 35%, 45% is not something that, in my cautious preference, that I necessarily would recommend. Having a range, 35 to 40%, 40 to 45%. Yeah, I think that's more advisable. And I think too, as we talked about last week, one of the things that you all are doing, and the commission is doing, is that much different than other jurisdictions that I'm familiar with or that I've worked with or dealt with. Remember, you are unpacking the districts. You are not concentrating minority voters on the basis of race or color beyond the level at which Dr. Handley determined, which is exactly what the Supreme Court says. So what you're doing is the effort is compliant, but you also have to realize too that typically throughout the United States, when non-citizen redistricting commissions are drawing, there's a lot of packing, a lot of finagling. And I'll mention, just as an aside, one of the areas that I was asked to look at over the weekend involves not Michigan and not a state in this part of the country, where politicians from both major parties basically agreed as few changes as possible, and the priority is to keep elected officials in office. So if that means packing minority voters at 70, 75, 80%, they were all ready to go. Now, needless to say, this is drawing a lot of attention, but that's completely different from what we're talking about here and the effort that you are making to deal with the issues that we've discussed. So what I would suggest and request, yes, if I could get some kind of introduction to where things have gone this morning. And then also I suggest that we go down the list of districts, with districts starting potentially in the mid 30s with BVAP, and see what the election results tell us. How does that sound?
It very possible. Would you like us to tell?
Something?
Oh, Commissioner Curry, sorry.
Yes, please. I think everybody's doing a great job doing these maps, and we're trying to be as fair and honest as we can. I'm just trying to see if Detroit got a fair. There's some people that are not going to ever do anything but drink, play outside. They're not going to go and vote nowhere. And I was trying to make sure that this area in which that I know is used to voting don't get split up, that even though the voting age is the same, if the people don't have a desire to vote, you might as well not have the people in the place. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I wanted to see, because I know that there are some people probably in every nationality that's not going to go around the corner and vote for nobody.
Thank you, Commissioner
I
Curry.
did not want, I just didn't want to just leave Detroit. I want to see where everything is. So I know where that area is, and I don't want to be put in the area where people don't care about voting.
Thank you. Commissioner Ede.
So before we go and look at the election results, I just have something I'd like to get clarity on that might help the rest of the commissioners too, who I believe might be struggling with this. Mr. Adelson, I appreciate all of the advice that you give us, but I got to be honest, I'm becoming increasingly uncomfortable with this direction that we're going under, because while it is unpacking the districts, we don't have any district that's close to 90%, 70%, even 60%. But, the numbers that we're hitting, it just makes me question how is that going to work with actually electing a candidate of choice. And I think part of the problem I have with this understanding is the analysis did not include primary election results. So like if we look at District 17 here, we have it at 35.14% Black voting age population. If you have a primary election where there's two Black candidates and a white candidate, how is it that the candidate of choice is actually going to get elected. I understand that in the general election, yes,
Right.
all of these districts that we draw are going to be Democratic districts, but that's not where the choice actually happens in these areas. So I don't know if that helps. I don't know if I'm being clear in the question I'm asking, but it's just making me a little uncomfortable having to hit these percentages that are so low. I would be more comfortable with like 45%,
Yes.
but 35%. Thank you, Commissioner Curry.
All of that. Absolutely. I'm in full agreement with you.
No, but I'm just asking because I know that's been a message that's been relayed to me by other commissioners as well. So I think just some clarity on that would really help me.
And commissioners, just a reminder to not speak over each other. It makes the interpretation very difficult. So please do not speak over each other. Thank you.
So thank you, Commissioner Eid. I heard Commissioner Curry. Did you want to say something more?
Yes, I just wanted to say one more thing. Anthony touched on what my sentiments were, because I know that if the voting population is so low, 25, 30, 35, and not even half of those people vote, you might as well not have a population hardly at all.
Thank you, Commissioner Curry. I know Commissioner Clark, but I want to help Mr. Adelson actually respond to what has been asked of him. Commissioner Clark, do you want to go first, or should I have Mr. Adelson?
Just quick comment.
Sure.
I think we've done a commendable job unpacking Detroit. It's a difficult thing to do, and there's going to be some pros and cons to how we did it, as it would be with anybody that did it. But it's a heck of a lot better than what we had 10 years ago. So I think we headed in the right direction.
Thank you, Commissioner. Which is you first or Mr. Adelson first? Which one would you prefer? Go ahead, Mr. Adelson.
Me?
No, you go ahead, Mr.
Yeah. So I also agree. I think we have a commendable map here as well, with unpacking Detroit. But I also agree that I share Commissioner Ead's concern with almost the exact same question that he asked you. So I really want to hear that as well. So.
Okay. Again, I have to stress that, and we don't know, I know Commissioner Curry was talking about whether in areas where people vote or do not vote, and we don't really have any data that I'm aware of about that or analysis. I really have to stress this is a data-driven legal process. It's not an anecdotal process. It's not a process where we look at something and make conclusive decisions because of that. The racial bloc voting is dispositive. The Supreme Court and federal courts regularly adhere to and expect the parties to comply with racial bloc voting analysis. Now, I can't tell just by looking at numbers without looking at election results whether or not these are ability to elect districts. And the point about primary elections, Michigan has some interesting processes. One of them is that you select attorney general candidates in conventions. You don't hold primary elections for attorney general. So that's one primary election that there are no primary elections. As from what I understand from the Secretary of State's office and my own research, there are no more contested primary elections statewide in Michigan than what you have. And there's only been one, the 2018 gubernatorial primary, which, as we've talked about, is quite revealing and has been quite helpful in crafting and some of the districts and making some of the decisions. So primary elections, if you had them, statewide primary elections would be helpful. Well, we have to work with what we have, and the election results that I've seen are the one primary election from 2018 statewide and the general election. So I think that it's important to remember that. That's something that's a little different for me. I've really not been in a situation where so few contested primary elections are on the table, at least statewide primary elections. And as far as the numbers, I mean, we've talked about that. I have always recommended having a cushion, that 35% is an estimate. Building in a cushion is something that I would recommend, since these are estimates. But I have to stress that there can't be any determination about Voting Rights Act compliance without looking at election results. So
All
the
right.
election results tell all.
And that seems like that's where we want to go. I see Commissioner Curry's hand, but is it important to respond right now, Commissioner Curry, or should we go to the election results?
No, I'd like to respond because I'll forget my thoughts. Excuse me.
Please go ahead.
And I don't mean to be the oddball or be trying to tear down the whole map, because I know what we're shooting for and I know what we have to do. But I also know that if you put me in Canton, you put me in Bloomfield Hills, Birmingham, Royal Oak, and all those places, just about 100% of the people that live in those places will vote. But when you come to Detroit, this I know for a fact, you put some people, everybody in Detroit don't vote. That's probably why they needed all the help they could get, because they don't vote. Half of Detroit right now do not even know what redistricting is. And it's not our fault, and I know that. But some people just don't care. You got that kind of crowd mixed in with Detroit that they don't care what happens. But when you go to a wealthier place, Southfield, all those places, even Dearborn, whatever, people are concerned. They're concerned. And when you just put a few people that are concerned, that's why I wanted to see where the lines were. When you see just a few people that a block or two that may vote, and you got a whole half a community that won't even go out their door to vote because they think already they've lost, then you've got a problem there. So I don't think the voting thing with the nationalities, I have a problem with that with Detroit.
Commissioner Curry, I think you're helping us give language to the idea that we haven't looked at socioeconomics.
Yeah.
We haven't addressed that yet. And we also haven't looked at that sense of engagement or disenfranchisement. Is this population disenfranchised? And maybe it's because of socioeconomics, but you're helping us give language to that. So thank you. Is it okay if we, what I want to do is I want to pin that. I want to hold on to it. I want to see if we can get to it after we get to this, the election results, and trying to understand somehow where we are, because unfortunately, right at this point, we don't have socioeconomics or disenfranchisement as part of a legal criteria that will lead us to better compliance. Is that accurate, Mr. Adelson?
Well, as we know, Commissioner Rawthorne, as we've talked about a lot, having more data is always better than having not enough data. I'm not aware of any data that addresses that issue. Dr. Hanley didn't include that in her analysis. So if there are data that speak to that, great. But I'm not aware of any, and we certainly don't have it available from what I understand. So we do have the election results, which, although we don't have more statewide primary results, we have what we have. And that plus Dr. Handler's analysis are both very instructive and essential to compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Adelson. I see. Go ahead, Commissioner Curry.
I'm still going to stand on my thesis that Detroit have, although they're African, mostly Black African Americans, you have the voting population that votes. I'm going to stick to that. People do know. Bruce, you should know, because I know it. And Dr. Allen, whatever her name is, she knows it. What I'm trying to say is that the whole politician area knows. People know that. They know the areas where some people ain't going to vote. They already know that. They do it in every election. They don't look for some people to come out. So that's what I'm saying. We got to keep some of the places where we know people are not going to get up, probably even in those rural neighborhoods. There may be some people that's not even going to go there, but it's going to be to their disadvantage.
And so what I'm hearing
is not going to be enough people.
We're going to build a cushion, Commissioner Curry, because what I'm hearing you say is we need more like 50% rather than 35%.
Yes, it has to be higher.
Can justify that. We're the commissioners, so we'll try our best. Mr. Adelson, will you help us with the election results, please?
We go all the way up to
And I would offer that we need 6, 7, 8, 17, 19, and 13. And we deliberately tried to unpack 6, 8, 9, and 13 because those were the highest percentages. And we brought them down significantly. If you'd like those numbers, I can give those to you.
Okay, well, why don't we, I don't want.
Okay, so District 8, not District 17 that Commissioner Curry was talking about? District 8, okay.
Last Friday, we talked about having.
I want 17 too.
Thank you. We talked about having a systematic approach to compliance, and that also is very important for the record and record keeping in general. So I would like to let's start with 6 and work our way down the list.
Okay, here's District 6. So zooming in on District 6, it is a portion of Detroit, and then it's Warren, and then up to Sterling Heights in Oakland County. And the current information here is 39.9 non-Hispanic Black. And then the election results is what you want to see?
Please.
Okay, so District 6 is 65% for Biden, 35 for Trump in 2020. Clinton 66, Trump 34. In 2012, Obama is 73, Romney's 27. In the Senate race, Peters is 66 and James is 34. In 2018, Stabenow is 66, James is 34. In 2014, Peters is 74 and Land is 26. And then I've got in 2012, Stabenow is 79 and Hoekstra is 21. For governor, Whitmer is 67 and Schuette is 33. For governor in 2014, Shower is 64 and Snyder is 36. For attorney general, Nessel 65 and Leonard is 35. For attorney general in 2014, Totten is 63 and Schuette is 37. And then for Secretary of State, 68 for Benson or 69 and 31 for Lang. And then Dillard is 62 and Johnson is 38. And then for the governor's race in the primary, El Said is 26, Thenador is 26, and Whitmer is 48. And again, that's District 6 election results.
Okay, thank you. I also want to comment about the primary election results and what the gubernatorial. I spoke to Dr. Handley about whether there's, with the primary results, what they reveal about Black voting patterns. And she said, I think as she included in her analysis, that they're not statistically reliable to determine the Black voting patterns because there's somewhat of a lack of cohesiveness. The cohesiveness is part of the Thornburg versus Jingles requirement. So if there is no cohesiveness among any given minority group, then it's difficult to make valid assumptions and conclusions. So we hadn't talked about that before. I wanted to add that. So looking at the results, 36 shows, I believe, across the board that candidates of choice prevail. 1 or 2 of the elections are relatively close, but this is not a district where minority candidates lose. It's a district where minority candidates of choice win, including the bellwether elections that involve minority candidates, either at the top of the ticket or as a lieutenant governor nominee or vice presidential nominee. So this district, based on the results, seems to play out, meaning seems to perform in the language of the Voting Rights Act to elect candidates of choice.
Commissioner Ede?
Well, that's good. I'm glad it does currently, but I think it would have done the same thing before we lowered the Black voting age population down to what we lowered it. So I'm trying to figure out, what are we comparing this to? Like, should we compare it to what it was before we made these changes?
Well, let me speak to something else before I address that. I think it's really important to remember that the U.S. Supreme Court has been absolutely clear that if you put additional minority voters into a district beyond what is needed to elect candidates of choice, that's an issue. So how many, there is no bright line figure that, 10%, 20%, 30%. But in the Cooper case, Cooper versus Harris, which we've talked about, there was an African-American community that had for 20 years been electing candidates of choice. They were below 50% voting age, 46%, 47%, and they had substantial crossover support from white voters, which Dr. Hanley has also concluded exists in parts of Michigan, certainly in Wayne County. So the court was throughout the districts, throughout the map, and said that by including voters, minority voters, beyond what is necessary to elect candidates of choice, that's packing. Now, there's no like absolute, you had one more voter, 10,000 voters, 5% voters. That is a bright line number. And in concentrated areas like urban centers, you are going to have an issue that, because the population is very concentrated, it is not always possible to get to mathematical certainty. And then as I said that, I realized that these are estimates. So there is no mathematical certainty. But what is certain, if you pack voters beyond what is needed to elect candidates of choice, to give voters an opportunity to elect, which is what the Voting Rights Act requires, then you run some, may have some issues. So I don't know if that completely addresses the point, but if, as I said before, if you want to build in an extra cushion, I think I recommend that. I think that that's important because remember, you are not building districts, unlike what has happened in the state previously, or unlike what has happened in some court cases of 60, 70, 55, 80% minority population. You are creating districts where you are diversifying population while retaining, protecting the ability to elect candidates of choice. So I'm all in favor of and support having a cushion. I would caution that that's not endless. A cushion doesn't mean 60%,
right?
55%, certainly in a county like Wayne County, where there is crossover support. And Dr. Hanley's analysis is clear.
Commissioners, I'm seeing a couple of commissioners that need a break. Commissioner Curry, do you want to speak to it now or do you want to try to do it after the break?
I won't be long. I'll be short.
Okay.
And if they need to go to the restroom, you can excuse them, please. But I just want to say that I'm not even thinking about races when I speak of this. I'm only speaking from what I know. I know that Canton doesn't have a bunch of slouches in their state or city, their city, excuse me. I know that Birmingham, Bloomfield, Rochester Hills, Royal Oak, I know those places do not have the burden that Detroit has, you know, and it's not any of our faults, but what I do know is that there is a portion, a large portion, and it's probably in other places too. I'm just not familiar with it. I'm only speaking about Detroit, and not because of one way or other, but I'm just putting my 2 cents in for where the city that I live in. There is more slouches just about in Detroit. It's probably half and half. So when we do 35 or 40 or 39 or 35, it's really going to be half of that. Because when I say some people don't participate in anything year in, year out, day in, day out, and it's because of social problems. And so that's automatically knocking Detroit all the way down when that should not be one of them, the voting rights for Detroit or any other city that have a poor turnout. And I do know that the politicians, the people that do the voting, they know the cities that have the poor turnout. When you're dealing with a whole 265,000 people and you know only 60 of them voted, you know that's a poor turnout. And it happens every time the voting area takes place. It always happened like that. That's why Detroit probably was so consecrated and so big, because we needed that extra bunch to get anything done. But to each his own, I'm just throwing that in there. And it's not only for Detroit. I would feel that way about Canton or any other place in the state. When you know that that's happening, there should be some kind of something to rectify it.
Thank you, Commissioner Curry.
Thank
All right,
you.
it is 2:25. Let's take a 10-minute recess. I'm going to call it 15. Hearing no objections, let's stand in recess for 15 minutes until 2:40, please.
Can someone take this black spot off my, thank you.
As vice chair of the commission, I'm going to recall the meeting back to order. Secretary of State, would you please call the roll?
Good afternoon, commissioners, and welcome back from your break.
Thank you.
When I call your name, if you're attending remotely, please announce during roll call where you're attending remotely from. You can either use your county, city, township, or village. I'll begin the roll call with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothorn.
Present.
Rebecca Zatella.
Present.
Janice Billette.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present,
Rick-
attending remotely from Newton County, Michigan.
Thank you. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
We have 12 commissioners present and ready to rumble. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary of State staff. So we are still working with Senate map number 165, making adjustments. I believe we're going to return to Mr. Adelson. I believe we're working towards compliance, and we're trying to use some methodology so that we get through all the districts that are required today with our Senate map. I believe, Mr. Adelson, you were just walking us through the election results and did help us understand that District number 6 as drawn was relatively okay. Opportunity to elect. And so we were going to move on. Is that correct?
Yes, please. 6, yes, all the election results show that it is a performing district. So my suggestion is as we did on Friday, that we go down the list, and if it's appropriate for me to do so, just mention districts, look at the election results, see what they show, and then just keep going. If there are districts that need attention, we could just make a note of that and come back later.
Thank you, Mr. Adelson. Secretary of State.
I'm sorry. Can we hold just a second? I think our interpreters froze.
Of course.
Okay. Toy, you're with us? We're good to go. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Adelson, it is appropriate. I think we would, but great. Yeah, I think without objection, I'm just going to suggest, Mr. Adelson, if you help us sort of be methodical and help us get towards a more compliant Senate map before the end of the next recess, that would be we'd all be grateful.
Okay, then let's do it. So let's go next to District 8, please, and look at the election results.
Okay, so looking at Senate District 8, which is Hamtramck, a portion of Detroit, Warren, and Madison Heights. The election results.
So we need just a moment while the Secretary of State brings the Zoom meeting back up. Oh, okay, so so Mr. Adelson can continue. Okay, please continue, Mr. Adelson.
Okay, so District 8 here is Biden is 78%, Trump is 22, for President 16, Clinton is 80, Trump is 20. For 2012, Obama is 84 and Romney is 16. For Senate, it's 79 for Peters, 21 for James. For US Senate 18, it's 78 Stabenow and 22 James. Senate 14 is 85 Peters and 15 Land. For Senate in 2012 is 87 Stabenow and 13 Hoekstra. For governor, it's Whitmer 80 and Schuette 20, and then Shower 76, and Snyder is 24. Then for Attorney General, Nessel is 78, and Leonard is 22. In 2014, Totten is 77, and Schuette is 23. For Secretary of State, Benson is 80. Benson is 80. and Lang is 20. And then Dillard is 76. Johnson is 24. And then for the primary election for governor in 2018, El Said is 37, 26 for Thanador, and 36 for Whitmer.
Okay, thank you. All revealed candidates of choice being elected across the board. So I think for now, let's put an okay and go to our next district, which is, let's say, 13, please.
So you're skipping over 9?
Did we do?
9 was one that we had identified and worked on this morning when you
So
weren't
let's
here.
do it. Let's go to 9.
And just for clarity, Mr. Adelson there, so thus far, I'm trying to keep track of the districts that we want to return to. Thus far, there are no districts that we need to quote unquote return to. Is that accurate?
There are no districts where the minority candidates of choice are losing. They've won in all of them.
Excellent. So we're moving from District 1 and now we're on District 9 and so far so good. No,
Yes.
no redistrict.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so District 9 here, which is a portion of Detroit, all of Redford Township, a substantial portion of Livonia, and then Farmington and Farmington Hills, a portion of Farmington Hills. As configured now, the non-Hispanic Black voting age population is 38.6, and the election results will follow. So this is District 9. So for president in 2020, it is it's going to be 6. Sorry, let me go back here. 9. So 69 for Biden and 31 for Trump. Clinton is 68 and Trump is 32. Obama is 68 and Romney is 32. Peters is 70 for U.S. Senate and James is 30. For Stabenow in 2018 for Senate, it's 67 for Stabenow and James is 33. In Senate 14 is Peters 70 and Land 30. Stabenow in 12 is 73 and 27 for Hoekstra. In the governor's race, 69 for Whitmer and 31 for Schuette. And then in 2014, it's 60 for Schauer and 40 for Snyder. And attorney general in 2018, 67 for Nessel and 33 for Leonard. And then in 2014, it's 61 Totten and 39 Schuette. For Secretary of State, it's 70 for Benson and 30 for Lang. For 2014, it's 58 for Dillard and 42 for Johnson. And in the gubernatorial primary in 18, it's 29.5 for El Said, 22.5 for Thanador, and then we have 48 for Whitmer.
Thank you. Which of the districts that, please remind me, have the larger Arab American population? 19. Is there just one or is there another one? Okay. Okay. Well,
Yes, in the Senate, the populations are larger, so there's probably just one Senate district.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So same, all the election results prove out this does appear to be a performing district based on the election results. All the bellwether elections indicate that minority candidates of choice prevail. So now let's go to 8, please. Or did we already do 8?
We've just done 8 and 9.
Okay. 13, please.
Okay, 13 as drawn is a portion of Detroit with Oak Park and Royal Oak and all the way up to Birmingham in Oakland County. And it's 41% non-Hispanic Black voting age population. And this is District 13. So the election results for District 13 are 78 for Biden, 22 for Trump, Clinton 78, Trump 22. Obama is 77. One moment, just get the right one again. Okay, 77 for Obama and 23 for Romney. And then for US Senate, Peters 76 and James is 24. Stabenow 75 in 2018 and James 25. For US Senate in 14, it's Peters 79 and Land 21. In Senate 2012, it's Stabenow is 80 and Hoekstra is 20. The governor's race is 2018 is 77 for Whitmer and 23 for Schuette. And then governor 2014 is 66 Shower and 34 Snyder. Attorney General Nessel 77 and Leonard is, sorry, let me back up, 76 and 24 for Leonard. Then in Attorney General 2014 is 70 for Totten and 30 for Schuette. Secretary of State is Benson 77% and Lang 23. Dillard is 65.5 to 34.5 for Johnson. And then the gubernatorial primary, 34 for El Said, 19 for Thanadar, and 46 for Whitmer.
Also in this district, all the elections indicate performance, particularly in the bellwether elections. All the minority candidates of choice prevail. So based on the election results, I would say let's also put a check mark here. And this does appear to be a performing district where minorities can elect candidates of choice. So now let's go to 14, please.
Okay, currently as drawn, District 14 has a small portion of Detroit, all of Southfield. It's Bloomfield, Bloomfield Hills, Orchard Lake, and Wolverine over here. One of these is Commerce Township, I think.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah, to the left.
John,
Okay,
one moment. I have a question. Is most of this district is in Oakland County? Okay. Dr. Hanley in her analysis referenced Oakland County as having a 40% approximately threshold, not 35%.
We had 42 to 43%.
Yeah, I think that that's a good kind of benchmark guidepost. So this would be the only district that I've been looking at today that is below her threshold for Black voters being able to elect candidates of choice by voting age population. So we'll look at the election results as well, of course, but it's 6% below what she recommended. So I would say offhand that this would be something that I would recommend re-examine.
In other words, increasing the Black voting age population in that district in particular.
Right. As in her analysis, she concluded that for Black voters to elect candidates of choice in Oakland County, a 40% threshold would be the minimum, because there was at least one bellwether election, as I recall, where the minority candidate of choice lost. So we haven't seen that in going down the list so far. So that number does raise some concerns. That's why I would suggest that it deserves re-examination.
I have noted it.
Okay, so the election results as currently drawn in District 14 are 67 for Biden, 33 for Trump, Clinton 66, Trump 34 in 2016. In 2012, Obama 64, Romney 36, Peters is 65, and James is 35 for US Senate. In 2018, Stabenow is 66.5, and James is 33.5. And then for US Senate in 2014, it's 68 for Peters and 32 for Land. In 2012 Senate, it's Stabenow 68 and Hoekstra 32. And then for Governor, Whitmer is 68 and Schuette is 32. In 2014, Shower is only 54, and then Snyder is 46. And then for Attorney General, Nessel is 66 in 2018 and 34 for Leonard in 2018. And then in 2014, it's 58 for Totten and 42 for Schuette. And then for Secretary of State, it's 68 Benson and 32 Lang. Then for Secretary of State 2014, it's 54 Dillard and 46 Johnson. For the gubernatorial primary, it's 28% for El Said, 18 for Thanador, and 53 for Whitmer.
So the election results also prove out here, but the The percentage being below what Dr. Hanley recommended, that's why I'm suggesting re-examining this as we proceed, after we proceed down our list.
The next district that was discussed, it looks like was 17. Is that correct?
We did for today, in the morning when we were reviewing, we did have just 6, 8, 9, and 13 identified. I'm not sure. I do believe that we have talked about District 17, so it's appropriate to absolutely go there.
Yes, great point. Let's do that.
Okay, so District 17, as we've discussed before, it has Highland Park, part of central Detroit, and then it has the towns to the south, Ecorse, Allen Park, River Rouge, Melvindale, Lincoln Park, and Taylor. And the current African-American population is 35.1 African-American voting age, non-Hispanic. And the election results for District 17. Okay, it's 70 for Biden, 30 for Trump. In 2016, it's 72 Clinton and 28 Trump. For president in 2012, it's Obama 80, Romney 20. For US Senate, it's 70.5 for Peters and 29.5 for James. In 2018, US Senate is 72 for Stabenow and 28 for James. In 2014, 81 for Peters and 19 for Land. Stabenow is 84 and Hoekstra is 16 in the 2012 Senate. For governor in 2018, it is Whitmer 73 and Schuette 27. And then for governor 2014, Shower is 73 and Snyder is 27. Attorney General Nessel is 72 and Leonard is 28. 2014 Attorney General is 73 for Totten and 27 for Schuette. Secretary of State in 2018 is Benson 74, Lang 26. 2014 is 72 for Dillard and 28 for Johnson. For the gubernatorial primary, it's 28 for El Said, 29.6 for Thanedar, and then 42 for Whitmer.
Okay, thank you. So here as well, the election results indicate that it's a performing district for minority voters. Now, one inference that I'll make, because we don't have data about this, this has a 16% HVAP, Hispanic voting age population. So it's possible that that may help the margins in this district, but because we don't have any data yet on cohesiveness among different minority groups, that's not something that I would conclude. It's just an inference, because there is somewhat of a difference in performance in this district, and that's something I am inferring. But as we've talked about, please don't make determinations based on total minority population, because we simply don't have analysis that shows cohesiveness across groups.
Okay, and then I think you had talked about District 19, you talked about an Arab American district, and then otherwise that covers all the Senate districts in the Detroit area.
Okay, let's look at that. I'd also like to see the Senate districts, please, at least in the Flint Saginaw areas as well. But let's look at 19.
Okay, 19, the demographics of 19 as drawn right now are 27% African American and just under 8% Hispanic.
And if I could make a suggestion before, when we go to the election results, let's look at the El Said race first, because if this does have a significant Arab American population, as we've seen before, that election result should be revealed.
Okay, so Senate District 19 as drawn. Going directly to the gubernatorial primary.
Thank you.
It's 49 for El Said. One moment, I lost my thread. Okay, so repeating again, District 17 is 49 El Said, 19 for Thanedar, and 32 for Whitmer.
Okay, so let's look at that. I mean, when we've looked at this before, El Said is a strong marker for Arab American support, and the fact that this is the only district we've looked at just in our recitation now, where he has either won or if he won by such a large margin. So I'm pretty comfortable with considering this district being a performance district for Arab Americans. And I would suggest let's run the panoply of results just to confirm other conclusions.
Before we do that, it was interesting that there was another 48% in that gubernatorial. Was that for District 20?
That was not for District 20. That's District 16, which is up here in Oakland County. This is Troy and Rochester Hills. I think that was District 16, but let me double check because it skips around because I'm doing show districts in the view. So one moment.
And I didn't want to get us off track. I want you to continue, but it just felt like it was worth noting another very high district that we may have drawn. And yeah.
Anecdotally, do you have information about an Arab American community in that district?
Commissioner Eid?
Okay, sorry to interrupt. I just want to be clear. It was District 27, I think, is the one that was showing that way.
That's Ann Arbor.
That's
I believe El Said is actually from Ann Arbor.
Okay, so yeah, I'm sorry about the confusion. It wasn't an adjacent number. It's because I set the spreadsheet to show only districts in the view.
Thank you. Commissioner Eid, do you have a comment?
Yeah, Sterling Heights does have a large Chaldean American population, which is Arab American, but I don't think it's as sizable as some of the other populations there.
Thank you.
Thank you. And back to you, Mr. Adelson. Please help us continue.
So
other election results in 19?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so District 19 is here. And again, I shouldn't have drawn attention to that because it wasn't a district it was just a district in the view, not adjacent. Okay, so District 19 for Biden is 75 and for Trump is 25. And 2016, Clinton 75, Trump 25. 2012 is Obama 77 and Romney 23. For Senate, it's Peters 76 and James 24. In 18, it's Stabenow 76 and James is 24%. In 2014, Peters is 77 and Land is 23. Stabenow is 81 and 19 for Hoekstra. For governor, it is 77 Whitmer and 23 for Schuette. For 2014 governor is Shower 66, 34 for Snyder. Attorney General Nessel 75 and Leonard 25. Then Totten is 67 and 33 for Schuette in 2014. Secretary of State Benson is 77 and Lang is 23. Secretary of State 14 is 65 for Dillard and 35 for Johnson, and El Said for this district we talked about already, 49, 19 Thanador, and then 32 for Whitmer.
Great, thank you. And just so I can keep track of this is 19. Okay. So the bellwether election results and all the statewide election results indicate this is a performing district for minority candidates. I think they sweep the chosen election results. So this does based on the election results. This is a district where minorities can elect candidates of choice. Now, I had a question about approach. Were you focusing only on the Detroit districts right now, or do you want to look at districts elsewhere in the state?
Well, I think what we're trying to do is be methodical, which I think you have advised us. And so it would be helpful, I think, if you helped us be as methodical as possible and sort of, get closer to help us be methodical.
All right, let's be methodical. So let's look at the Flint Saginaw area, please.
Okay, so I have on the screen the District 1 that includes Saginaw. So Senate District 1 is comprised of Saginaw, Midland, and Bay City, and some surrounding townships. The minority population for African American is a non-Hispanic Black voting age of 11.3 in District 1.
And is 15 the district with Flint? Just below District?
No, District
No,
4
it's-
has Flint.
Yeah.
District 4, which contains all of Flint and the surrounding townships to the south and southwest. And that is 26.6 non-Hispanic Black voting age population.
Let's look at the election results, please.
For the Flint district or the Bay City Saginaw?
For the
City?
Flint district.
All right. The election results for District 4 as drawn. District 4 is 62 for Biden and 38 for Trump, 62 for Clinton and 38 for Trump in 16. In 2012, Obama 70 and Romney 30. For US Senate, it's 63 Peters and 37 James in 2020. In 2018, it's Stabenow 65 and James is 35. Then Peters is 73 and Land is 27 in 2014. In 2012, Stabenow 75 and Hoekstra is 25. Then Governor Whitmer is 67 and 33 for Schuette. Governor 2014 is 67 Shower and 33 Snyder. Attorney General is Nessel is 63 and Leonard is 37. And Attorney General 2014 is 63 Totten and 37 Schuette. For Secretary of State is Benson 67 and Lang 33. Dillard is 64 and Johnson is 36. And El Sayed for governor is 23%, 26% for Vanadar and 50 for Whitmer.
Okay, thank you. So District 4, the election results are similar. The candidates of choice, the minority population, the Black population are all elected, including all the bellwether elections. So you'll note that even though the BVAP here is 27%, don't be fooled by numbers in the sense that it must be 55% or 50% or 42%. Voters in districts sometimes can be quite surprising. I've learned in my career. So the fact that that this has a 27% non-Hispanic Black voting age population may on first blush indicate, there might be some difficulty in electing in the presence of racial bloc voting. But the election results answer that question. And that's why it's so essential that assumptions in this context are best put on hold until the election results are looked at.
And is this an opportunity, just to clarify, 4 is basically overpopulated. We could underpopulate to try to attempt that 35 to 40%, which is in Genesee County. That was what Dr. Lisa Handley gave us, right? We're at 27%. And I'm hearing you very clearly. We don't, right? The voting results help us understand that this is an opportunity to elect. And if we want to respect that idea that we need a cushion, and that maybe even the voters, especially the Black voters, want a cushion, we could attempt to do that. And so I'm just going to put that in my notes that we could underpopulate it and achieve some more parity potentially. Is that also accurate?
Yeah, Commissioner Rothran, that's a great point. Remember that this is not a congressional plan, so you have a lot more leeway underpopulating and overpopulating. The Supreme Court has been clear that compliance with the Voting Rights Act, as well as the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, are legitimate state interests in redistricting that do permit some level of under or overpopulation. It is really important to stress that because this is not a congressional plan, you are not required to have absolute or near absolute population equality. So a buffer can always be good. And I know that having lived in Flint and been there many times over the years, that once you get out of the city, there are populations in the rural area that don't have the same demographics as the city. So as we've seen elsewhere, that may have a dilutive impact. And that's something to keep in mind too, if this is a district you'd like to re-examine.
Thank you. And to be clear, so far we're within compliance.
Yeah, all of the districts we've seen from election results indicate performance, indicate that minority candidates of choice win.
Except for 14.
Well, remember 14 was that the 34%?
that was 30, and it needed to be at a minimum of 40% because it was in Oakland County.
That's that. And when to that point, even though the election results were positive, the fact that it's 6 percentage points below Dr. Hanley's analysis concerns me. And remembering that our analysis is an estimate. No elections have been run, of course, in these districts. So it is an estimate.
So then let me bring it back to District 4, which is also at 27%, and it's significantly under the 35% minimum that Dr. Hanley said for Genesee County, which brings me back to the idea that we could underpopulate. So it sounds like we should be consistent and try to get to that area that Dr. Hanley says is a minimum.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. That's something to look at. And right now the deviation is 1%. So I'm certainly very mindful of the requirement that if you do over or underpopulate state legislative districts, you must have a state policy justification. That can be, for example, Voting Rights Act compliance. It can be other aspects of your criteria, but excuse me, that when you do under or overpopulate, you just have to explain, well, we did it because of X, Y, and Z. And if that's a legitimate state policy justification, like Voting Rights Act compliance is, then that's good.
Thank you. Keep on going, or are we done?
Well, if we're keeping with our systematic approach, let's go to the Ann Arbor area, please.
So Ann Arbor and Washtenaw County?
Yes, and Ann Arbor is contained in one district. Okay. So that's District 27?
Yeah, can we maybe help with the colors? Because there's an unfortunate number of districts seem to have the same colors sometimes, but this is 29. Okay, 29 and 27 are different. Okay.
And I appreciate your comment about color, because there are times I look at these maps and I'm convinced that I need another visual check, because some of these colors just run together for me. So I appreciate that.
Where we were in Flint also had 2 purple districts. Yeah, yeah. Commissioner
Okay,
Eid.
so this is 27.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Commissioner Eid, and then back to Mr. Adelson.
I think when looking at this area of Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, there are a few things that we've talked about previously that we should keep in mind. The first being the high Asian population. I believe it was in northern Ann Arbor. And then the second is the partisan fairness analysis that was run on Friday, which showed this map to lean Republican. And I think that this would be a prime area to look at, to maybe separating Ann Arbor from Ypsilanti somehow in order to get those partisan fairness numbers closer to 0.
Thanks, Commissioner Eid. Back to you, Mr. Adelson.
Yes, thank you. Because for now, we're just hopscotching around the state to look at potential voting rights issues. And certainly, and the partisan fairness issue is one of the criteria. So, and I do remember that there being a sizable Asian population here. So let's just see what this district reveals. Yes, as we're seeing 12% Asian VAP and 12% BVAP. So about 24% combined. But again, we have no analysis about cohesiveness. So I'm not going to draw any conclusions from that. But I am curious. Let's see what the election results reveal.
For Senate District 27?
Please.
Okay, so Senate District 27 is Ann Arbor Township, over to Ypsilanti, Ypsilanti Township, down to Salem. So for president in 2020, it's Biden 82 and Trump 18. In 2016, it's Clinton 80 and Trump 20. Obama is 75 and Romney is 25. For U.S. Senate, it's 79 for Peters and 21 for James. Stabenow is 80 and James 20 in 2018. In 2014, you have Peters 77 and Land 23. In 2012, it's 78 Stabenow and 22 Hoekstra. For governor, it's 81 Whitmer and 19 for Schuette. Then for 2014, it's 65 Shower and 35 Snyder. For attorney general, it's Nessel 80 and Leonard 20. Then Totten 69 and 31 for Schuette in 2014. Secretary of State is 81 Benson and 19 Lang. And Dillard is 65 to Johnson 35 in 2014. And then the governor's race is 48.6 El Said and 8% for Thanador and 43 for Whitmer.
Thank you. This is not a minority plurality district. It is perhaps could be described as an influence district where minority voters can influence the outcome, but they can't. They're not determinative. And I was curious what the results are. My last suggestion is if we could go to Grand Rapids, and there may be some other, as we look at the map more broadly, there may be some other places we look at. But as I recall, there were a couple of districts in the Grand Rapids area that had significant minority voting age population. So I guess that's 23. And well, let's start with 23.
In the Grand Rapids area, you have one district is a portion of Grand Rapids to the north, and the other is a portion of Grand Rapids with Kentwood to the south.
Let's look at the results for 23, please.
Okay, so 23 is it's 15% African American and non-Hispanic, and then it's 15% Hispanic. District 23, you want the election results?
Please.
Okay, for 2020, it is 64 Biden and 36 for Trump. And in 2016, 60 Clinton and 40 for Trump. Obama 56 and Romney 44 in 2012. For US Senate is Peters 61 and James 39. Stabenow is 60 and James is 40. In 2014, it's Peters 54 and Land 46. In 2012, Stabenow 57 and Hoekstra is 43. And then for governor, Whitmer is 62 and Schuette is 38. And then in 2014, it's Shower 45 and Snyder 55. And then Nessel in attorney general is 59 and 41 for Leonard. And then for 2014, it's 45 for Totten and 55 for Schuette. For Secretary of State, it's Benson 62 to Lang 38. And then Secretary of State 14 is 44 for Dillard and 56 for Johnson. For governor primary, it's 44 for El Said, 15 for Thanador, and 40 for Whitmer.
Thank you. So this district is similar in that there is no one a minority plurality group here, and the election results are not consistent, including one of the bellwether elections. The minority candidate of choice lost. My recollection was, as I saw, about 30% minority VAP. So I was curious about the results. I think it's similar to what we've looked at previously. There's no one minority as a plurality here. And we don't have information or analysis about voting patterns. So clearly this district is much different than the Wayne County, Oakland County, Detroit districts we looked at where all of the elections proved out that's not true here. So as I said, I think we've gone through all of the districts that on the surface with population are suggestive of examination. There may be some other places that we look at as you move forward, but my suggestion for now is to look at 14 and the Flint district, I'm sorry.
Which is number 4.
Yes, and seeing what how you wish to proceed.
Very good.
Thank you.
And so what I'm also hearing you say is that if you try to fix those right now, that would be your suggestion. rather than moving on to, let's say, more compliance with partisan fairness, for example?
Well, my suggestion is that we're on the VRA topic and we
Stick with it.
Yeah, let's do those two districts.
Excellent.
See what the will of the body is. And then after we have the VRA issues with a check, then I think partisan fairness is the next topic to move on to.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Adelson. So I
you.
believe we're on to Commissioner Clark. And I wonder, Commissioner Clark, if you're willing to either tackle 14 or 4?
Yeah, 14 is great.
Fantastic. All right.
Okay, so 14 in Oakland County.
Yep.
Okay,
So let's,
here it is.
well, I'm gonna try to deal with increasing what we need to do and
Commissioner Clark is
done
okay.
at
If Commissioner
14. So let's take Pontiac and assign it to 14.
Commissioner E, did you want to say something
Okay.
as Mr. Commissioner Clark's going? Or you just want to let him go first? All right, keep going, Commissioner Clark.
Okay, so all of the city of Pontiac into 14.
Correct.
Okay, that's so 14 is currently 10,000 over, and so with Pontiac now it'll be 71,000 over.
Yeah.
But I have to put it in the correct district. One moment.
Correct. So
All right, so that's into 14, and now 14 is overpopulated by 72,000.
okay, go west a little bit. Yeah, let's take over near Wolverine Lake and 43058. Let's take the rest of that
The rest of the township.
and put it into 18.
Just a moment. The township is split, so I have to do this by precinct.
Correct.
Okay, so we're taking the balance of Commerce Township into 18.
Yep.
Okay, and there's a contiguity issue we'll address here in a moment. Okay, and did you want this precinct from 11 or do you want to hold off on that?
Let me look at what I've done here. Hold on. No, I think I want to hold off at the moment.
Okay, so I'm going to take this out. I'll split that into 11.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, just a moment. Let me catch up. And I'm just going to save. Anytime I work with the blocks, I tend to want to save more because that's when the program likes to crash occasionally. Okay, so 18 is currently 23,000 over and 14 is 36,000. Sorry. 18 is under by 24 and 14 is over by 36.
14's over by 36. So, yeah, where you got your pointer, let's take that whole township.
The entire township?
Correct.
And putting that in which district?
Yeah, put it in with, you're gonna have to put it in with 18,
Okay.
then we'll reduce 18.
Oops, sorry, I think I got Orchard Lake first. So you want all of West Bloomfield, including Orchard Lake?
Correct.
And then Kego Harbor and Sylvan Lake, yes or no?
Oh, let me think. Hold on.
Yes,
Yeah.
they wanted to be together.
Okay.
I want to try to keep them together. Would you agree, Anthony? Yeah.
Okay, so Sylvan Lake, Kego Harbor, Orchard Lake, and West Bloomfield, and now District 18 is over by 48,000 and District 14 is under by 36.
District 14's under.
Yeah, so you'd need to look at taking something from 18 or another district.
Yeah, let's take Auburn Hills
Into
into
14.
14, yeah.
Okay, and let me adjust the colors because we're green, green, and green. This is the Kermit the Frog
Yeah,
plan.
please do.
1 second.
Okay, so 14's a little low, but it's still less than 5%.
Yeah, just a moment. Let me
Yeah.
do this District 2 a different color. Or, yeah, I think District 2 will work. So District 2.
And Commissioner Clark, except for District 18, looks like you're within the deviation and you've definitely achieved a higher Black voting age population in
Yeah,
District
we got
14.
up to 45 from 36.
Yeah, 40, almost 46%. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's why I took this approach. So now 18 is high.
that's right. And the adjacent districts 2 is a little over. 11 is right on.
Yeah. So if 18's, 18's high.
Yeah.
I don't see the number. Can you?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. One moment. Okay. I'm just going to adjust to showing the districts in the view, which collapses us a little bit in
Correct.
the spreadsheet. So 18 is over by 24,000. And then you've got District 11, which is here, which could take
So
some
18,
of that.
18's over. District 11 can take some.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you have Wixom, Walled Lake, and looks like about 2 precincts of Commerce. But you're looking to take into 11 out of 18, or you have West Bloomfield here as well.
Yeah, let's take those out of 18 and see where we're at.
Okay, so we're taking portions of Commerce precincts into 11.
Yeah, I hate to break that up, but so be it. I've got to break something up.
Commissioner Eid has some thoughts.
If we zoom out a little bit.
Sorry, did you want to take those precincts or zoom out first?
Go ahead and take them out.
Okay, so
Then we'll get
then we'll zoom out. Okay.
comments.
All right, so into 11, and then let me get the let me turn off the precinct numbering and just put the population on. So that is my labeling.
Yeah, so let's get.
Okay, so we're looking at taking, it looks like you're probably going to need up to 12,000, maybe a little less than that.
Okay, go ahead and do that.
Okay, so this one at 3,000.
Get that one, and that's at 3107.
Okay.
And those two. Let's see where that puts us, and then we've got to make sure 11's in sync. Yeah, put those into 11. I think we took them out at one point. I'm not sure.
Okay, so at this point, 14 is negative. Oh, sorry, not 14. 11 is 4.1 over, and 18 is 5.1 over.
Okay, so let's go north on 18.
To remove something.
Yeah, because I don't want to impact 11 again.
Okay, so you have 31, which is adjacent, which is under by quite a bit, actually. 31 is under by a lot.
And don't forget, you've got 14. You can still add.
31's under?
Yeah, 31 is under by 13,000, and it's adjacent to 18.
So let's add Holly. Holly's 13? Yeah.
One moment.
Well, hold on before you add Holly.
Yeah, Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
I just wanted to offer that you still have, you're on target for the minimum voting age population for 14.
Yep.
And you're still underpopulated. So you could still just move 18, you could move more population from 18 into 14. right, to reduce 18, and that's just,
Oh, I
that's
see
a
what you
direct.
said. Okay, hold on, let me look at 18. So let's take,
So Springfield would be close to the total number, and 31 would be, again, that's about the right number if you were looking to equalize between those two.
put 14.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a pattern with 31, I apologize. I didn't want to get you off track. I just wanted, okay.
See, I don't want to move something into 14. I don't want to break up Waterford or Orchard Lake or something like.
Excellent. Then, yeah, head back to 31.
Yeah, let's go back to 31. So
Commissioner Eden.
31's over.
Sorry, 31 is underpopulated by 13,000 and 18 is currently overpopulated
Oh,
by
okay.
13, and Springfield is about
Yep,
14
let's move Springfield over under there.
into 31.
Correct.
Commissioner E, did you have a thought?
I go ahead.
Yeah, I think we're probably, I mean, going this route, we're probably going to have to re-examine 11 and take a look at it, which I don't want to do, but I think we're going to have to at this point. And, you know, but before I say anything else, we finish up what you're doing, because I think you're doing a great job, especially with 14. But we should look at the election results of 14 to see if it made a difference.
Okay. We'll do that in a minute.
Okay, I'm just going to adjust the color of 18. Now that we're up in the north, I have another yellow on yellow.
Please do. And then I want to look at the districts we changed, which are 14 and 18. And I think
Okay, I adjusted the color of 18. So you adjusted 14 and 18 primarily, and a little bit of 11.
okay, so 18's in sync, 14's in sync.
11 is a little over.
11's a little over. Let's look at 11. And I may pass that on to somebody else.
So because you adjusted 18 on the north side with District 31, now 18 is underpopulated by 1,100, and then 11 is over by 10,000. So if you wanted to do that, there's now room in 18.
Yeah,
I think above 18, 11 is also above District 18. I think it sort of 11 wraps around, if I'm not mistaken. Or is that 31?
No, this is 31.
That's 31.
Sorry,
okay.
let me do one more adjustment if I may.
Yeah, do that.
So
I
we can
think
see
I'm
it
going to
better.
look at, I hate moving commerce or splitting commerce up, but
Okay, so I'm just adjusting 31 to be a different color. So again, you were looking down here in the commerce area, you have Wixom, Walled Lake, and a portion of Commerce. And then over here you have West Bloomfield.
so let's go up and take the upper townships and commerce. Yeah,
Okay,
that one.
so you're going to take more of Commerce into 18.
Oh, wait, we're taking the commerce out, aren't we?
It's currently split, so you'd be adding into 18 if you add it. Okay.
Adding into 18.
Commissioner Clark, before you do that, I know that we're in this compliance phase. I just want to offer, before too much gets in, you were considering handing this off, and I just wanted to acknowledge
For 11?
whatever your adjustments are, you would mention that, and so I just wanted to acknowledge that. Right, this is where Commissioner Villette and Commissioner Eid had done a lot of drawing before, and so if they want to weigh in, I want to just create an opportunity, just in case that we make sure that we use our time well. Right, that we people who are familiar with the area, that they may want to,
Which one did you just change?
Sorry, yeah, I just took this one for 2,900 into 11,
Okay.
and there's still, into 18. So we brought 11 down to 7,700 over. If you wanted to take
Okay,
more, you
no,
could.
let's just stop it there.
Okay.
And then we'll let somebody else analyze 11.
And
So
you wanted
let's-
to look at 14?
14 I want to look at and have Bruce comment on what we've done as far as the stats on that.
Well, excuse me, the numbers have certainly changed, and we can look at the election results. I mean, the changes appear to be positive, but let's look at the bellwether election results for 14.
Okay, so for District 14?
Yes, and 14 is in Oakland and Wayne County?
It has a very small portion of Detroit up here. It's
Okay.
primarily in Oakland.
Okay, so let's just, because the election results were good before, let's just look at the bellwether election results, and that should be, I think that would be enough for now.
Okay, so for District 14, it's Biden 76 and Trump is 24, and Clinton is 76 and Trump is 24. Obama is 74 and Romney is 26. Peters is 74 and James is 26. And then Stabenow is 74 and James is 26 in 2018. In 2014, it's 75 for Peters and 25 for Land. In 2012, it's Stabenow 77 and Hoekstra 23. In 2018, governor 75 for Whitmer and 25 for Schuette. For governor in 2014, it's Shower 65 and Snyder 35, and then 74 Nessel and 26 for Leonard for attorney general, 67 for Totten and 33 for Schuette. And then for Secretary of State, Benson 76 and Lang 24. And then Secretary of State 2014 is 65 to Johnson's 35. And then for the gubernatorial primary, it's 28 El Sayed, 24 Thanadar, and 48 for Whitmer.
So as I thought, the district is still a highly performing district. The minority population, based on the election results, clearly has an opportunity to elect. And so I think that the changes, Commissioner Clark, I think the changes are good. They're not impacting anything, the federal criteria negatively. They give that cushion that Commissioner Rothorn referred to and that I certainly endorse. So I think those are very positive changes. Thank you.
And I think we accomplished our objective. on that
Yeah.
one. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank
Clark.
you.
So we have taken 14 off of our list. We have 4 to go. And we do have, because of this changes that may have happened, I think Commissioner Ede wanted to say something, and I wanted to open up the floor to Commissioner Villette too, if there were thoughts. But Commissioner Ede first.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the changes at all. I mean, I understand why we did it to become VRA compliant, but it doesn't seem like it had a significant change on the election results. But it does have a significant change on communities of interest. I mean, we were just in Oakland County at OU, and the thing we heard from our in-person live public comment was that, you know, this is one of the areas that we got right. And now we changed it. And I understand why we changed it, but it doesn't really, to me, seem to have any significant effect because the election results were the same before. I mean, to me, it just seems like we put Southfield and Pontiac together, which are 2 communities that don't have much to do with each other than the color of their skin. So I don't know. I think I think while it's better for, or it might be better for VRA reasons, it's really much worse for communities of interest reasons. So I don't know if maybe we can get some advice on how the election results impact this, because that's what's confusing me here. This election results are the same as it was before the changes.
I think you're speaking to many of us who are challenged by it. I think, right, if we were just refer back to criteria number 1 is VRA. And I think we're trying to achieve compliance, and we've drawn communities of interest, drawn with communities of interest in mind. And we're trying to get voting rights compliance, which is number 1, not number 3. So I think, unfortunately, that's the shortest and quickest answer to your question. I know it hurts, believe me. And I think Commissioner Villette had another thought.
Well, I think this is definitely better. I think this is a good map. I think that I read public comments that the people of Pontiac said that they did have things in common with Southfield.
All right. Yeah. I'm seeing some nodding heads. So just acknowledging that, yeah, we each, that's why we're all 13, right? Because each of us sees something else, and yeah, we all part of the whole. So just before we move on to District 4, and I guess Commissioner Curry, you're on deck to be the next commissioner to draw. Before we do that, are there places that we want to adjust in 11 or 31, or are they're all in line? Any strong feelings, commissioners who live in this area? Commissioner Ede.
Did you say for 11 or for 18?
whichever ones, as things were adjusted, I just remember seeing hands coming up. And since I know you live in the area, before we move on, I just wanted to see if are there small changes that you feel like are significant? Or can we move on to District 4 with Commissioner Curry?
I mean, there are changes I'd like to see. Can we scroll down further, like into 18 and 11? So I think, we're going to have to look at this and do something with it. And, we're right to the east of Ypsilanti as well. So we might want to look at that too, somehow incorporating that into 11 and maybe putting Novi and Farmington Hills into 18 and then taking off that top portion of 18, which has, Waterford and the more northern Oakland County townships. We could look at doing it now. I mean, it's going to mess up 11, but I think we might have to do that in order to maintain some sort of like community balance with this.
Because you're going to be right after Commissioner Curry, may I suggest that we move to Commissioner Curry and she can potentially work at district number 4, and then you could try to play with the ideas that you have. All right, Commissioner Curry, how are you feeling? We can't see you on the screen.
Well, they cut me off, but I guess it's back on.
Okay, we can hear you.
I know. Okay.
There you are.
Can you turn it up where I can see the words in it? John?
Yeah, I'm going to put the township names on, so that should help. So we're looking now at the Flint area. Okay, so the center of the district is Flint, which is 81,000 people. And there's 3 large townships immediately around Flint: Mount Morris, Flint Township, and Burton. And then to the south, there's a large township named Grand Blanc. And then on the west side, there's smaller townships. And I think that the contemplation here, according to Commissioner Rawthorne, was to lower the deviation some. Is that right, Commissioner Rawthorne?
Yes, to lower the deviation to increase the Black voting age population percentage by underpopulating. That was my theory. But again, I don't know that will, right? I sometimes think I know what I'm talking about, and then I say it, and then, yeah.
Okay, so the current status of District 4 is the non-Hispanic Black population is, voting age Black population is 26.6, and the deviation is positive 1% or 2,700 over. And then this is kind of the maximum deviation here, that not quite maximum, but this is not a district that's adjacent, but just as an example, this is 11,000 under and it's negative 4%. So you could go towards the lower end of the deviation by taking out up to 14,000 people. But then it will affect the other districts nearby, of course.
Well,
but District 15 has lower deviation.
Is there any way you can turn your letters up in this so I can read it a little better in the numbers? Okay, I can see it now. Thank you, John. Seemed like a hard one here.
This is a hard one, Commissioner Curry. You're absolutely right.
Should have left with the big boys.
Well, do you want some help? Commissioner Zatella may be able to help if you want.
Well, what I'll do is start it, and then commissioners, feel free to jump in and give me some advice one way or the other. Flint has, what is that, 81, 8,000, what is that?
That's right. It's 81,000, and this is area that has substantial minority population here in Flint proper, and also Burton. I don't think Grand Blanc has as much minority population.
They don't. Now the goal is to take out some of the minority in Flint possibly and put it in another district?
No, I think the goal was to leave the minority population in Flint and take out some non-minority population. So with that in mind, you might look at Mount Morris or Grand Blanc or possibly part of Burton.
Okay, I'm kind of familiar with Grand Blanc and Burton. So let's do Flint at 81,000.
Okay, so you want to keep Flint in this district. I think that's what the
Yeah.
idea was.
Yeah, we've been tearing them apart and trying to put them back together. So if anybody choose to, they can do it if I don't get it halfway right. Flint, the 81,252.
Yeah, that stays in the district, right?
Okay, that's 8130. And give me Burton. Oh, I need the
Okay.
other Flint, the other Flint. Can I do that?
Right.
Okay.
So,
31,000.
yeah, those are combined. Yeah, these
Okay.
are, sorry, these are already in a district. So I think you're looking
Oh.
at keeping
Oh,
those
okay.
in
Well,
and then
we're-
taking something out, like Grand Blanc.
Oh, okay, well,
Would it help if you had the themes, the dots, Commissioner Curry, to see the African American population? Would that
yes,
help?
it would help. It would very much. Thanks, MC. Wow, okay.
Okay, I'm just going to confirm this is what we think it is. So this is the African American population
Mhm.
in the area. So like we were saying, Flint has a lot of African American population, but the outside of Burton does not, and then some of Grand Blanc does not. And it looks like it's less in some of Mount Morris as well.
Okay, then let's go back to Flint so we can take some out.
Sorry, I thought you wanted to keep it in Flint.
Yep.
Well, I kind of do, but
So what we could offer, Commissioner Curry, is if you add, for example, so 15, if you add Lapeer Heights, for example, to 15, you would increase by taking Lapeer Heights out because it doesn't have as many of the dots, right? 15 can accept that number because it's under. And I think you would increase the Black voting population in 4, which is the goal. Is that making sense?
yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's do Lapeer and put it in 15.
Okay, so I'm going to take some of the precincts here in Lapeer Heights, which is in Burton Township.
Like this.
Okay, so this is about 5,000 that we moved. So now 15 can still take more and 4 can continue to lose more. So we take this one.
Yes.
And this one.
Mm-hmm. Take some of Burton.
Okay. So now the non-Hispanic Black population has gone up, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
And then the population deviation is you're down 10,000. So you could take 1 or 2 more precincts, or you could stop here pretty soon.
Okay, let's take Burton.
Okay, so I'm take a little more Burton. This is 1,200 people. So now the deviation is 11,000 down. And
Can you make the screen a little bit smaller so I can see where that went and fit in at? Okay.
Okay.
Also, you took Burton from the south
Yeah,
side.
I took another portion of Burton. That's right.
Okay.
And now you're pretty close to the maximum amount you can take out from 4. You could take maybe 1 or 2 of these, and that's probably all. No more than that.
Let's try to do the 1 or 2 and kind of keep it, the lines not so zagged. Yeah. 2593 and 1936.
Yeah, that was too much. So I'm going to back out of that.
That's too much.
Mr. Morgan?
Yeah.
One of the things I remember, I'm looking at Mr. Adelson here, but one of the things I remember was that if we decide to keep it, right, that the courts have substantiated something within 10%? No?
The range is 10%. So
Okay.
you're basically +5, -5. And since you have other districts in the state that are overpopulated, while you could underpopulate below 5%, as long as you have those ones on the higher, the range is difficult. So I think you might look at maybe 1 precinct or stopping there, or taking something out of 15 if you needed to. But I think you're probably almost done here.
Yeah, so you've helped us a good deal, Commissioner Curry.
Wait, excuse me.
Keep going.
Can I get that one little piece up in there? Let me see what it looked like. I mean, I want to leave it there. That
This one little piece
1936.
here. Okay,
1936.
all of it will look like this.
And will it be too much?
I think it'll be okay.
Okay.
It's very close to the edge of deviation. It's -4.9. And now you're at non-Hispanic Black is at 27.95.
Okay, and they wanted it at what, 30 and 40?
Right, but what other commissioners have acknowledged in the room here, Commissioner Curry, is that you're doing a hard job. Like, it's not easy to get it to that number. And so this may be the very best, and you've helped us achieve, what we can do.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Curry. I think Mr. Adelson is busy at the moment, so we'll just see. Are you able, Mr. Adelson?
What can I do for you?
So Commissioner Curry has just finished helping us with adjustments in District 4. And so I think the Black, non-Hispanic Black voting population significantly increased. I guess I'm using the term significant. I think that's your job to help us understand, is it significant? Yeah, and yeah.
My view, Commissioner Rawthorne, is almost any increase can be interpreted, certainly I would interpret as significant, but I think here that when you have 28% BVAP with potential, again, I can only infer Hispanic cohesion with Black voters, but that's just an inference. Don't rely upon that. And removing jurisdictions in Genesee County that are more rural, significantly different as far as diversity, that all of that can have the effect of strengthening a district. So 28%, I don't recall what the number was before, but I think it's a few points, isn't it?
That's correct. I think it was at least 5%.
Yeah, so I think that's a very positive gain. Did Commissioner Curry made that adjustment?
Correct.
Commissioner Curry, thank you very much.
Oh, you're quite welcome. Thank you.
My
Dr.
pleasure.
Anderson.
My
Okay.
pleasure.
Good.
And with that, commissioners, I believe we have checked off the two VRA districts that we identified during our methodical approach that were not VRA compliant. We have adjusted them. They are increasingly VRA compliant. Do we want to? Yeah, I'm looking at Mr. Adelson because I think we want to be methodical as we do this. And I think you're helping us understand what is the next step. Now that we've sort of fixed the VRA, do we want to move on to something else or do we? Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. I think, yes, excuse me, just as we saw on Friday and as we saw it today, taking that systematic approach is crucial for purposes of the record. It's crucial for moving through these maps with compliance analysis as given the calendar. So for now, I think that let's put a check on the issues that we've been discussing with, and I would respectfully suggest that it may be time to move on to a different criterion concerning this map.
Very good. So are we ready to run partisan fairness analysis?
Well, as far as to me, if you all are ready, I'm ready.
All right, Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, I'm not ready yet. I'd like to look at reconfiguring those other Oakland County suburbs since we changed 14 to be more VRA compliant. I think we can do better to reconfigure those to have, now that we're VRA compliant, before we run the partisan fairness analysis, let's change them up a little bit and then run the compliance test.
Okay, Mr. Morgan, please.
So should we save this as is before we move on? Is that helpful?
Yes, please. Chair Zatella.
So we don't have to look at the partisan fairness right now, but if we're going to make changes, we should at least just run it and then save it. And that way, when he makes his changes, then we can run the partisan analysis on that. And then we have something to compare it to.
I think he was specifically asking not to run it now, but I don't know. Okay.
Okay, so let's save it first.
Okay.
Then we'll run the partisan fairness and then we'll review it. And then we'll get back to Commissioner Eid, who is next in line. Oh, sorry.
I'm not suggesting we review it now. I'm just saying while you have the plan open, just run it, save it. And then when he's done with what he's changing, then we're going to do the same thing with his plan. And then we already have it ran to compare it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so with that in mind, you want me to save this as a different name from whatever we're going to do moving forward? Is that helpful, like a version?
Well, I think
3?
he's going to make some changes. So we would,
So don't run it until he makes the changes.
No, I'm saying run it now.
Okay.
So we have something to compare it
Right,
to.
but if I leave this plan open, we make changes, then we're not able to get back to that plan. But if I save it as another name, we can run it and it stays with that plan, and then we make a new version with Commissioner Eads' version. Is that
Right, right. That's
Okay.
what I'm contemplating. Yes,
okay?
thank you.
Just one moment to do that.
Commissioner Eid?
Yeah, my changes are going to be on here on this collaborative map. They're not going to be a separate map or anything. I mean, we changed a lot of Oakland County, so we need to reconfigure the rest of it because of those changes.
Commissioner Zatella, Commissioner Orton?
But I like it the way it is. So if you want to do something drastically different, we should make a copy and you can make changes on that.
Is that okay, Commissioner Eid?
I concur.
I don't think the changes I'm going to be looking to make are drastic. It's really just figuring out where best to put West Bloomfield, Orchard Lake. I think right now they're in 18. I think they'd be better suited in 11 with Novi and part of Farmington Hills.
Right. And I think what I'm hearing is that other commissioners are saying they like it the way it is. So those changes may be significant enough that we make a copy and run the partisan fairness, and then we'll get to your change.
Okay, so just for purposes of summarizing all that, I'm going to save this as version 2 as is, leave it there, and I'm going to copy it and it'll be version 3. That's from kind of reflecting what we've done today.
Right, but I would like you to run the partisan analysis on it
Yep.
now before you close it and rename it, just so we have it.
Okay.
So we don't have to go back and reopen it to run it later.
For efficiency's sake is what I'm hearing, Chair Zatella.
Exactly.
Okay, I ran that, it's saved. So now I'm going to copy the plan and make additional edits as version 3.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Okay, Commissioner Eid, you were talking about 11 and 18 in Oakland County. Because I made this a new plan, I have to reset the labels. Okay, so here's the township information.
Okay, so let's take that West Bloomfield, Orchard Lake, Sylvan Lake, Kego Harbor, and let's put it with 11.
Okay, so you're talking about all of West Bloomfield, Sylvan Lake, Kego Harbor, and Orchard Lake with 11?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, originally we had this area with Bloomfield, Bloomfield Hills, Birmingham, Royal Oak, Berkeley for communities of interest reasons. I think if that's clearly not possible now because we made a District 14 to be a VRA district, which is fine. But then I think the next logical place to put this area is with Farmington Hills, Novi, and Commerce. So if we could figure out a way to do that while, you know, I mean, that's what I'm going to draw. So
keep on drawing.
Okay, and now with 11 as well, let's include the rest of Commerce Township.
Okay, so 11 is picking up all of Commerce.
Mhm.
Okay, so 11 is 108,000 over and 18 is 98,000 under.
Right. So for 18, see, this is the hard part about this, right? Because we need to take some off of 11 and siphon it into 18 while also potentially making a different Ann Arbor configuration. So, I could probably use some help on this, but let's start with 18, getting some down, getting some population up on that and out of 11. Let's start with taking Lyon and putting it into 18. And South Lyon as well.
Okay, and I'm just going to confirm I didn't miss anything here. Okay, so Lyon and South Lyon into 18. So 18 is 63 under and 11 is 73,000 over.
Okay, what if we continue going south with that strip?
You want Salem Township?
Yeah, well, Salem and Superior.
And Superior, okay.
The other option, which probably would be better, but I can't really see it right now, would be to go on 18, go north and incorporate like a different district in this area. We'd probably have to like move 29 over a little bit and then have 27 be in that area and then move 18 north into 2 and move kind of everything north because of the changes we made to 14. But right now, we're still short about 40,000 between these two.
Are there any other commissioners that can help Commissioner Eid with this? I'm just looking for sort of nodding heads or anything like that.
Well, we could take Plymouth. That'd be I think there's about that many people in Plymouth and Plymouth Township and Northville.
Okay, so
we're just making a really weirdly shaped district here.
Right. And so, because I hear your hesitation, Commissioner Eden, what I'm going to offer is I wonder if we come back tomorrow to this, because this is more about your intuition and right. It's not directly related to compliance. And so what I'm offering is because like you said, it's complex what you're trying to do. And it sounds like you haven't been able to work it out totally on your map. So I'm wondering if we want to just sort of put a pin in this for today. We can return to it tomorrow after you've worked on it in the evening or something like that and come back to us to help us finish it out. Does that seem like a good sense of or a good use of time today?
Well, yeah, I can't work on it until it's uploaded to the website and then I can download it. So yeah, we could, I guess for now, let's just take those two townships and put them into 18.
Okay, so Northfield, Plymouth and Plymouth.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Northville.
Okay, I think that'll put you over, but let me do Plymouth and Plymouth City first. Okay, and then Northville. Okay, so right now you're at 4,000 under and 18, and you're over by 14 and 11. So you want to take Northville and Northville.
Commissioner Clark has a thought. Commissioner Eden.
Just a question as we're moving forward. What was the logic behind taking Commerce out?
Well, Commerce, originally it was with, and on some of our other plans, we've seen this. There's kind of an east-west split. Sometimes Wixom and Walled Lake are taken off of it and put it with Novi. Sometimes the eastern part is put with West Bloomfield and the western part is put with more of the Milford area. I think that it is, more similar in both the communities of interest and the proximal location to Novi and Orchard Lake and West Bloomfield than it is, we have it going up into, northern Waterford.
Right.
And that just doesn't, it just doesn't make any sense to me to have it like that. But then also this 18 doesn't really make much sense to me.
Right. So I'm going to come back to this idea that because we're not dealing with compliance issues at the moment, I'm going to ask that we try to put a pin in this and come back to this tomorrow or after you're able to sort of help us with this, because it's not related to compliance directly. And we are in the compliance phase. And I think one of the things we've acknowledged is that we're going to go back and forth if we keep doing this. And again, you have the opportunity to draw on this and help us understand it, because it is complex, right? So with that, Commissioner Eid, if you're open to that, what I'd like to suggest is that we look at the partisan fairness, right? It's still your turn, right? So we can, let you come back tomorrow or the next day and help us understand your thoughts on this. But at the moment, I'd like to stick with our compliance piece.
Okay, well, let's look at the partisan fairness numbers then.
Okay,
For the other one that you already ran.
Okay, so we're gonna back up to the version 2 and then show the information on that. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so I brought up the version 2 where we stopped before Commissioner Eid looked at 18 and 11. And I also have the partisan fairness report from that as well.
Okay, let's look at the 4 numbers.
And General Counsel, I'm wondering if you're able to help us, since Mr. Adelson has stepped out of the room. Can you help us sort of read this and understand if we're doing okay? I think we can do it ourselves, but I just want to make sure that we're getting sort of a systematic approach and checking these boxes off so that we can continue with our compliance for the Senate review, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, let me pull my, it's not letting me back in the Zoom meetings. Let me pull up the map so I can see the data.
John, let's just
Thank you.
maximize the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay,
I think we all know what we're looking at. All right, so for lopsided margins, we have 5.8% plus Republican, and we can see the districts that have the highest amount. I think most of them are probably going to be in Metro Detroit. Are there any that are outside of Metro Detroit? I think is the question that we should look at.
And this is sort of above 55%. Is that what you're thinking, Commissioner Eden? 50% being sort of like the threshold?
I mean, 50% would be, this is only one measure. So
Right.
I mean, I think we should look at all of them. I think district number 24 was that Ann Arbor district I've been speaking about. If my memory serves me correctly, we could look there. There are a lot of places we could look at, but we might want to look at the other.
Ann Arbor was
first.
27. And I see Commissioner, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, so in this lopsided margin, what you're comparing this to is the average winning margin of the Democratic districts and the average winning margin of the Republican districts. So again, if you were to average all of these numbers, the average wins for the Democrats would be 64%, and the average wins for the Republican would be 58. So that's what this metric is doing. It's comparing these two averages together.
So this is lopsided in favor of the Democrats at this point.
Yes. And so when you mentioned 55%, I'm not sure how that figures in exactly. I'm just telling you what this reports.
I appreciate that. Thank you. General Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the building on what Mr. Morgan has said, so if you go through and again down the districts, and you would have to reference back at least to get oriented where they are. For instance, district number 8 is 80%. Districts 13 and 14 are in the mid 70s. So these should be examined again to see whether they're, if they're VRA.
Those are VRA districts in the Detroit area.
Those are VRA.
The ones that you've
districts, so
mentioned
then-
up to now, yes.
Perfect. And then we have 65 is 22.
65?
Yes, 65% is District 22. We have a 68% is District 9, which I believe was in the Metro Detroit area as well. But District 22 is at 65%. And I don't know if Mr. Morgan can scroll down just a bit. And then 19 and 17, those mid 70s as well. Are those also in the?
19 is the Arab American community.
Okay.
What was the other one?
17.
17 is also in the Detroit area VRA district, potentially. I can't remember exactly, but it is Detroit area.
It's, the Latino community.
The Latina community, okay.
And what's the mean median? Well, I'd say let's work your way through the four numbers and see.
Got it. So there's no list that we should be generating totally with this right now at this point. Is that correct? And I want to get to submit Commissioner Orton after you, but so that we're not generating a list yet. Understood. Okay, Commissioner Orton.
Before we move on, I just wondered where District 34 is because it's 50-50. I think that's pretty awesome.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, it's right on 50-50. District 34. So I'll just note that so we can go back and 34 equals 50-50. Got it. So we're moving on to the mean median difference. Is that correct, General Counsel? Again, we're trying to be systematic. So when you can help us sort of be systematic, that's much appreciated. So the mean median difference, please, John.
Okay, so this is looking again at all the district using the partisan performance numbers, and then you see that there's a percentage. And if I were to I'm going to reference back one sheet just to clarify. So these are the total votes for those partisan index numbers, the sort of conglomerate numbers. And then when you look here, these are the percentages. So again, they're the same as these percentages here, but we're looking at a different test, which is comparing the mean median. So the statewide mean median is this based on your plan, and the district performance is that, and then the difference is that.
Okay, is there anything that we should note, or can we move at this point, General Counsel, or should we move on to the efficiency gap? Okay, let's move to the efficiency gap. Thank you.
Okay, so the efficiency gap that it's showing here, and you'll see there's a large number here of the wasted votes, which is a calculation above or below the needed number to win a district, which is 50%. So anything over 50 is considered one way. And then, that's how these numbers are done.
Anything we should note here, General Counsel, or move on to the next one? All right, seats vote ratio, please.
Okay, so the seat share, the vote share here, this is again the statewide based on these averages, and this is going to be constant in this area. So every time you look at any plan for this metric on the seats vote ratio, these percentages will not change. What changes is that these are the numbers based on your plan. So based on the plan as drawn, it's a 50-50 proportionality.
Right. So do we need to, so it's pretty amazing looking at the efficiency gap, because the efficiency gap led me to believe that we were pretty lopsided. And now I see this. And do we need to explain this, Counsel, or should we move on, or how should we proceed in order to be, as efficient and systematic as possible?
I think the seats vote ratio is very impressive. As Commissioner Orton pointed out, the other district, that's very good as well. I thought the efficiency gap, that was 6.5.
Correct.
And I know for the lopsided margins, towards 7 is high, and and the commission is at 6. So if there were some districts that the commission wanted to try and adjust, that would be appropriate.
And at this point, we see, is it Commissioner Lett, please?
Well, remember, all of these do not have to agree.
Mhm.
So we got 2 out of 3. I don't think, we're not looking for 100% across the board on these measures.
Duly noted, Commissioner Lett. Thank you. And I just want to be clear, if we are adjusting or working, it looks like at this point, we have 2 out of the 3, or several of them, 1 or 2, I can't remember. We have a Democratic advantage.
Mhm.
In 2 of them, we have a 50-50. We have no advantage in the seats ratio. And the lopsided margin, mean, median, and efficiency gap all lean Democratic. Is that accurate? My summary right there.
I think it's actually the opposite of that.
So
It looks like we have the lopsided margins test and the efficiency gap that both lean a positive number on those numbers. How we have it calculated is an advantage for the Republican Party in this case.
okay, so if we're okay, Mr. Morgan.
So to clarify on the positive number, I think Dr. Hanley explained this. In this calculation, the party gives you the plus minus sign. There is no plus minus sign. It's always going to be positive, and then you would look towards whichever party is in this box.
Where the advantage
Right.
is.
So
Okay.
when general counsel was talking about some court cases, there was a positive negative reference there. But in this case, these numbers will always be positive, and then you would just look for the additional marker to be the party in the box.
Okay, and I think Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I agree with what John said. Going back to the efficiency gap, I've got a note that Bruce Adelson had indicated that there is no legal benchmark for this. So, so that's something to keep in mind as we go forward. I know we want to get a low, but we don't want it 16%.
Agreed.
Yeah. So
And-
I don't see anything wrong with 5.8 or whatever we have.
General counsel, please.
And again, the cases we're dealing with actual election results, and these again are the estimates based on past election results. So there would be a definite distinction there, but certainly in the seats votes ratio that the commission has achieved in this is very close as well.
You can
So
say impressive. It's okay.
it's very.
It's very
So
close. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pat us on the back. I'm sorry.
And
because
remember, the Constitution language is disproportionate advantage.
Yes.
So
we're
you
not
get
disproportionate.
You get a lot of advocacy for 0 and no and even and competitiveness and proportionality and all these things that are not relevant in Michigan. So aside from the partisan fairness, the 4th criteria.
Thank you,
So
General
it's
Counsel.
appropriate to move on if the commission desires.
Excellent. So we have run an official analysis on partisan fairness on this map. And I think just to summarize what I think Commissioner Ede was saying is like, that's why you wanted to look at that Ann Arbor district, right? To sort of achieve more partisan fairness.
I mean, yeah, and communities of interest fairness too, which ranks above partisan fairness in our constitutional requirements. We're still at a situation here where, the party that's getting the most votes is not winning a majority of the seats. It's tied. So I think we can probably do a little better there, and that would probably bring the other numbers closer to 0 as well. I think there's a difference between what's legally required and what our goal should be. I think our goal should be as close to 0 as possible. We might not be able to get there, which is fine, but we should see if we can.
Fair enough. So I think if I'm not mistaken, we've checked off partisan fair. Oh, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, based on what Anthony just said, I'm not sure we need to invest the time in that right now. Maybe after the hearings, because we're going to get more input from the hearings and may make some minor adjustments and so forth.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And I think what I'm offering too is that I think the next step in our compliance, if I'm not mistaken, is the compactness score in terms of compliance and trying to walk through compliance. but I'm looking for help here because I think the next step in our compliance is compactness and getting a compactness score. Is that accurate? General Counsel or anyone who has a more of a clue than I do, please. So I'm looking for, so we have officially done sort of our VRA analysis on this Senate map 165. We have done partisan fairness. And now I think in terms of compliance and a methodology, right, I think we want to run a compactness score, which is also part of the software. And is that the next logical step that we should do to run? Okay, great. Getting a thumbs up. So, and then Commissioner Lett, please. And we have people who need to take a break. Commissioner Clark, are you objecting to that?
I'm not objecting to it. I think besides compactness, we got to make sure we don't have any little places in the state where we
Contiguity. Okay, great. So we'll run a few things, but we're first gonna, it is 4:25. By the time we finish, it'll be 4:25. Let's take a 15-minute break, or do we need a 10-minute break? Y'all, help me. 15. All right, so we'll be back at 4:40. Thank you. All right, are we ready to start? Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, commissioners and public. I recall this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose your physical location as well as that you are remote. I will start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eid. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella. Janice Follett. Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Eaton County, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
9 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. Without objection, we will now return to our state Senate draft mapping and the compliance of that in the compliance phase. And so I will ask I believe we are to the compactness score. So I'm going to turn to our general counsel and others who can help assist us with that, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The plan scores for compactness is the goal of the commission. The Polsby-Popper test is the measure that's in the software that the commission will be using. And what we're gauging is the map, the draft proposed map, reasonably compact. So the commission will be looking at a score closer to 1 than to 0. And this will, Mr. Brace is going to run the analysis, or Mr. Morgan. The commission's consultants will assist with the compactness score. Again, this is the final criteria that the commission is constitutionally required to consider. So this is very exciting to run and see how the commission did in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you for helping guide us. Before we move to the our mapping consultants, I want to take Commissioner Witch's hand.
Do we have to use the Polsby-Popper? Because there's like 3 or 4 different.
We can't hear you, Commissioner Witches.
Sorry. Do we have to use Polsby-Popper? Because I believe there's like 3 or 4 different ones or metrics inside the software that we can look at. I guess is one better or more correct to use than one of the others, or no?
Polsby-Popper is a nationwide test that's used. So it's a more standardized test. So that was why it was recommended to the commission. It's a great question, Commissioner Witches. Great question.
It's a great answer.
Thank you, General Counsel. Over to you, Mr. Brace or Mr. Morgan. You have the floor.
Okay, John is going to show you, first off, what we have is there is a compactness capability. It is not in the reports function of the system, but it's in the analysis portion of the system. So you go down to the analysis layer and you're able to then run the compactness report.
Yeah, I'll run that. So again, it's in the analysis. And before we did that, I did check the contiguity, because it's important to do that, because if you had a discontiguous area, it would definitely affect your compactness.
Right.
So there's no discontiguity. Every piece of geography is assigned. So now I'm going to run the compactness analysis. So it's a standard report. We click the button and it says it generates the report. So this report is in an auto-bound edge viewer. So if you run this on your own software, at this time, it just creates it, but I don't know if it saves it. So you would go here to export and you can save it as a PDF file right here. So I've done that and I've saved it as a PDF, and I'll just bring that up.
It has several different formats. It'll save it not only as a PDF, but part of a data set and that sort of thing. The key in terms of this is you're correct, Commissioner, which is that there are multiple calculations in here. Usually the Posby Popper is the one that's most frequently cited on that side, but each of the compactness scores gives you a different clue on different issues that might be there. So go ahead, John.
Yeah, so what I would say is in these compactness measurements, you're usually comparing the district to an ideal geometric shape. So
Right.
there's different ways to do this where you're talking about, let's take the actual perimeter, which you can measure, and the software is going to measure the perimeter of your shape for a district. And let's compare that to the same perimeter as a circle. So now you take the same perimeter and you compare the circle that creates to the boundary of the shape that you created. And that's one comparison. There's another one that you would think about is how well does your district fill a circle? So if you have something that's a square, that fills a circle pretty well. If you have something that's a line, it doesn't really fill a circle very well. So again, there's different measurements. And then if you have something that has a lot of squiggles in it, then you're going to have a lot more vertices as you draw. And so therefore it's not going to compare quite as well. So that's how that's done.
The key on this is that you can look at when you're looking at perimeters, any little nook and cranny that is being traced by that perimeter is going to add area or take away area. And so it's going to end up increasing the potential length of the parameter. And so when you're looking at compactness, you're looking at the overall, if you take that length of the parameter and you blow it up into a balloon, basically, and then you're going to be comparing that balloon to the district itself. So, and you can see that in a couple of the examples. John, if you want to go ahead and click on the, or you're in what?
Sorry, I'm in a PDF of this.
Okay.
So you want me to go back to the program and click on the more information on compactness?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about is if
See if that works.
Are you linking to there?
Maybe.
I have that up on mine.
I think it's trying to bring up a browser. One moment. There we go. So this was,
there we go.
These are hyperlinks that are embedded in the software. So whatever this is brought up, this is a reference that the software is referencing. So we're not choosing this. This is just what the software is using for background on the information.
But what it does do is it gives you a good clue and with some examples. So John, if you want to go down into the example, for example, Posby Popper here is looking at the perimeter of the district compared to when you blow it up into a balloon. And therefore, then it's looking at the relationship to the area of what's in the district compared to the area of that balloon. And when you start getting things away from each other, then you start seeing, hey, there's some questions in terms of compactness. In this instance, it's obviously the perimeter of this gerrymander, in essence, is long, and therefore your balloon is so much bigger than the object itself. So it's the comparison that you're looking for in coming up with a number. And so when you go and go back to your report, John, for a second.
I'll go back to the report, but basically, how well does it fill the circle based on the perimeter measurement?
So when you take a look at that, and if we go back to the report that we just ran, what you have is on Posby Popper, you have down at the very bottom, take a look at, it shows the least and the most compact. So the least compact is District 3. Well, we can go to District 3 and see what that looks like.
Okay, and so what's happening is, and I know you, the commission thought about this district, but basically what you've done is you've wrapped around another district. So if you follow the perimeter on this, you have a lot of distance following the perimeter. So I'm still following the perimeter. I'm still following the perimeter. I'm still following the perimeter. Now I'm going in and I'm still following a perimeter. So the circle for that
See?
same perimeter is huge.
It's caught by having that donut hole.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That was very useful. Thank you.
So that's part of the key. So that's why District 3 is the least compact.
And your greatest one in this measurement is District 25. So let's find District 25. I think, where is it? I'm not going to guess where it is. I'm going to use the software to zoom to it because we might as well use that. There it is. It's the thumb. So the thumb fills a circle pretty well.
Yep.
All right. This is
so
useful.
That's one way to take a look at the compactness and how to evaluate it.
Thank you.
Obviously, the districts will give you different stuff. So for example, 26 there, that's a long line. And so your circle is taking you a long way around.
Yep.
What is a thin district?
Thank you. Just for before we go to general counsel, I want to make sure we did honor Commissioner Orton. I recognized District 34 as a 50-50 when we were doing partisan fairness. Can we just see what District 34 looks like also? So we just 34 is on the west coast there from what looks like Muskegon to Ludington. All right. Thank you for that. General counsel, it's to you.
Thank you. And 34 also has a good compactness score as well. The lawyers want to zoom in back on. I know we're working. Can we pause the compactness analysis for the standard deviations just briefly and zoom in on that District 3, that corner, to make sure District 3 is actually joined? I didn't. Yeah.
No, it is joined because it doesn't matter what this is, right?
Okay. No, I just wanted to see.
Right, because the district is contiguous because it's contiguous this way. It's not non-contiguous, if that's the question.
Go ahead and zoom down in the corner.
So there is a gap here between
See?
them, but I don't think it would matter if you had one township and it was a complete circle around. It might affect your compactness scores, but it's basically going to be the same.
Right.
Commissioner Witches?
Well, based on that level of zoom, that would cause the compactness to be way off because it's not connecting in one particular place. So it has to go all the way back around to get the perimeter. Whereas if it were, let's say, the township that's directly north, the lower corner of 30, if you were to add that in, for example, that one, the perimeter would change significantly because it's not having to go back around on itself.
Yeah, but I think if you had like a full donut, I think then it would subtract the portion on the interior from the portion on the exterior in its geometric calculation. So you're right, it would affect the compactness.
Right, but if it has to go back all the way around itself, you're essentially doubling your perimeter. Whereas if you were to have one township added into it, you're cutting a big chunk off at that particular point.
It may be, I mean, we could experiment with that and, run it again on the compactness on that regard. But I do know that in other scores, having a donut hole, you've got to take into account that hole also.
For sure. Yeah. Because you're removing, it's not a circle anymore.
Point. Right.
Okay. So I wonder, because we've got this report and we've got the score, and I know that we get some discussion, but I'm wondering if we need to remedy something here based on this report, or Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, I'd say I think the general counsel might have some additional information on this, but when we're talking about being from 0 to 1, that's again, it's comparing to a circle, and you saw that the highest district here was like 0.65. So very few districts are going to be like really, really close to 1. And then your lowest one was 0.18, I think, which is fairly low. But I think I only know one court case in my experience that I was involved in that had a certain number that they said was absolutely no lower than that number. And I don't think this number is near that number. The 18 is not near the number they were contemplating.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. General Counsel or Mr. Adelson, do either of you have any help in regards to how we proceed with these numbers and whatever we've got in this report?
I'm sorry, I apologize if I did miss, I saw the max and the min. Was the plan score on that report, or is that a different? Oh, you can keep going down. Is there more?
Well, these are other compactness measures. You specifically asked for Polsby Popper. So the minimum, the least compact on this measurement is 0.18.
While we have a minute, I'm not seeing all our commissioners who are online. If commissioners online, if you have a question or if you have any thoughts, please verbally indicate. Commissioner Orton.
Well, while we're waiting, I guess I'm just not quite sure how we're going to use this information because it's the lowest on our list of 7 criteria. And we don't want to sacrifice any of the other things we've figured out already for this. So what are we going to do?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Orton. And I think that's where our legal counsel is trying to help us figure that out.
And no, certainly. Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. And I certainly acknowledge Commissioner Orton's comments as well. So again, District 3 with the least compact score, that would be an opportunity to shift. It's not required. The commission can log these scores and move forward. That would be appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Eid and then Commissioner Orton.
So I just have a question about compliance, if that's okay. We did our due diligence for the VRA criteria to make sure that, we got as close as we could, but I don't think we've done that yet for the partisan fairness measurements. I mean, we haven't, we looked at them, but we haven't tried anything to see if we can get them to be any better. And then after that, we moved on to this compactness, which is lower, as one of the commissioners just said. So do we want, I don't understand why we haven't, done our due diligence to see if it can get better, other than what it is now, because what it is now is albeit it's not that much, but it is, all 4 of the measures point to a more Republican leaning map.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Eid. I want to acknowledge as the chair, what I'm trying to do is move us towards a complete district, because I think we're trying to understand how we do this compliance thing. So I really appreciate the question. And I think we will return to it. It is not finished. Commissioner Orton and then Mr. Adelson.
Well, I don't know if everyone's going to want me to shut up, but but since number 3 was the least compact, if we want to rework it, I'm happy with that because I don't like what it looks like. And I think Kalamazoo County by itself is a good Senate district.
Thank you, Commissioner Orton. Mr. Adelson, did you have a response?
To a couple points. I think that the legal team agrees with, addressing 3, but I also wanted to address the one point about compactness. One of the ways that I look at compactness is that it's aside from it being, yes, admittedly, it's at the bottom of the criteria, but it's a good check mark to see if you have any weird, funky shaped districts, if there are racial gerrymander, crazy arms reaching out. So while we've talked about this before, that nothing really stood out, but it's one of those. Compliance involves a lot of check marks, and this is one of them. So it's addressed in the Voting Rights Act and partisan fairness, because those tend to be more complex. But the scores indicate there isn't anything, there aren't any crazy shapes. 3 is something that General Counsel and I agree is something certainly that can be addressed. And as far as the partisan fairness, the whole point with compliance is trial and experimentation. How far you go with that is certainly something that we would have further conversations about and advise. But our recommendation for now is let's see if you can deal with the shape of 3, because it shouldn't be that involved and would be something that arguably could be dealt with quickly. And so you don't have to come back.
Thank you. And I think to Commissioner Eads' question, right, because it's the least of our criteria and we didn't do anything regarding partisan fairness, can you help us understand whether we should address this criteria 3 as the 7th, or should we start with the 4th criteria, which is partisan fairness, and then help us understand which? Yeah.
Sure. The only reason I think we're suggesting dealing with 3 is because it does have a bit of a funky shape, and because you're looking at it now. Okay. If it's something you want to come back to, it's not complicated. It's certainly something that you can address, whether it's now, tomorrow, or whenever you decided to. So our thought was, just because we saw it for the first time, that that's something that we can check, and maybe that's something to suggest dealing with, but it's by no means is it an absolute that it must be dealt with now.
By no means do
you have
7th,
to do it now.
Okay, it's just because it may be convenient.
And frankly, because it popped up on the screen and we hadn't seen the scores before.
Right.
So that's really our
Okay.
why we had suggested that.
Thank you. So in terms of how what I think in terms of compliance, we will get some sort of list, or somehow we will have some sort of check marks or understand that. But at this point, for purposes of trying to help us all, we've walked through one complete Senate district and we have completed a compliance checklist. We understand that it is perhaps compliant. Is that fair to say? Is that what we've just done?
I would agree that it's perhaps compliant, and there was nothing that stood out. I knew you would like that. There's nothing that stood out that really rang alarm bells other than the areas that we already looked at. I think that what I typically do in redistricting, that after we go through this preliminary check, we look at the election results, then there may well be some additional questions, but everything is looking good from a compliance standpoint.
Okay.
And you addressed which is good.
Great. And so I'm just going to say that's what I'd like to do is see what do we do. So let's just sort of try to put a bow on this, or figure out how does this help us move to what can we do now to indicate to ourselves and to the public that we have finished that. Or Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, we're sitting here talking about doing something with 3. Let's do something with 3. Period. Let's do it.
All right, Commissioner Orton, Commissioner Lett, who would like to, I think we're at Commissioner Eads' turn. Help me know how to do this. Commissioner Orton, did you said something about Battle Creek, and I don't see any objections. Do you want to help us?
Well, Kalamazoo County itself is almost a complete Senate district. So,
Commissioner Witches?
So I've been thinking about that particular statement about Kalamazoo County being its own Senate district for a while, because we've been hearing about and this will tie into District 3 in a second, but we've heard comments stating that Kalamazoo wants to be alone. Kalamazoo wants to be with Battle Creek. Kalamazoo doesn't want to be with Creek. Some people want to say Kalamazoo goes with Grand Rapids. Some people say that it doesn't need to go with Grand Rapids, and some of them will just say they want to be by themselves. So we've addressed that in 3 different ways in 3 different maps. We have one map where Kalamazoo is with Battle Creek. We have one map where Kalamazoo is with Grand Rapids, and we have one map which would be the House map, which is where Kalamazoo would be on its own. So I think we need to stick with that particular theme in the area, just so that everyone is happy or unhappy equally when it comes to Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, Grand Rapids, and the particular area. Do I agree that 3 needs to change, needs to have something be done with it? Sure. But I think we need to keep the configuration in regards to which cities go with where and what particular area of land the same along those particular lines.
All right, so Commissioner Witches, I'm going to try to summarize. What I think I hear you saying is that you think that we have another Senate map. Okay, we do not have another complete Senate map. We
No,
just have
we
another
have-
version.
We have our Senate map right now that we're looking at. Our Senate map throws Kalamazoo in with Battle Creek. I think it needs to stay that particular way because in the House, Battle Creek and Kalamazoo is separated. And in the congressional, we have Kalamazoo up to Grand Rapids. So we're dealing with all the different comments that we heard about how Kalamazoo should be divided up in 3 different ways across 3 different maps. And it should stay that way.
Okay, so Commissioner Clark.
I don't see why it should stay that way over 3 maps. Kalamazoo going one way in one map and another way in another, and north in the third. I think that's ridiculous. I think we should evaluate Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo separately and put them where they belong.
Well, see, I would respectfully disagree here because we can't make everyone happy when where they want Kalamazoo to be. So we're taking it and we're handling it in 3 different ways in 3 different directions so that everyone has their say in where Kalamazoo should be in a particular map.
Well,
I think it's
personally-
fair.
Well, I personally don't agree that Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo should be together in the congressional map. And I'm going to argue when we get to that to make sure they're separated.
So I appreciate the dialogue. I'm wondering if we can help. So what I'm concerned about, and I'm looking at our legal counsel again, because I'm looking at the criteria, one of the criteria we have is about incumbents. And the district that is, let's say if we do draw Kalamazoo County as a whole district, I see you. That would be the same district as drawn in 2010. Should that be something that we consider to try to resolve what, the discussion we're having now? Is that a consideration because it is a point on our legal criteria, or should we not consider it because it's dangerous to talk about it?
Mr. Vice Chair, I certainly appreciate the caution tape around it. The language for criteria 5, I'm so used to saying criteria 4, that consider that district shall not favor or disfavor an incumbent elected official or a candidate. So to date, the commission, much like the political data, has drawn blind in relative to the incumbent. And the reason for doing so is the Constitution provides that the commission shall not favor or disfavor. So once the commission starts considering that information and starts making map adjustments, it will naturally favor or disfavor adjacent incumbents, upcoming candidates possibly, but it's also a concern because the Metro Detroit area was so heavily packed and because of the work, the significant Voting Rights Act analysis work that the commission has done in the counties around the state, the identified counties, again, that really to give life to this criteria would be my recommendation to not consider that data when you're drawing your lines. And
Very
Mr.
good.
Adelson might have additional thoughts to add on that. But again, once you have the data and you're considering the data, how you justify its use and how future amendments were made based on that use, anticipating that there will be incumbent challenges potentially in some areas due to the unpacking.
Mr. Adelson, please.
And I completely agree. I think that the not considering and ignoring is the best approach. And although the laws in Arizona are different, Arizona law prohibits the commission, prohibits them from knowing where incumbents live. Flat out prohibits them, which frankly I think is a good approach there. And it's similar to what we're suggesting now. It's a safer approach. And that I concur with my colleague.
Do you have any guidance for us? How do we resolve this sort of back and forth? And actually, Commissioner Ede probably has the answer.
What I would do I agree. I tend to think that more of the public comment has Battle Creek being with Kalamazoo for a multitude of reasons. But besides that, we have I think we do have an objective tool that can be used to see, make the changes, separate them, run the partisan fairness scores again, see if it got better or worse. If it got worse, revert back to it. If it got better, keep it.
Okay. How do commissioners, I do want to try to acknowledge, right? Because we were trying to figure out, hey, should we just address changing District 3? Then we were discussing why or why not to change it. Now we have a measure that Commissioner Eda is suggesting, like maybe partisan fairness is what helps us decide. How do we feel about this, commissioners? Again, I'm trying to move us along and keep us in this compliance realm. Commissioner Clark.
Well, we could clone this map and separate it where you got two districts in a certain area and just separate the two. With one ending up District 3 and one ending up District 21. That's one approach. The other approach is a complete reconfiguration of that area. Personally, I don't see a problem leaving it like it is, other than any legal aspect to it.
Thanks, Commissioner Clark.
I'm satisfied with the way it is.
Chair Zatella.
So we did actually create an alternative configuration of that area already. That was, remember, we had 16A and 16B. One of them was together, the other was split. So we already did it. So we can look at that because we already did it. Now, that map does not have the changes we made today with respect to VRA. However, we did already draw that separate district. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We already did it.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, with that in mind, I could download that and bring it as an overlay onto this map.
Yep.
Would that help us also in terms of running the numbers, right? To try, I guess it wouldn't.
You'd have
Never
to
mind.
make the changes. So you'd still need to clone the plan and make two separate plans, but it would make it easy to see what you did in the alternate plan if you
Please.
direct me to that plan.
Please do that. And I think that will help us try to address District 3. And we are still focused on trying to, figure something out.
So what I'll do is I'll go to the website and I'll ask the commission to direct me to the plan you think it is. We can look at it and you can see if it is what you think it is. Okay.
Chair Zatella, I think you know which one that is. Is that
I'm
correct?
looking right now.
Thank you.
So the one we are in right now is the A. So we would need to go to 16B, and that's going to have the alternate configuration for Kalamazoo. Yeah.
Is that 166 or 160?
It's 9/15/21 V16B SD. So that one, yep,
164.
So it's
164
164 is the one, right? Okay. All right. I'll download that.
Because we already did it. We considered this before, so.
Maybe while we're waiting, commissioners, one of the things that I think we're doing for the first time also is working till 8 o'clock. And I think I'm going to ask Director Hammersmith to weigh in on this, but there is a suggested on our agenda anyways, there's a suggestion for taking a 1 hour recess on our, from 6 to 7 and then working from 7 to 8. And I'm just wondering while we're, again, if we can have a quick discussion to sort of see it, is there a reason for it? And should we consider changing it potentially? Director Hammersmith, please.
Yes, happy to weigh in on that. The reason was to allow for dinner. However, if commissioners wish to work straight through, since you took a later break, another break than was on the agenda, you could certainly work straight through until 7 and then break for dinner and end your day at that time. So it would be up to the commission.
Thank you. So thank you, Director Hammersmith. So I guess I'll just acknowledge that I'll just help me understand how we're doing, y'all, as we keep going, but I'm just going to try to keep us going until we drop. Okay. And I think what we also want to acknowledge potentially is that this is going to be the same thing for tomorrow. It's just that we're going to be working an hour earlier, starting at 9 o'clock, also going till 8. So just right? Think about how you're doing, how we're all doing. And yeah, maybe we want to help Director Hammersmith, right? Figure out where the agenda should be and where those breaks should be, right? She does the best she can with what we've got. So let's, yeah, by the end of the day today, we'll know more because we'll feel it, but as we get closer. Okay, so with that, Mr. Morgan, when you're ready, please help us see the maps and the overlays. And for those online, again, I see Commissioner Curry. I just want to make sure that you all are still able to weigh in and share your voice. So please give me a verbal indication as we're talking about things.
And Commissioner Curry, could you disclose where you're attending from?
You're muted, Commissioner
Apologies, you're
Curry.
muted.
I am attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm bringing this online. Okay, so the dark blue lines are the other configuration. So the dark blue line would be all of Kalamazoo County, and then the balance would be this District 3 that would be following the blue line. So we just ran the partisan fairness on this plan as is, and it's unadjusted. So I saved this as a clone so I can make the adjustment and I can run other metrics on this, including the partisan fairness and the compactness, if you like.
I like that. I see Commissioner Witches and then I see Commissioner Clark. Any thoughts on what Mr. Morgan said, or do you have something separate? Do you want? Okay, so just in general, should he do that? And then we'll take the discussion. Is that what you wanted to talk about, Commissioner Clark? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I want to talk about this configuration. To me, it's the same as the other. We just inverted the number 3 district.
So are you suggesting, John gave us a question. He asked us if he should run this and help us see the partisan fairness. Personally, I'd like to see that, but I want to make sure that.
I would like to see that too.
Okay. And Commissioner Eid, you've been thinking about partisan fairness. Is that something you're interested in? Okay. And then, sorry. So Commissioner Witches, and then I think General Counsel.
But I believe the changes would have to be modified in order to get a comparable partisan fairness score, because isn't the rest of this map is not adjusted in the other districts through the work. This is the clone map. I apologize.
So to be clear, this is a clone map of what we just were working on. So this is version 2 up to the last minute, and I've just brought the layer on top of it. So if I make the adjustments, it'll be exactly the same everywhere except in this area.
So Mr. Morgan, please do that, and then Commissioner Witches, so we can continue.
Before, this might be a little bit something to think about. We can do this, We have a strange shape again. I don't think it's going to change anything on compactness. It might not even change much in regards to partisan fairness, so on and so forth. We have two districts here. Why not consider doing a northwest split? Just draw a line, figure out where we can go. So we have two districts that are, not going around each other. As much as I'm against it because it changes the Kalamazoo and Battle Creek district that's here. If we were to split it right down the middle, north-south, that may make a little bit more sense. But I don't know where you would put the line. So I'll go either direction. If you want to go with this one, go ahead and use it. If you want to go with a north-south split and make it a little more equal, go ahead. I just wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Witches. And I'm trying to acknowledge that this is right. We're Commissioner Eid, it's your turn to draw. I'm trying to figure out how we're going to do this. Like I know that many of us wanted to try to fix number 3. Commissioner Witches has suggested an alternate to just sort of using the old version that Chair Zatella offered. How should we proceed? Oh, I apologize. You were suggesting a north-south district, is that right? But you with the same, so that you just fill in Kalamazoo County and then, no, help. I misunderstood that. I apologize.
So we have District 3 here in 21, right? We're good on population. See that little blip at the very north side that's right by 33 that extends all the way north.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
That could be the start of the north-south split. Draw it all the way down and then make 2 districts that butt up to each other in that particular line.
Okay. Commissioner Orton.
I think that particular configuration would, too much of the population would be on the left side, but I'm sure we could figure something out. I just think we need to be careful in considering communities of interest, when we're right around Kalamazoo and Portage, to keep certain areas together.
Should we just try to do the version that we did make? Okay. So,
excuse me,
Mr. Adelson.
Commissioner Rothorn, I just as an FYI, when you're looking to refashion what's here, keep in mind that if there are significant minority populations in Kalamazoo and Battle Creek, splitting them into 2 districts may be dilutive. No, I don't know that, but just as a consideration, and that's really across the board.
So let's mark the numbers then. That's what I'm hearing you say. In 21, which is the district that includes Kalamazoo and Battle Creek, we have a Black voting age population of 12.5%. If I read that right. Okay. So help us know, is that something that we should be considering then?
Does the square to the left with Kalamazoo, is that the entire city of Kalamazoo, or it is? Okay. So 12.55 VAP is not typically what I would think is a red flag. And this is more just illustrative that as you're going throughout the state, if you're considering and talking about splitting cities, putting one city in one district and one in another, it's just as an FYI to check to see if Voting Rights Act issues are implicated.
Thank you. So I think what we're trying to do at this point, John, is just try to get the alternative that we had, which was version 16B, and try to understand if we have a significant partisan fairness different scores. So if you would fill in, and so I'm just going to help direct John to fill in.
Okay, so I'm going to make District 21 will now be all of Kalamazoo County. And then I'll put what was 21 in the Battle Creek area into District 3.
Yes. And Commissioner Eid, again, I'm hoping that you will, because it is your turn, I'm wondering if you want to sort of take, should I move on to the next commissioner to help do this, or how do you want to proceed?
I mean, you can come back to me if you want. This isn't how I want to spend my turn. So
with compliance,
with
okay.
Compliance, I'd rather look at, after we look at this compactness, I'd rather, again, revisit to see if we could have changed anything as far as partisan fairness goes. But if we can totally do this first, since as Bruce said, that's what we're on now, and just come back to me after.
And this is about partisan fairness, just to be super clear, right? That's why we're doing this. So that's why I thought you might be, right? Because that was, I think, what you suggested.
Yeah.
And this was so thank you, Mr. Morgan. Yes, please.
Okay, so I made the changes that are requested, and then again, District 3 is within the population tolerance, and then District 21 is also within the population tolerance.
Okay, so we should probably run the partisan fairness report, please, or should we save it, or what's help me?
So run the partisan fairness and then the compactness as well.
That'd be fantastic.
Okay,
so let's do that. And again, Commissioner Eid, should I move on to Commissioner Lang? Or this is about partisan fairness?
I mean, we're trying to assess compactness by using partisan fairness as
Absolutely.
a way to test which one we should go with. So, I mean, you're doing a fine job directing. If you want, you can keep doing it.
Well, I am the chair, and I just want to. I'm trying to facilitate, so I don't want to have as much airtime. I really want. Okay, so if I'm hearing you say I should move on to Commissioner Lang. Commissioner Lang, how are you feeling? Are you able to? Yep, I see your hand.
I think 3 looks ridiculous now. Honestly, that just looks terrible. I think if you guys were going to do it, it would take a little more than just swapping them just for how they look. I know that's not a requirement, but that's something that people do look at.
Absolutely. Do you want to? So Commissioner Witches earlier was suggesting that there may be a different way, a third way, I'll say, right, to sort of divide this. Are you interested? I want to offer that this is your turn if you'd like to try to help us. Again, moving in towards compliance, trying to address that compactness score where District 3 was our lowest score, and we're trying to use partisan fairness as a measure to try to help us understand if this is a good shift. Are you willing to help us? Yeah. Redraw it?
Just skip over me.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner Lang. Okay, Commissioner Eid.
Okay, let's bring it up. I got it.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Morgan is just bringing up the compactness score for this version, which is version B, 16B. Is that correct, John?
Yeah, what I did is I just renamed it so that it's basically the same plan name, and it just references 16B at the end of it. So it should be here. So again, you see the previous plan, 1004-21 version 2, compactness, and then this one just has 16B because we're referencing just the Kalamazoo area that we just changed. So the same compactness report, all the other districts except 3 and 21 should be the same. So 3 is now 0.22 under this configuration. So even though it appears like it was an irregular shape, it has increased its compactness score to 0.22.
From 0.18, I believe.
Yes. And then 21 would now be the highest in the entire state.
Yep. So the highest compactness score.
That's correct.
Just excuse me for clarification. Highness means the highest score means.
Okay, it's the most compact on the Polsby Popper number. And it is of all the districts, all the 38 districts, District 21 under this configuration is the highest number on Polsby Popper measurement.
Right. I appreciate that. I think I just wanted that to be out there for, for folks who are watching. So it's just absolutely clear, but that's what we had thought too. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So is there a score for the whole map, or is it just per district?
Generally, you look at the per district to see if there's extremes on that side. You could do an average on that side if you wanted to try that to compare plans, but generally an average number kind of inhibits you from looking at the individual districts on that side.
Okay. So so what I'm hearing is that the district is the changes make it more compact. So now let's look at the partisan fairness data to see if it improved or got worse.
The partisan fairness data on the top is the adjusted plan, which is 16B with Kalamazoo whole. So on the lopsided margin, it's lower by 0.1. Okay, on the mean median difference, it looks like it's the same. On the efficiency gap, again, the top one up here is the districts that we just did. So it's lower by 0.2. It's 6.3. On the seats vote ratio, it's the same.
All right, so really not much changed. It's slightly more fair, but it is more compact. So maybe because it is more compact and that's one of the measures, we should leave it.
It's your turn, Commissioner Ede.
Well, who started this conversation with Kalamazoo? Because that's not what I started.
I see Commissioner Clark and then Chair Zatella.
Yeah, my question is to Bruce. Do you feel that number is sufficient enough for us to go with for 3?
The compactness.
For compactness.
Well, I think the compactness improved. So I think that one of the things that General Counsel and I were talking about was that funky corner which isn't there anymore on the right to the east, northeast, but that's been resolved. The number is better. And that's like we were talking about before. Dealing with compactness is relatively easy compared to some other considerations. So it looks good to us. It's improved.
Okay.
So I think let's put it in the bank and be done with it.
Well, my second question was to Cynthia. I mean, do you live over in this area? Do you feel this is an acceptable change?
I do think it's an improvement. I don't know if we want to spend more time here, but I think District 20, since people still don't like the shape of District 3, changing it and District 20 around a little bit could improve even more.
And that's exactly what I was going to suggest is why wouldn't we just move 20 over to the current border of Kalamazoo and then readjust those districts if we don't like how it appears? I mean, was there a specific reason why we didn't do that? Does anyone recall?
No, I think we're in the compliance version. I think we're just trying to do the best we can with the numbers we got. And I see General Counsel, and then I'm going to try to bring it back to Mr. Ede.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just very briefly, again, to remind the commission that they can publish more than one version of the Senate plan. So this might be something that whether the commission elects to make additional changes in this area or not, that it could be kind of, we put it on the shelf and we can always pull it back out. But it is scoring better than the prior version.
Okay. And I wonder, so Commissioner Ede, at this point, I want to frame this idea that, right, we've got 2 commissioners who recognize that we may be able to improve between 20 and 3. And I think we also have heard that because we're in compliance, we could also sort of like put this on the shelf and move to the next thing. Where are you at? How do you feel? What do you want to do?
What would the next thing be?
That's a great question. I believe that because we've only got one Senate district, right?
We move on.
I would think we would move on to, I would suggest the congressional district to review the congressional. I think we've got 4 maps. And Commissioner Witches, you have a thought?
Yeah, we have 5. We basically need to get our maps done this week, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay, so we're almost done with the Senate. Let's finish the Senate today. Do
All right.
Congressional tomorrow and have 3 days for the House.
Is finish mean move adjust to 20 and 3? Is that what you're thinking, Commissioner Witches?
I'm saying let's have this be voted on as not now as it stands now, but by the time we leave tonight, we're done with the Senate map. We don't look at it again.
I like that idea too. And I'm seeing some nodding heads. Okay, that feels great. All right, so that's where we are, Commissioner Ede. Where do you want to go?
Well, I think if we're going to do that, we need to do our due diligence then in getting those partisan numbers closer to 0. And I think, I mean, unless anyone has any ideas, I'd be welcome to them. But the most obvious part that sticks out to me is District 27, because it has both Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti in it. And if you split those up, I think it would bring the numbers a lot closer to 0.
Commissioner-elect, do you have a question or a comment?
Well, I guess my comment, Anthony, is that, and I heard a lot of comments that Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti were a community of interest and they wanted to be together. I've not heard, I don't remember that there was a lot of comment that said split them apart.
I certainly agree with the congressional map, where they are together, I think in all of our drafts. But I think right now there is a partisan fairness reason where, that area has representation from both instead of just one. And I think if it brings the numbers closer to zero, much like how we did with the VRA and trying multiple different configurations to get the VRA numbers down, we should try multiple different configurations without touching the VRA districts to get this number more in compliance. Otherwise, how are we going to know if it can become better if we don't try?
Well, as I recall the lecture on partisan fairness, it was getting a lower number than a higher number, but getting to zero was probably an impossibility.
We might not get to zero, and we won't know until we try. I don't think we'll get down to zero, but I do think we can bring them, especially the efficiency gap number. I think we can bring that lower.
I want to acknowledge there's a lot of hands in the room, so I'm just going to try to keep a stack here. So first, Commissioner Clark, I think it was Commissioner Witches, and then Commissioner Zatella, and then Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, I feel that
Oh, and
the
then
partisan fairness numbers are acceptable on the last version we did prior to this. I would suggest that we maybe change District 3 or 20 or 23, manipulate that a little. But other than that, I feel we're compliant and in decent shape and should move on without any more changes.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Witches.
Yeah, so having lived there, I can tell you that Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor should go together. On a congressional, great. State Senate, great too. That's fantastic. And as far as that goes, since Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor would technically be a community of interest, as far as I know, partisan fairness measures score below that. So I wouldn't go tinkering in 27 to get a better partisan fairness score, because then you're busting up a community of interest. So I'd leave 27 as is.
Thank you, Commissioner Witches. I think we're to Commissioner Zatella and then Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, I completely concur with Commissioner Witches, is that Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, I've worked in Ann Arbor for many, many years. I really do feel that Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti are a community of interest. Community of interest ranks above partisan fairness. I understand the concern that Ann Arbor is highly Democratic and Ypsilanti is highly Democratic. And when you put those communities of interest together, you're going to have a highly Democratic population. But at the end of the day, communities of interest come before partisan fairness. And so I wouldn't want to break up Ann Arbor just to hit a partisan fairness goal. I think the map that we have is pretty good on partisan fairness. I'm comfortable with it, even though there's a slight Republican lean. I think a lot of those districts that we have on it are actually closer to being swing districts. And that's where it's the party's individual responsibility to work on their get out the vote mechanism and encourage as many people in those areas to vote so that they can swing those districts one way or another. But I'm happy with what it is, although I would like to adjust 3 and 20, because I think we can make that look a little better and make it look more make more sense than how that currently looks.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. Commissioner Lang, did you still want to speak?
The last 3 people have said what I'm going to say, so I'm not going to waste the time. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Orton? Okay, back to Commissioner Ede.
Well, okay, in that case, are there any other areas we can look at? I mean,
3 and 20 have been suggested.
Talking for partisan fairness.
Yes, 3 and 20, I understand from a compactness perspective, it looks bad. It looks weird. I agree, we can look at that. But for my turn, again, I'm uncomfortable with just assuming these numbers are the best that we can get to without trying anything else.
I think Mr. Adelson may be able to help us.
Yeah, one of the things that, excuse me, when the general counsel and I met with Dr. Handley last week, she mentioned, much to our surprise and our surprise as well, that the electoral margins in the UP were not as wide as she expected. And she wondered if there might be some adjustments that can be made there that may not implicate the Voting Rights Act, most likely not implicate some other considerations, but in an area of the state that frankly none of us anticipated would be in play with partisan fairness. So that's something we would suggest that the commission might want to look at, because as I said, it doesn't affect any of these districts. And that was an area that three of us were very surprised about.
Okay, thank you for that. That may be an answer to your question. Oh, Commissioner Lett.
This is kind of a philosophical statement. Let's not let the perfect get in the way of the good.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. Commissioner Orton.
I just wonder if Commissioner Ede doesn't seem to want to take care of 3 and 20. Could we just take care of that quickly with Commissioner Lang or Commissioner Lett or whoever?
Yes, Commissioner Ede has given you permission. Please take it away.
Does Commissioner Lang want to take her turn on it?
Commissioner Lang?
I'll pass. Let Commissioner Let go.
Commissioner Lett? He's really excited about that, Commissioner Lang. Thank you. And I see Mr. Morgan's hand.
Yeah, so as we proceed down this, we've now made the adjustment for Kalamazoo. So now you're gonna make a further adjustment to this plan, right? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, so we're saving this plan and making additional adjustments to this plan. Okay.
And I suspect you can probably take that layer off too. Commissioner Lett, do you want that layer on or off of the old? Okay.
Okay, so this is when people were talking about the population to the west of Kalamazoo, it's Van Buren County, I think that they were referring to.
That better? Show me the population in 3 on the southwest at jog.
Okay, so you want to look at what the population of this portion of Van Buren is, basically?
Yes.
Okay, just a moment. So I think for simplicity, if I add it to 21, you'll see how 21 changes here. So it's 3,500 under, and then I'll add this in.
Are you adding to 20 or 21?
I'm doing whichever you prefer. Adding to 20 potentially is what you're saying?
What?
Yeah, let's go to 20.
Okay, so we're going to take this portion and add it to 20. So, all right, so let's look at the population of 20. So we're currently up 1256. So we're going to add this portion and let's see how much it increases it. So that's all of the county of Van Buren. So it was 1256. So now it's 2714. So that added about 26,000. All right. And I added it to the wrong one. So just a moment. Let's try that again.
I was gonna say that didn't look very good.
It doesn't look very good. All right. So now, okay. So that sounds right. So that was more, yeah.
Okay, zoom out. Well, not quite that far. So how much?
So now 3, let's look at 3 because that's the one you just adjusted. So showing the districts in the view. So 3 and 20 are now out of alignment. So you would potentially be looking at taking from 20 into 3.
Yeah, let's do the northeast of, that goes way up there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, Steve, this was Cascade and Ada, that were part of that. They didn't like being in those districts anyways. Meaning in 20.
Didn't like being in what district?
In 23, Cascade and I guess, yeah.
They didn't want to be over there with Kentwood?
Right, it was.
Is that what you're saying?
No, they do associate. So Cascade does associate with Kentwood. And so the idea that they didn't associate with District 23, that they were in District 20, they were unhappy with. But I guess what I'm saying is I think you're doing a service by going up there. That's good instincts.
So you're contemplating taking these 2 townships into 3?
Zoom out a little so I can see. Zoom out a little further. Come on, Cynthia, what do you suggest? It's your district.
Well, I wish it didn't go up that high, but I think that's our only choice right now is to take those few districts that are up there.
And I'm tempted to add them to 24, even though that'll be overpopulated, but that's the suburban area that they wanted to be associated with. And then we could sort of adjust, in Ottawa County in 24. But again, I'm only suggesting to leave 24, put them in 24, and then stay focused on balancing 20 and 3. But I think that's the feedback we got, that we should adjust between. Yeah, I don't want to make it more complicated, but it's big. It's big.
I think there's quite a bit of population there.
There is a lot. Commissioner Witches?
Am I missing something, or should we just focus our thoughts on balancing between 20 and 3 and
Agreed.
not really doing anything else?
Agreed.
Well, that's what I was doing, but the only way you get enough population is up there in Grand Rapids, and they didn't want to be there.
That's what we were struggling with.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense to go up there and get go north.
Well, just to take another perspective, I highly doubt that the people from Grand Rapids wanted to be in this Lakeshore district that we have either. So 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other, I guess.
Look at 23, take the two Cascade and
Caledonia.
how many might need?
So 23 is currently at the ideal population. So if you added anything to it, you'd then have to remove something potentially.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of taking Cascade and Caledonia down into 3.
Yeah, you could do that. You want Cascade and Caledonia into 3 and see how that looks.
Yeah, so that's 15,
Commissioner Lang?
29.
I would just recommend taking Cascade because that's where the Grand Rapids Airport is. And
Yep.
so to take it down into there, I don't know if that would be a great fit, but I understand what you're doing.
So 3 would need a
Yeah,
little
good,
bit
'cause
more
I don't-
population, and then 20 is high by 4.9%. So you might look, again, 3 needs population. So you could look at a township from 20, or you could look at more up here in Kent County. This is the border of 3 and 20.
No, I don't want to go any more in Kent County. So let's see what happens. Take those couple there.
Okay, so while you're looking for a lot of population, you only need a little bit to get 3 into plus or minus 5%.
Commissioner Lang?
I see Ionia County, District 33 is actually over, aren't they? Maybe that could be used.
And also, Commissioner Lang, there are a couple of townships in Kent in the Ionia District 33. So that might be an option just to settle the population issues.
How much is 30? What's in 33 now?
So you're right up to Lowell, and District 33 is over by 7,000. So Lowell and Lowell City is 10,000. So that would get you
Put
towards.
that in.
Okay.
Put that in.
Okay, so District 33 is within just over 1%. District 3 is now 7,000 under. And then District 20 is it still has some overpopulation if you wanted to make any adjustments to it. If not, it's still within the 5% plus or minus.
What's
District 20.
21 is?
21 is not in this area.
That's Kalamazoo.
That's the Kalamazoo.
Yeah,
Kalamazoo.
Kalamazoo.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, it is. My bad.
So 20 is over by 12 and 21 is a little low. Let's add a couple of those.
Okay, so these are 2 larger townships, Antwerp and Almena.
We don't need that much.
And then here you've got 2,500 with Porter or 2,900 with Pine Grove.
Commissioner Orton?
Commissioner Lett,
Yes, ma'am.
Can we zoom in just a little bit, John, so we can see the population again?
Okay.
How much population are you wanting to move in?
So he's talking about, yeah, go ahead.
3 is 7,000 down and 21 is 3,000.
So, sorry, we're looking at 20 and 21. So you were
20 is
contemplating.
12 over, so I would be taking out of 20. Oh, if I took the Antwerp, I'd take care of it.
Well, yeah, a good place to start would be there because they associate closely.
They what?
They associate.
They associate closely with Kalamazoo and Portage.
Okay, Antwerp. Okay, so now 21 is under 4% by taking one township of Van Buren, and 20 is now 733 under.
And 3 is.
3 is underpopulated.
What's-
Sorry, it's underpopulated by 7,000.
What's that township? Right below there, right next to that. No, down. South. Pine Grove
Okay, Pine Grove
into 3.
into 3. So this is in Van Buren, sorry, this is in Van Buren. And this is in Allegan. So 3 currently has Battle Creek. Okay, so you're gonna add a new county to it here, okay?
No, not county, just a township.
It's a township
Pine
of a
Grove.
different county, okay?
Commissioner Orton?
Sorry, Steve, do you mind? What about Watts? Is it Watson?
Yeah, Watson.
What about that one instead? Compactness wise, and it wouldn't be going into a whole new county.
Sure.
Okay,
Put
Watson,
Watson into 3.
sure. Okay, so now District 3 is 4,800 under, District 20 is 110, sorry, is 2,900 under. I think you're right on the populations.
Zoom out, let's see what they look like, since that's the whole purpose of this charade. Very good, Holmes.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. So we have adjusted. We've run our compactness scores and we've adjusted based on that. We've had a collaborative sort of session. Are we ready to kind of put this aside, or are we ready to vote, or yeah, what do we want to do? Commissioner Orton?
Run the compactness scores and the partisan fairness again.
Okay.
On this version.
All right, let's do that.
That's okay.
So we're going to run the partisan fairness measures first.
Okay,
Please.
so this is one of these things where we made changes, but we kept the name of the plan the same. So if I rerun the compactness, it's going to say it's the same name as the report that I just ran. So I will have to like kind of clone it or do something to make it slightly different otherwise, or I can delete the previous partisan fairness one without these adjustments.
Commissioner Orton?
I think just copy it and change the name and run
Okay.
it so we can have them both.
Got it. One moment.
Mr. Vice Chair,
Yes, General Counsel.
while Mr. Morgan is assisting the commission with that, I wanted to recommend that the commission not vote to publish until to the end.
Thank you. Will you help? So how should we conclude today? What we, right, I think our goal is to try to somehow like say, oh, yeah, we've done something with this. How do we move on to the next thing? And yeah, I see Commissioner Witch's hand, but I want to let General Counsel finish.
I think that you should celebrate the work that you've done today on the Senate that made substantial improvements to the plan, to the previous iterations. So you should celebrate what you've done on the Senate. You've identified most likely more than one plan that can be published or that could be considered for being published, and then move on either to the congressional. I believe Commissioner Witches had suggested going to the congressional and then focusing on the House for 3 days, which was actually our internal recommendation as well.
Okay.
So that would match up to move to put the Senate, the work that you've done after you've cross-checked this last bit of data, and move on again to the congressional plans and start your work with criteria 1, with the criteria 2,
While
and
we have Mr.
move
Adelson.
forward. But
Okay.
again, celebrate. Let's
celebrate.
celebrate the Senate.
Commissioner Witches,
Yeah.
and then Commissioner Lett.
Here's my idea for how we kind of sort of end. We have an unwritten rule that states Senate does not come out of our mouth until Friday. so until Friday at the end, and see if that works.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Commissioner Lett, did you have something?
Yeah, I don't think we need to vote on whether or not we're going to accept it, publish it, or anything like that, but we certainly can have some type of acknowledgement that everybody agrees we're moving on.
Okay.
No, you can't want to call that a vote or not. We have to have agreement from everybody that we're moving on.
To the congressional. Okay, to whatever. Okay. And Mr. Morgan, you have up the
what I'm doing just as an error, as a check here. So the previous one, we had Kalamazoo whole, right? So that was District 21 and the partisan scores are 864 or use the percentages. Sorry, it's 5643. And with taking one township in on District 21, just to confirm, it's a different number. So it does reflect that as a different plan. These numbers are slightly different. And then the number goes to 56. So again, just 21 was 56.3 to 47. Now it's 56.8 to 43.2. So they are different plans, just confirming that. And on the metrics of the lopsided margin, it's same. On the mean median, it looks like it's the same if we're looking at this number there. On the efficiency gap, okay, so it looks like it went up by 0.1% on the seats vote ratio.
John, we can't see the top
can't
one
see any-
because of the
Oh,
screen,
okay.
the Zoom
Sorry about that. One moment.
images.
Let me back up then.
It was just for that efficiency gap,
Just
I
the-
think.
just the efficiency gap.
Efficiency gap, we couldn't see.
Okay, so you still can't see that?
Look at the
Correct.
screen up here, John.
One moment. Yep.
Yes, that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we reduced the gap.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay, and the seats vote ratio will be the same. Because again, there's no change because you had the same statewide average. As I said, all the plans will have the same number and then they're the same.
Very good.
Now compactness next.
Yes, please. And then commissioners, we are approaching 6 o'clock. So I'm going to ask as John brings this up, this compactness score, I want to ask how we're doing. If we want to keep working, just go to 7. I'm seeing some suggestions to go to number 7, or excuse me, to go until 7 p.m. I appreciate any online commissioners. If you have any thoughts on that, just help us know your wishes. Yeah, and I'm seeing, okay, Commissioner Witches?
Well, keep in mind, if we get done with, let's say, the Senate to the point where like we're good and we're gonna talk about it on Friday, we can always leave early today too. So keep that in mind.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Witches.
So as I'm bringing this up, I noticed this while we were looking at this. After you made the adjustment to District 3, the next district that was the lowest compactness score was District 20, and now you made adjustments to District 20. So I think you'll find that that may have improved its compactness as well. So now the one on the bottom, you see that the least compact district was on Polsby Poplar was 0.2 for District 20. But since you made changes to both 21, 3, and 20, now District 20 is no longer the least compact. So you have improved compactness overall for the plan because the least compact district is now 0.21 instead of 0.2. And you affected District 20, so you made District 20, we'll look at it more compact. All right, so District 20, which was one of the ones that Commissioner Lett adjusted there, it was previously 0.20 and now it's 0.23. So in doing that, you affected District 20, and then let's look at District 3 lastly. So District 3 was 0.22 and now District 3 is 0.32. So that was a pretty substantial change in by making District 3 less of an upside down U. Now it's you cut off the part of Van Buren County, so that made it more compact on this measure.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. All right, so with those scores, commissioners, and looking back at our mapping process, there is a suggestion right now to use consent or consensus and just say, are there any objections if we move on to the next districts, which are in the congressional district? Are there any objections? Seeing no objections. All right. Without objection, we are going to move on and save these and move on to the congressional district. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, can we get the name of that final map that we did? So,
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think we probably want to pause and give it the name you want to give it because we've had several iterations.
Right.
So what you may do is give it today's date, a version number, and Senate district number. So I think that's probably the best way to handle it is we'll give it a new nomenclature.
Commissioner Witches?
Here, since since there's consensus on this particular map, should we take the time today to change the district numbers instead of going to congressional and have the full day congressional tomorrow?
And that could be a useful way to name it. Commissioner Clark.
I would hold off till we get to the final maps because all our comments are based on these district numbers.
Good point, Commissioner Clark.
And otherwise we're going to have a conversion table to be able to map back and forth.
Okay. So then.
Okay, so if I may, back to the naming convention, let's agree what we want to name it. So let's do that here. So the way I had it was 10-4. So this is our 10-4 plan. And it was version 1, but then it was version 2, 16C. So I think we can consolidate that into a single name that reflects all of the pieces that you put into this today. So 10-4-21 version. Well, yeah, we're going to call it 10-4-21 version 2. So I'm going to take off the 16 B's and C's and that sort of stuff. So at the end of the day, we'll upload 10-4-21 version 2 Senate.
Any objections to that, commissioners?
Senator SD. Well, let me reference the website. So let's just see where we are on the website. So for other state Senate plans, they're normally SD. So we'll go with SD. And again, so this is going to be 10-4-21 version 2 SD. That's what it will be.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. We were to Commissioner Lett. Commissioner Lett finished his turn. We are to Commissioner Orton. So will you help us with our congressional?
I will.
And sorry, before you do that, Commissioner Eid has a hand.
So I never really had a turn. Can I start off with the congressional, or did we skip that, or because we got onto the Senate maps, but we weren't doing what I suggested was reconfiguring 18, which is fine if that's the will of the body, but I didn't know I was giving my whole turn away.
Okay. Commissioner Orton, are you okay with that? Whatever. Great. So Commissioner Eid, take it away. Oh, Commissioner Clark, sorry.
Yeah, before we get started, what we did today with the Senate, we determined which map we were going to start with. And I think we need to do the same thing for the congressional.
Thank you. And I believe you suggested that 180 was somehow what you said this morning.
According to my records, yes.
Right. So Commissioner E, do you want to try to help us? Do you have anything different?
Well, we have three that are what we scored on Friday. One that was by Commissioner Zatella, one that was based on the collaborative map, one by Commissioner Witches that was based on the collaborative map, and one submitted by me that was based on the collaborative map. And those were 188, at the time it was 191, but it looks like there's a new one, 195. And I believe Commissioner Witches updated that his to be 196. So, I mean, we could start with any of those, or we could go prior to that and go to 180, but it was a earlier version.
And I think what might be useful is if each commission, what I think Commissioner Clark is asking is help us. I think what we want to do is build consensus from that sort of beginning. And I think what I'm hearing you sort of help, walk us through, Commissioner Eid, is that each version that has, Eid or Witches or RAS, Rebecca, what I think is you're suggesting that each one is built on the collaborative map, which may be 180. Is that fair, Commissioner Orton?
But I'm wondering which collaborative map it was built on, because I think we have version 1, version 2, version 3, and then version 4 was just not completed. So we have those 3 versions of our collaborative map.
It wouldn't be a mistake to, sort of use our last hour to try to figure out how do we, just figuring that out would be helping us start off tomorrow with a.
Can you open 180? Let's see it. I think they were all based off of 180, but I'm not quite sure.
And I think the main difference is Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, and Grand Rapids and Muskegon. I think that's what we'll see when we look at these. The major difference, there may be some other
Midland.
differences.
Did you say Midland?
No, I did not say that. That could be in these as well.
So this is Plan 180 up on the website. And everything north is District 12. All these dots are where comments have come on to the system.
So do we want to start here? I mean, this one wasn't scored on Friday. I would say we should start with, the ones that scored the best to save us time and build from there. But if that's not what, the rest of the commission wants to do, we can go a different route. But I think we should do that and make those as compliant as we can, since we know those scores are in compliance at least.
So I'm not sure what Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we were at this point, and then the Muskegon issue came up, and then we made a couple of iterations based on that, on how we would deal with it as secondary maps or third maps. And then we've got some variations of that, and I don't know if I'd want to put the partisan fairness measure against it at this point to determine which one. I think logically we should choose which one.
Commissioner Lang?
I'm curious, was any of the metrics ran on map 187 on Friday? I wasn't able to be here, so I'm just curious. That was the alternate map.
Can you open 187? Which one is that?
And Commissioner Lang, I'm seeing some nodding heads, so I think the answer is yes. Does anybody have any?
No, it was not ran on this one.
Oh,
I think it was.
I think it was too.
Was it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that we ran this.
Yep. This is
This is Commissioner Witches's map.
right with Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. So
I should say the start, because I know you have updated this and changed some things.
Yeah, this is the one that I used to get the deviation down to as close to 0 as I possibly could.
And just to clarify for the public, because I did see some comments questioning why it was titled 2-0, you were trying to get the population to 0. Is that accurate? It's not a reflection of partisan fairness, right?
No,
Okay.
it's the population, yes.
That's what I thought, but it seemed like there were some comments saying that was partisan fairness. And I'm like, no, I think it's population. So just clarifying.
Commissioner Lang, does that answer your question? Okay. I think we're still sort of, how do we help Commissioner Eid know which map to choose? Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I think if we determine how we want to handle Muskegon and Kalamazoo, then we can choose the correct map to start with. And then I know we're going to have different opinions on the Kalamazoo Grand Rapids thing, and probably some different opinions of the Muskegon thing.
Commissioner Lang has her hand too.
And I would add Midland to that also.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Friday, I'll like address those. Do we want to pull up all 3 of them and look at them? Because I'm not hearing consensus on which one exactly we want to look at.
Yeah, I see Chair Zatella.
So I would say with respect to my map, I do not want to pull it up because we ran the efficiency analysis and I made changes over the weekend and changed some of the VRA balance between districts 1 and 2. And then what I ended up doing is incorporating some of Commissioner Witch's changes. So I ended up creating 2 different maps. So I feel like looking at that map, it's outdated, and the maps I did over the weekend will be circulated to everybody today and we can look at them tomorrow. So I'd rather, if you're going to look at any of my maps, I'd rather you look at the ones I updated rather than going from a one that's been changed.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. I see Mr. Morgan and then to Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I did look and 187 was run on Friday.
Okay, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, let me respond to Rebecca. See, my opinion, Rebecca, is that you did that at your house and you made changes and we didn't see what those were. And it wasn't a collaboration effort among us. So I would see that as a map that you would submit. This is my personal opinion, that you would submit on your own for the hearing, and that we should work from one that we've already done collaborative, from a collaborative standpoint.
My point was that Commissioner Eid was talking about bringing up the 3 maps we looked at on Friday, one of which was mine, which based on your interpretation would also not be collaborative. It was based off of our collaborative maps, but I made changes to that at home. So I'm just saying I would prefer we not focus on that map right now. That's my point. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Commissioner Eid and then Commissioner Orton.
this one was collaborative for sure. No one touched this at home. I did obviously touch the one that I submitted at home. So why don't we start with this and see how we can improve it, perhaps build on some of the ideas that we've taken from other maps and see if we can make it work.
This being 180.
Yeah.
Okay, 180. Commissioner Orton, did you have something? Okay. So we're going to start with 180. Thank you, Commissioner Eid. And I'm not hearing any objections, so I think we just all agreed on that. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, so just to help me, as I bring this plan up, are you contemplating making changes to this plan?
I think we are. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do at this time.
Okay, so what I will do is I will make a copy of that plan, right? And then you may be making some changes to it. Okay, one moment. Okay, so we're taking 180 and the long name was version 3, 9/20/21 version 3. So at the end of whatever you do, we'll probably rename this as a different plan.
Commissioner Orton.
I'm wondering, okay, it said it had Rebecca's name on it. I don't
Right.
know
So
why.
the reason is I copied her plan. I'm now going to overwrite it with the plan
Oh.
that we just wanted to bring up.
I
So
see.
that's the fastest way for me to get where we want to go.
I see.
I was confused too.
So as we continue, Commissioner Eid is going to finish his turn, take us out today, and then Commissioner Orton will start with you tomorrow, or you'll be next in line. Just want to acknowledge that.
Okay. And again, the coloration is different, but I just want to confirm Coopersville is kind of the indicator that this District 4 is what you expect.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to end up changing some of that area. But for now, we're focusing on compliance. So we should probably start with VRA compliance. So let's look at the Metro Detroit area. So we have one district here that's 47 and one district that's 35. We had spoken earlier about we should try to have between 35 and 40%. We also talked about there being perhaps a little bit of a cushion there that we might want to have. I know that previously I'd submitted a map that was at about 45. And I was told that that looked okay, but I don't know if that still would be okay. So I think some clarification here on like if we want to do a cushion on these numbers and to figure out what that would be before going forward, it might be a good place to start because then it would give us a goal on where we want to go from here.
Well, with the congressional districts, of course, those are your largest districts. Most people, you cover a wider area. So that makes the election results in a way even more important because you're dealing with population that you might not have dealt with previously. And as we talked about earlier, having a cushion, I think, is important. The range that I believe Dr. Handley and I talked about in Wayne, the Wayne County part of Greater Detroit would be 35 to 40. But again, I have to stress there is no absolute drop dead number. her VAP analysis, her analysis of the minimum amount of Black voting age population that's needed to elect candidates of choice is the floor. But there is no absolute, though it can't be this number or it should be that number, is not in play. But I think that what might be instructive to begin, if we could look at the election results for 1 and 2, just to kind of see where we're starting from.
Okay. Mr. Morgan, let's pull those up. Election results for 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Okay, they
Yes.
should both display at the same time. Okay, so starting with District 1. District 1, which here is East Detroit, some of Warren, the Grosse Pointes, and then down to Lincoln Park, Allen Park. 78 for Biden, 22 for Trump. Clinton is 79, 21 Trump in 2016. 2012, Obama 83 and Romney 17. For US Senate, it's 78 for Peters, 22 for James. It's 76 for Stabenow and 24 for James. In 2014, it's 83 for Peters and 17 for Land. 86 for Stabenow and 14 for Hoekstra. Governor 2018 is Whitmer 78, Schuette 22, Shower 74, Snyder 26, Nessel 77, Leonard is 23 for Attorney General, and then 75, 25 for Attorney General and 14, Totten to Schuette. Secretary of State is Benson 78, Lang 22, then Dillard 74, Johnson 26. For the gubernatorial primary, El Said is 31%. Thenadar is 29 and Whitmer is 39.75, almost 40.
Thank you. Is there any, does District 1 encompass any compact Arab American communities?
No, that would be in District 2.
Well, because District 1's election results were interesting because El Said does carry the district by a narrow margin. So that's what I was wondering about. The elections do prove out that the district does perform for minority candidates of choice, I think, across the board. And you recall that last week, Dr. Handley talked about the Voting Rights Act districts typically having a larger margin of victory than the average district would. I think it's also important to point out that in the current configuration of the congressional districts, I believe that both incumbents are candidates of choice, as I recall, so that protecting the minority population in this area is particularly important. This district does seemingly do that.
I think one of the things that we were just discussing, Commissioner Eden and I, was that the Yemeni population may help explain that. This is, where we have the Bengali and the Yemeni community, in addition to others, right? There's a Latin community as well, and yeah.
And there might be a small Arab community to the east of Dearborn as well that contributes to that too.
And thank you for the comment about the Yemeni population. I think that may also be a reasonable inference about the election results.
That seems to be, is that percentage that district is at okay for the minority Black voting age population? I think it's what, about, if you round, it's at 48%.
I think that the population that clearly enables the Black population to elect candidates of choice. So it is a little above the Dr. Handley range. So whether or not there's a desire to shift some of that population that's into a District 2, for example, because District 2 is lower, that's something that might be a good idea to entertain. Is the District 2 population BVAP is just about at the line that Dr. Handley recommended. So building in somewhat of a cushion there, I think would be a good idea.
For District 2, bringing that up a little bit. is what you're saying.
Yes, yes.
Okay, but as far as District 1 goes, that could pass the muster test
Well, I
for now.
think, excuse me, I'm expecting that it is possible that some population of 1 could be shifted into 2. So I'm going to reserve the final thought to see how District 2 might be reconfigured.
Commissioner Orton.
Well, I don't know the populations here real well, except for what we've seen with the theme dots, but I'm wondering, Anthony, would there be a way to shift some population between 1 and 2 so they're both around 40, like you were talking about?
Well, I would actually suggest instead of doing that, I would include Southfield with District 2, and that, as well as maybe reconfiguring that line between 1 and 2. But we have Southfield with, which is a major Black populace. And I think that would increase that 35, almost 36% quite a bit. And then from there, we'd be taking population out of 3. We could possibly include Troy into 3, which if you recall at our meeting the other day in Troy was something that the in-person public comment said to us. Almost every single person said that. So that would be my suggestion, to add Southfield to 2, which would bring it up. Add Troy to 3, and then we can reconfigure the populations after.
Chair Zatella.
Southfield has 76,000 people in it though. So that's really changing the balance between those 2 districts. And it seems like it'd be simpler to just sort of change the line dividing 1 and 2, because 1 right now is high, 47, and 2 right now is low. So, and we know that line right there is almost entirely African-American. It's I believe 85% along that line. So why not just readjust that line rather than going into an entirely new district where you would be adding so much population, it's going to require like a cascade of other changes.
I mean, if we could do that, that's fine with me too. I think that if we could average out the 35% and the 40 and the 47% and probably get around, 43% for each of them if we try doing that.
Do you feel like you know where to do that, or do you want help?
All we have to do is move that line to the right.
Okay, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I suggest that's the best approach and the one recommended by Bruce. But I would not move anything into Dearborn and Dearborn Heights, or I would want to keep that intact as it is.
Okay, so Commissioner Eid and if you, Commissioner Mr. Adelson.
One other point with in moving forward is, could we have the demographic dots, please?
The themes. Yep. Do you have a particular, is it the African-American theme that you're looking for, or?
Yeah, to that point, I think that's the largest minority group in this area. So I would suggest that's a good idea.
Okay. So Commissioner Eid, it's to you.
Okay, let's turn on though that theme. Okay, wonderful. So let's go back up to where we were, which was that vertical line in between districts 2 and districts 3, and we're going to pretty much shift that line a couple blocks to the right.
And do we want to have the neighborhood overlay over? Is that
That'd
helpful?
be nice. Okay, and let's start right at 8 Mile, the border of this district. Okay, well, let's include those 3 neighborhoods right there. Now this is going to add population to 2 and remove population from 1. So we're going to have to, after we get these numbers a little more balanced, look at where to add to 1. But we can look at that after. So let's just continue down. Yep, those neighborhoods
So
right there.
south along here.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, and let's just keep going all the way down until we hit Dearborn. Okay, now let's try to, so let's take that neighborhood, the one that ends in 1433. Now let's take out that 697 precinct. Okay, now let's try to clean up this line a little bit. So let's go back up to 8 Mile. Okay, and we're still at about 46% versus 37%. Just come down a little. Let's try to continue with this process. So let's take that whole square of neighborhoods right there, this 1600 to 3280, 3228. Okay, we're getting closer. Let's take that block as well. Okay, we're at 39% and 45%. What do we think about those numbers? Because we are adding population to 2 as well, so we're gonna have to find a place to take it out at the same time. Bruce, what do you think about that normalization of the numbers there?
Well, as you said, Commissioner, the numbers are better. And if you'd like to explore how to deal with the over and underpopulation with 1 and 2, and then see what the overall numbers look like, I think that might be worthwhile too.
What is the population of Taylor?
It is 63,000. So if you put that in, you just have to make minor adjustments on the borderline.
Let's put that in to 1. Okay, and that also normalized the Black voting age population further. So that's nice, to 42 and 41.
So now at this point, you're 16,000 over in 1 and you're 15,000 under in 2. So you would be looking
Okay,
potentially to gain into 2.
Well, let's continue going with that line until those even out.
Commissioner Clark?
But you're within the right threshold, 2% on each of them.
Oh, well, we have to be within 0.5.
For congressional.
Oh, that's right, it's congressional. Thanks
And Anthony, I wanted to just acknowledge, right, that 2 is reasonably compact. 1, we've got this this sort of we drive. I think, I'm not sure if it's East Point, but we go further. We cross 8 Mile with District 1. We don't cross 8 Mile with District 2, and so I'm just wanted to acknowledge that somehow maybe District 1 and changing in the northern. Oh, no, I can't, because we're just, I apologize. I just thought it through.
Well, you could in the map we scored on Friday, that District 3 that's above 8 Mile has all of that area. So, you could take that out of 1. All you would have to do is include Romulus instead, which is where the Detroit Metro Airport is. And I do think that makes sense instead of going up into Warren. But, that's
okay.
That's something we'd have to do collaboratively.
Right. Thank you.
So you want me to continue down to get the population balance? You're about 7,000 between them.
Yep. So we're going to add to 2 and take away from 1.
Okay. I'm just going to go 1 at a time.
Are you considering keeping neighborhoods whole when you're doing this, or is that less important? I don't know the area, so I'm asking.
Well, it is important. I think we're going to have to split. So, well, we might not have to split them up. So let's actually unassign those last three that you did.
Okay.
When I say unassign, I mean change it back to District 1.
And I do wonder, do we have Commissioner Curry on the call still? Okay. Chair Zatella, we were just sort of exploring whether do you know the neighborhoods enough to help us know whether it's okay to break those up, or as Anthony is filling in?
Where are you at? Is that Woodward? Or is that?
No, that's just a neighborhood line. It might be.
It's not
the
Grand
lot-
River?
It may be Grand
It
River.
might be Grand River. It may be Northwestern Highway as well.
Would the neighborhood names help you? If we add
Yeah,
the
and
names?
zooming out a
Yeah,
bit would help
yeah,
too.
let's just zoom out.
Hang on, we're experiencing technical difficulties.
Of course.
Stay tuned.
The computer has decided it's done. I'm starting to notice a trend of technical difficulties at the end of the day.
Is it assigned, commissioners?
Well, while we're waiting, there are other things we can do. So, without objection, we will proceed to the approval of the two sets of minutes from September 21st. Are there any proposed edits to the draft minutes that have been provided? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the local council committee meeting held at East Lansing, Michigan on September 21?
So moved.
Oh.
Motion made by Commissioner Rothorn, seconded by Commissioner Lett. All in favor of approving the local council committee meeting minutes of the local council committee meeting on September 21, 2021, signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the commission meeting held in East Lansing, Michigan on September 21?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches,
Second.
second by Commissioner Rothorn. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of adopting the minutes from September 21, 2021, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. There are no staff reports at this time. Without objection, I will ask Sarah Reinhardt from the Michigan Department of State if she has a report.
Madam Chair, I don't have a report, but if you would allow me to say a few words to the commission.
Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
While we're waiting, commissioners, I just want to congratulate you for completing your first draft Senate plan. I know that this is going to be a very long week for all of us, but I am a firm believer in taking tiny wins where you can. For the first time in Michigan state history, you have created a draft state Senate plan in a completely citizen-led, transparent, out in the open fashion. That's the first time that has ever happened in this state, and it's a momentous occasion. So I hope that each of you take time today to reflect on that and to feel good about that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Correspondence received in advance of our meeting today is provided along with written public comments to the commissioners in our meeting materials. It's my understanding that there is no future agenda items to share at this time. Does anyone have any announcements? What? All right, we will return to mapping at this time now that we've finished the other items on our agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to motion to adjourn for the day.
Yeah, I think we should. I was going to say that because it looks like the computer's just done. We got a motion by Commissioner Eads, seconded by Commissioner Witches. All in favor, or is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. It is 6:41 and we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.